I would like to say how delighted we are to have the Star Sailors League back in Nassau. To those sailors who are repeat visitors, we say welcome back. And to those who are here for the first time, we are sure you will find that the experience here in the Bahamas will mean that in future years we will be saying welcome back to you also. Thank you.
Hey, I have your attention now. Come to party and show you how. It's time to set your spirit free. I want everybody to follow me. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Follow every move I make. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Shake.
The fourth edition of the Star Sailors League Finals brings 25 teams from 17 countries to compete in the waters off Nassau to battle it out over 5 days of racing.
Yes, they tacked away to the right-hand side.
A living legend, for sure.
A living legend, yeah.
Exactly.
On day one, race one saw a commanding display by Brazilian legend and 5-time Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt, along with crew Henry Boning. As the teams got used to the light wind conditions, it was quite a tight battle between Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, the Italian team of Negri Lambertigni, and the Brazilians, ultimately holding tight for the win.
A win for Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning.
As the breeze and waves built for race two, 2 Brazilian teams and the French drag raced up the course.
But it's the French that round first. Polgar and Coy take an inside line.
In fact, Xavier and Pierre Alexis have overtaken George and Bruno into first place, and that was slick sailing.
The number 1 seeds took their first win of the event.
So I'm quite happy now because the speed is there. We see that we are competing with the good guys. We are not in front, but we are there. So day one is good.
But it was ultimately the Italians, with a third and a second, who took the day.
We have just to think about the regatta. All these guys, of course, for the first 2 days, they have to think also about the steering, about the trimming. And that's the little advantage that we have in the beginning. But I'm sure that next 2 days, some new guys will be in the top 3. I'm sure about that.
There's a similar forecast for day 2. Let's see if Diego has it right, and if the younger Olympians can rise to the top.
So, Johan, you were kind enough to share a few memories with us and send us a few pictures.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, that's a picture from 1966, my first sailing year, my first season.
This is Fort Montague. It's the oldest standing fort left in the Bahamas, but it was the second fort built. So the first fort was Fort Nassau, which was on the site of where the British colonial Hilton stands. Fort Montague was built as the eastern defense to the harbor of Nassau. And Fort Montague was two complexes. So you have the fort which we're in now, and there was a little battery called Bladen's Battery just to the east of the fort, but that doesn't exist anymore. Montague especially was built because there was a lot of fear of attacks from the Spanish. The Bahamas is very close to Cuba and Florida, which was a Spanish colony, and so there was always sort of this fear of Spanish invasion, especially since this was a British territory. And a lot of privateering and pirating actually was based in the Bahamas, and they would attack Spanish ships and Spanish galleons. So the Spanish was always attacking the Bahamas as a sort of revenge. Well, all of the forts in the Bahamas are actually built from cut limestone. So they would cut the limestone naturally and then use a lime mortar mix to build them. Out of our built heritage, especially Montague is probably one of the oldest buildings, especially on New Providence. But before the forts, we have an indigenous history and indigenous culture of the Lucayan Indians, and a lot of their sites still remain, but that's buried in the sand and in the dunes. And this is where the archaeologists go and search for. The cannons here at Fort Montague are quite old and they are spiked, but if we wanted to fire them again, there are methods we can use to drill out the spike and fire them again, but that entails the use of gunpowder, cannonballs, and so forth.
Day 2 of the Star Sailors League Finals saw the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini, who topped the scoreboard, lead the first race. It was a great race as well for the youngest sailor in the fleet, Argentinian Facundo Aleza, taking 5th. Fellow South Americans scored a 2nd, while the Italians held on for the win.
I'm really happy, but it will be not easy to stay on the same level, I think.
Off! Here they go!
The dying breeze meant changing conditions for the teams, adjusting their sailing styles and tactics for less wind.
That is an incredible sight. 16 Olympic medalists.
Staying mentally sharp was the name of the game throughout the day, and 3-time Olympic medalist Slovenian Vasily Spogar, with his Hungarian crew, celebrated their victory in Race 5. A strong performance on the day with a race win, a 2nd and a 5th, moved the former finals winners, Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, onto the podium in 3rd overall. The Italians dropped to 2nd, while all top 3s moved Brazilians Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning into the lead.
4 tough races today. We managed to hang in there, be top 3 in all 4 races. Difficult conditions, difficult to start, but we were pretty happy, and especially because we won the last race.
We're now halfway through the qualifiers. 2 more days of racing still to go to determine who will go through to Saturday's finals.
"300 years ago, over 5,000 pirates thrived in the Bahamas. The golden age of piracy was short-lived, but the memories of these times are everywhere here in Nassau."
We're now on the outside in the front of Pirates of Nassau, our museum. Well, the Bahamas was a place of paradise. What even made it more better because all the shanty towns were designed for sailors. But due to the fact that the pirates were bringing in a more lucrative business, it turned into a pirate's haven. There wasn't no pirates specifically from the Bahamas, but they all became famous in the Bahamas. Pirates were people like me and yourself. They were all privateers. By the time as the British colony was finished with them and didn't have no more work for them to do, they had to find some type of means to survive. So since the crown them wasn't giving them anything to do, they had to go there and take for themselves. As cruel and savage as we were, we had our own rules and regulations too. Because in order for you to sail a ship, you have to be well disciplined. And trust me, you'll be surprised to know how you can have such savage, cruel men as disciplined as it is. Because, babe, if you didn't rule, we would maroon you. And nobody wants to be marooned. My favorite pirate story will be about Stad Bonnet. He was a major. He ran into piracy. He didn't know how to sail. He didn't know how to operate a ship. He didn't know anything about maritime. But he had a nagging wife. For a man to leave his nagging wife to go in a life of piracy, that touched my heart.
Pirate Republic, a brewery and a bar just opened. You would think that piracy here is mere marketing. Well, yes, but not quite, as we are reminded with a bit of literature.
Well, it's a very famous Mark Twain quote. Now and then we had hoped that if we lived and were good, God would permit us to be pirates. We put that up there because we think everybody secretly has some hidden desire to be a pirate at some point in their life. And so I think it's their sense of real democracy on board a pirate ship. And then, of course, their great exploits that have survived the 300 years since they sailed around in our waters. Nassau was the Republic of Pirates in the early 1700s. It's an authentic part of our history, and we're trying to bring it to life in a new way, an interactive way, and it's part of our brand, it's part of our beer names, it's part of our experience and our ambience, so we do take it seriously.
1, 2, 1, and you pivot. Arr!
When I woke up this morning, clothed in my right mind, with no pain, no ache, I got a little bit of sense to say thank you.
Sunday morning is church time for Reverend Philip McPhee, pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Cathedral in the middle of Nassau. It's a small community, but a spirited and fervent one. Philip McPhee preaches with passion, just like his father many years ago.
My father built and pastored this church for over 40 years. After he passed, I succeeded him, and I'm proud to have the honor to represent the people of the Bahamas as a spiritual leader in this nation. My dad laid a strong foundation, and I'm just privileged that I'm able to continue the great tradition of the church.
But the Reverend is also passionate about traditional Bahamian sailing. He knows the local sailors and racers, Among his close friends is one of the Bahamas' highly regarded boat builders.
Gratitude and thanks for what you do here. Well, it's something I like doing.
Yeah.
And then I like doing it. Every island has its own design, and they try to keep that design in their mind, so we try to come close to that design as possible. Like the Ragged Island have their design. These are Ragged Island designs. You have Long Island have their design, Andros have their design, Exuma have their design. You know, so it's up to the island they come from. Well, they are all handmade, mostly with chainsaws and power saws, but it's all handmade. The frames we take out of the woods. We have to refine it until we get it to how we want it. But the lumber, we have to buy them from the hardware. That's the final product.
Philip McPhee owns 2 boats. On important occasions, he hires a captain and a full crew with deep knowledge of these former working boats turned into race boats.
The Bahamian sailing is something very unique. All of our boats are built by wood, built by Bahamians, sailed by Bahamians, rigged by Bahamians. And it's a Bahamian legacy and tradition that we are very proud of. And now we are gearing up to make sure that this great tradition is passed on to our children and grandchildren. We're very thankful to our brothers in the Bahamas who are of another color, our white brothers. When it came to sloop sailing, they never interfered with sloop sailing. They allowed the black man to dominate and to bring sloop sailing to the level where it's at today without any interference of the rich whites of our country. And we're thankful for that because we were well aware that we could not compete with them because of our financial status. And they never interfered with us. And that's why this great tradition has been preserved, and we give God thanks that we were privileged, even at this hour, to have the poor man to be in sailing and to get the same kind of recognition that the rich man will get when he goes to international sailing as he sailed the sloops in the Bahamas and throughout the islands of our country.
Come on the other side, buddy. We ain't gonna fetch that.
Sailing gives to me the opportunity to see the grandeur, the beauty, the strength of a God who has blessed the Bahamas with beautiful waters and beautiful people. It gives me strength, it gives me sermons, it gives me relaxation, it allows me to partake, to help, to encourage, to educate other Bahamians to have a sense of appreciation of the great grandeur of God's blessing to Bahamians.
25 teams.
16 Olympic medalists.
2 America's Cup winners.
2 Volvo Ocean Race winners.
1 World Match Racing Tour champion.
5 days of racing.
10 boats qualify for the final day.
8 in the quarters.
6 in the semis.
4 in the finals.
$200,000 prize money.
That's our Christmas bonus.
Not in my house.
With this level of sailors, we're all here to win.
And we love this brutal format a lot.
It is day 3 here in Nassau, Bahamas of the Star Sailors League Finals. I have with me currently 4th place skipper Jonas Ho Christensen. You had a great day yesterday to move up to 4th. Do you think you guys are going to keep it in the bag for today?
Well, we're certainly going to try. You know, it's going to be a tough day. It's going to be a little lighter, and a lot of good guys out there. So you know, we're gonna do our best to stay in the top 10. And you know, the first 3 guys have sort of leaped away a little bit, and I think the job now is to try and just stay in the top 10 for the next couple of days.
How are you feeling now that you're back in the Bahamas?
I love this place, really. Especially now when it's in Poland, it's winter. I've seen the pictures today when it was snowing that much this night, so I really enjoy to be here. And racing is great. We don't race much, but when we do, we would love to do this in these perfect conditions. I have a couple of my favorite places in the world to sail, and this is top 3. And I love it. If I would have a chance, I would come here more often. But it's great that we have a final over here. It's just a perfect shot.
You couldn't say more than what Matthew just said. The Bahamas is amazing. Everyone loves racing here.
Welcome to Nassau Yacht Club and those beautiful scenes along the beaches here. We're into day 3 of the Star Sailors League final. I'm with Kathleen Tock, Tyler Bjorn, our commentators in the Yacht Club. Out on the water we have Jenny Tulloch and Louis Habib. We'll catch up with them in a moment. But let's have a quick look at the highlights from yesterday.
Day 2 of the Star Sailors League Finals saw the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini, who topped the scoreboard, lead the first race. It was a great race as well for the youngest sailor in the fleet, Argentinian Facundo Aleza, taking 5th. Fellow South Americans scored a 2nd, while the Italians held on for the win.
I'm really happy, Matt. Will be not easy to stay on the same level, I think.
Off! Here they go!
The dying breeze meant changing conditions for the teams, adjusting their sailing styles and tactics for less wind.
That is an incredible sight. 16 Olympic medalists.
Staying mentally sharp was the name of the game throughout the day, and 3-time Olympic medalist Slovenian Vasily Spogar, with his Hungarian crew, celebrated their victory in race 5. A strong performance on the day with a race win, a 2nd and a 5th, moved the former finals winners, Americans Mendelblatt and Fatigue, onto the podium in 3rd overall. The Italians dropped to 2nd, while all top 3s moved Brazilians Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning into the lead.
4 tough races today. We managed to hang in there, be top 3 in all 4 races. Difficult conditions, difficult to start, but we were pretty happy, and especially because we won the last race.
We're now halfway through the qualifiers. 2 more days of racing still to go to determine who will go through to Saturday's finals.
Well, some fantastic action from Nassau yesterday in day 2 of the Star Sailors League final. Beautiful, beautiful conditions and a thrilling 4 races. Today it's looking like a little less breeze out there on the course. We're going to have 3 races today. It's beginning to get crunchy. It's beginning to get tasty. Kathleen, the points scoring system is beginning to come in. Everybody's trying to make that top 10 cut.
Yeah, and it's really, really tight all through the whole fleet. But I think one of the things that's really important is the first placed qualifier of this whole series gets a bye into the very final. And right now we have only 4 points separating the first through third place boat, and we have only 2 points separating the 4th through 6th place boat. That's super tight racing. Those guys, they can't be too confident that they're already into the final day. They still got to have great races, and it's really easy to be in the back of this fleet.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Okay, now let's have a look at the overall scores going into race number 7. So after 6 races, this is the overall leaderboard. Scheidt Björning, Robert Scheidt, Henry Björning top there with 10 points. Negri Lambertenghi second, Mark Mendelblatt, Brian Fatih in third. Here's a surprise, Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne. Jonas, Finn sailor, silver medalist from the London Games with that incredible battle with Ben Ainsley. He is a VIP guest up into 4th, having a stellar day so far. Aletsa and Mello, couple of youngsters, also Finn sailors, up they are into 5th. Stepanovic and Sičić, Rohad Ponso, Polgarkoi, Zbogar, Birch, and then Kuznirovic and Zitsky. At the moment, those guys are making the cut. Now, as we scroll through the overall standings, these guys, this middle of the table is beginning to get a little crunchy. These guys, Szabo and Natucci, the defending champs, they've got a lot on there. Canfield, the match racing champion, Torben Grail and De Meyer, some big names down here at the bottom of the table. Look at that, Paul Kayard, 19th with Josh Revkin. Kayon blogged this morning that he found it just exhausting, all the kinetic energy, the pumping and ooching and rocking, was really tiring. And he was saying these young Finn and laser sailors who've just come from the Rio Olympics have a huge advantage in that. So that is our live shot of the committee boat. We're under 10 minutes to the start. Here is the program for the championship. We've got 3 days left. It's a 5-day championship. For the first 4 days, everybody, all 25 boats, 50 sailors, race amongst each other, race each other. So today, we believe that they're going to run 3 races. Sharon Burke, the race officer, said they had 4 races yesterday, a little less breeze today, so they're going to try and run 3 races. Tomorrow, they can run up to 4 if they wish, and that's when the top 10 cuts in. Saturday, quarterfinals, 8 boats go through, then semis, 6, final 4, and as you said, Kathleen, whoever wins this first round robin gets a jump into the final, so they're guaranteed a big chunk of the $200 prize money fund, and whoever comes second in the qualifiers jump to the semi-finals. So only 10 boats will go through to Saturday, and that is the knockout style format that we're basing on the ATP Tennis Tour, and that's the innovative system of the Star Sailors League. And as Xavier Rohad said, they love it, this brutal format.
A lot.
Now, Tyler, here's talk about the weather.
Well, we're going to have lighter breezes, we can see on the screen here. So it's going to change a lot of the way they sail the boats. Okay, we're going to have to adjust the tuning of the mast. How we sail downwind is not going to be as aggressive. It's going to be a lot more in sync with each other. Probably higher angles, a little more towards reaching than just straight downwind. So we could see a lot of change up in the results, just because maybe the younger guys or the not so experienced star sailors can actually keep in the game.
Okay, we know that the defending champ, George Szabo, is an absolute dynamo in the light breeze. We're hearing Sharon Burke. Okay, that's a little gathering signal for those guys. In about a minute, we're going to have the 5-minute gun, and we are seconds away from the sequence, which is rather exciting. We can talk to Louay Habib out there on the water. Louay is there with Jenny. You're on our camera boat. We're looking from your position to the committee boat, and the sun is shining. And what are you feeling today, Louay?
Good morning, diggers. Good morning, everybody. What we're seeing here today is that the The breeze is as forecast at about 10 knots. It's coming just south of east, and we've got a smooth sea state at the moment. The current is actually with the breeze, so and we're expecting to have that all day. It's absolutely stunning out here. The colour of the water here is absolutely superb. As you say, we're looking at 3 races today. There was the first hooter, and you know, we're going to see probably different teams having different strategies today about where their ranking is in this fleet. Tomorrow's looking light, but 2 more races after that. But this is a very important day for the Star Sailors League final. Jenny, we know these 3 boats are gone out in front there. Let's talk about the drop zone. We've got 7 to...
Well, it's still a bit early, I think, to talk about the drop zone. I mean, we're only halfway through the regatta at this point. So, as you're saying, the top 3 boats probably very safe in terms of feeling like they will make the top 10 on Saturday. They are 10, 12, and 14 points, and the 4th place boat has 34, so they're 20 points behind. And yeah, your point, the drop zone. The rest are all really tight. The points from 4th to... somewhere like 14th are, actually even to 17th, they're all very, very tight. So I think we're going to see teams probably sailing a very typical way to sailing the day before and the day before that. Tomorrow, people might start thinking about, 8, 9, and 10 spots really critically. But for us, the one thing I'm noticing on this race course is we are much closer to shore today. We have much flatter seas because it's lighter. We're also aware there's a couple shoals out here that, because we're closer to shore, exist. I think there shouldn't be problems for the star boats, but we were out on practice day and we had a motorboat come up to a star and say, tack off here, there's a shoal up there. So let's hope we don't have any issues with these guys and their keels.
Okay, and so we've got the Blue Peter flying back to the studio, Diggers.
Thank you, Louis. Well, we're under 4 minutes and we can see the fleet hovering around that start line. There's a big atmosphere in the club. It's all a bit tense now. You can feel this whole championship ramping up. There's a little bit of geography off the eastern end of New Providence Island, and we can see the committee boat on the right-hand side of that white line and the pin end on the left-hand side. Now everyone jostling for position into race number 7. As Jenny said, we are actually halfway through this championship, so there's a lot of golf left in the hole, as we say. So quite a few more races to go, and it's not over for the guys in the bottom half of the leaderboard, and the guys in the top half of the leaderboard have a lot to do. And one of those guys is Xavier Rohart, a Bacardi Cup gold medalist, bronze Olympic medalist. He is lying 7th overall with Pierre Alexis Ponceau. He came from the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. He smashed it with Pierre Alexis, so he's on a high. He's in the top 10 and he's looking particularly good, and he is one of the founders of the Star Sailors League. We have so many superstars here, Kathleen. It's absolutely fantastic, and Xavier is one of them. And we're also honoured to have Jochen Schumann, 3-time gold medalist, 1-time silver medalist, 4 medals for the German team. At the moment he's not in a great spot, 22nd overall, but he's an absolute superstar. We'll see what Jochen can do. He is a 2 times America's Cup winner with a Lingy and an all-time hero of sailing. One of the greats, Jochen Schumann, and it's fantastic to have him. Talking of greats, look at this man here, Mr. Robert Scheid, one of the most successful Olympians of all time. He has 5 Olympic medals for Brazil in consecutive games. At the moment he is top of the leaderboard here with Henry Björning, an incredible scoreline of his worst result, 7th, with a 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 3rd. We're into a minute to go now for the start of race 7. We have these legends, we have these VIPs from the Rio Olympics, from the Finn and the Laser class. We have the world match race champion, Taylor Canfield from 2013. We have some superstars here, 25 teams in the Star. And here we go, we're looking at the live drone shot over the line. Let's go back to Louis, Habib and Jenny. Jenny, fantastic looking start line here.
Oh, it's just phenomenal. I mean, we can see there's only 30 seconds to the start here, as you said. all kinds of Olympic medalists just in front of us. We've got Torben Grail, Tom Burton fighting hard for the race committee boat, and I don't think there's enough room there, Louis.
Yeah, a lot of boats here at the race committee boat at this end. Torben Grail has actually gone past the committee boat now. He's just coming back in. I tell you what, Aleza made his intentions clear very early on. He's definitely trying to get a good start.
Hey, Louis, look at Torben Grail. Torben Grail, bow 9. He is out of it on the wrong side of the committee boat.
Yeah, absolutely not the best start there for Torben Grail. I mean, we said there wasn't enough room, committee boat, and there was not enough room, so you got to feel bad for them having to do a circle and come back around. Wow, really, 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 really crowded there at the start.
Oh, you can see him pulling in that main sheet, and he's furious. He is furious. Not happy with that start. So not a great start for Torben Grail. Back to the overall lead out there. Jenny, we can see USA. Who's that? Paul Kayard.
Paul Kayard with Josh Rufkin.
Yeah, you know, and I think we've seen just all the boats at the committee boat end tack off because they all had bad starts. I think he was in a kind of a better spot down the line there. It wasn't quite as crowded for him. As you can tell, he's got great boat speed. He's pulling out even a little bit more from what it looks like is USA and Poland just below him there. And I think you're happy to go that way, get a little bit away from this shoreline on this right-hand side.
Yeah, left-hand side paid yesterday, and definitely looks like a majority of the boats heading that way. Fantastic start there by Aleza and Mello. Just having a look now, we've got some boats advancing here on the right-hand side, particularly Staniek and Clean, I believe that is. Is that bow 5?
Yeah, bow 5 is actually Polgar and Coy. And they had a good day as well yesterday, I think.
Yeah,
they had a good day.
Rowan Ponso, they started with the Argentinians. They've come over the right-hand side. And then we've got George Zabo and Natucci also over here on the right-hand side. So, yeah, some interesting boats over on the right. We've got 2 gold stars over here on the right-hand side. And but the majority of the fleet are on that starboard tack, looking to get over to the left. Light airs, flat water. It's going to be an interesting sort of angle on the fleet, whether they're going to foot off for speed or go for height. What do you reckon, Jenny?
Well, it's cool. We can see so close now with Johannes Polgar and Marcus Coy. We had a GoPro on board their boat yesterday. I know we saw some great footage of them downwind, and it's just as you said. It's just an interesting breeze strength here. You can see Marcus Coy coming up and then coming back down over the side. I mean, it's only about 7 knots. We know that it's enough wind for the Oscar flag to be up, so the race committee's allowed them to do full pumping, full kinetics. But it's going to be a hard way to figure out in this light air how to play it appropriately.
Yeah, indeed. And we're over on this side. We've got George Zabo very close to this boat back here. I know we're on Polgar and Coy and Rohart, and Rohart's in a nice position there. He's 7th overall at the moment, just at the very top of that drop zone. So
Thanks, Louis. We're slightly losing your signal there, but we're looking at Xavier Rohart with Johannes Polgar, the French-German teams hammering upwind towards the right-hand side. Now, we can replay that start. It was a really key part of this game. Let's have a little look at that start again. You could see the Brazilian of Torben Grail and Diomeda, lowest on our screen there, getting really squeezed out, Kathleen. The majority of the fleet trying for that pin end. At the top there, looks like the Brits, Thompson and Mitchell, had a nice little run into there. The Australians behind them. Everyone close on that line. Guys in the middle, beautiful start there by that German team. Grail and Diomeda having an absolute shocker. And looks like the Swiss second row start for those guys. Zabo and Natucci stalled there, just carving past the committee boat, wanting to head right. Interesting to see the Australians taking a different tactic today. They were trying for the pin yesterday. Now they're going middle-ish, trying to get some clean air. So the guys at the bottom on the right-hand side, they're all in clean air. Everybody else on the left-hand side are going to be pinned out by everybody. But right in the middle, very early on, Zarif and Prada beginning to pull out into their own clean wind, as was Paul Kayard.
Yeah, it was interesting on that start. I think yesterday we saw the sailors favoring one side of the starting line versus the other, and usually there is what we call a favored end of the line. But today they were pretty spread apart on the starting line, and it looked like most of the sailors did want to head to
also makes it a little
the
difficult
left side of
is
the course.
that the wind is so much lighter that to get up to speed it takes a little more time, and maybe because we've had so much more wind, these boats accelerate so much quicker. Today, it's going to be harder to get accelerated.
So we've got the Germans, Polgar and Koi, out on the right-hand side of the course. It looked, as we said, it looked like most of the boats did want to head to the left side, but they've got clean air, and they've got a nice lane. As you can see, the speed is pretty similar to the French boat, just to windward of them.
Yep.
These guys have raced together for years. They're confident in their speed, and they know that they can hang there.
Well, you know, I guess the other aspect is you want that lane, right? So, I mean, if you try to go into the left and you don't have that lane, it doesn't give you much options of what you can do. These guys, look, they're veterans of this place too, right? I mean, they've been here every single year, so they know that, you know, today's weather, we're going a little bit more to the right-hand side direction. We're about 130, 140 degrees. Maybe a little different. The current's going to be a little different.
And
nice
the Frenchmen tacking away. They didn't want to be that close to the Germans.
Oh, and you want to re-engage too. If you got a little gain going on the right side, you don't want to go too hard on the right. You want to get back to the group on the left. Stay there with them.
In sailing, we call that consolidation.
Exactly.
Polgar looking
you don't want to
over
get
his
too greedy.
shoulder. Johannes wondering when to go. The communication between helmsman and crew absolutely crucial here. It's a perfect day for sailing out in the Bahamas for the Star Sailors League final. And there is our live drone shot looking down. I'm not sure which boat that is.
I think that's Zabo.
I think it is Zabo as well.
Yeah, he's going off to the right side.
Defending champions, George Zabo with Eduardo Natucci. They won this event last year. Now it's getting lighter. It's going to play into his hands, George Zabo from San Diego, a maestro of light wind sailing. And we'll see how George gets on today. But here, the big guy, Marcus Coy, the crewman, just he's not fully hiked out. He's thinking about it. There he goes, full weight out.
Well, now it becomes probably a little tricky for the crews because you really got to be compact because it's an advantage to be over the side. It's faster. It keeps a little more pressure on the rig, the inertia with the boat. But you got to be crammed up, and especially a big guy like Coy.
Well, if we pull out live, we can see that quite a few boats are crossing ahead of the Germans, and perhaps that right-hand side is not paying off so well early on, but now the Germans coming into the Americans. Augie Diaz and Arnie Bolton's bound number 4 for an engagement. This is a starboard port tack
we got the
engagement.
classic.
We'll see what happens. We are on a long lens here.
Okay,
And
so you got
boom,
'em.
there, lee bow tack by Augie Diaz, beautifully done by the Americans. And let's see Coy, see if they can slide ahead. So a lot of engagement here at this stage, this early stage of the upwind leg.
Yeah, I think the Germans here, as well as George Zabo, they didn't have such a great start. Their only out was to go to the right-hand side, and I think we can see in the rankings right now, they're a little bit further down the list here, not exactly where they want to be, but we're just at the beginning of the race and they can work themselves up. And they've got some room over here on the right hand side, some clear air, but as the boats come across from the left, they're going to start to lose that lane.
And sometimes you have to win your side, so you want to try and make sure don't go start to the right and then go all the way back over to the left. That's where you lose. You got to sort of pick your side, race it, and win it.
Well, there we saw Polgar and Coy losing a little bit, having started out on the right. And if we go back to virtual, we can get a little bit of geography and see who is where. Grail and Diomeda with that terrible start, heading to the right-hand side. They wanted the committee boat, obviously, maybe a bit too much, but they are rolling the dice and hitting the right hand. And we can see Torben Grail there with Guillaume Diomeda right in our screen on that lilac boat. The furthest right up the track as they look up towards that top mark. And there is the overhead view from our live drone. Here's the same view from Virtual Eye, right in the middle. Mendelblatt and Fatih doing a great job. But overall, it's Zarif and Prada and hooray, the Kiwis!
The Kiwis
Sam
are looking good.
Meach and Craig Monk beginning to win this race. They've had an absolutely shocking regatta. They had breakages in day one. They had a shocker yesterday. They got caught on the mark. They had a best 8th place on race 4. And now look at them at the top of the leaderboard, playing their own game, hitting the deck running, firing off that start line.
But you also saw a lot of the teams fixing their rigs a little bit yesterday because they knew it was going to be lighter, so they got a little more into the technicalities of the game. And I know Meech and Monk actually did that too with their boat, so it's obviously paying off.
And you're looking right here at bout 21. That's Zarif and Prada from Brazil just tacking over, and they had a pretty rough day yesterday too.
Yeah.
We had 4 races. Their first 2 races were not great. They were down in the high teens, and then they broke their mast. So they had to sail in, and they have 2 did not finishes, which really took them out of the top 10. And they've got to come up with basically a top 5 finish, a couple of them today, in order to get back up into the qualifying, the finals.
But I mean, they know pressure. So Bruno's been there, and so has George. So I would expect them to actually get a little bit of a good day, just with the stress that they want to put on themselves.
Well, Virtual Eye giving us the Frenchmen, Rohart and Ponceau, as the overall leaders. But as you can see, there is absolutely nothing in it right across this line. A lot of boats right over on the left-hand side. Mendelblatt and Fatih, bow 17 there, just tacking over onto port, coming back into the game. And 21 there, George Zarif, Bruno Prada winning this event in 2013, the first ever, with Robert Scheid. And as we pull back, we can see it is so close.
Well, I think the French have to be going fast. So far, they're the only boat that's come out of the right-hand side and really got it up into the top 10, top 15. All the other boats that are on that side are still in the lower end of our fleet. And so they've just got to have speed.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have pressure out there today in the sense that we'll have nice little puffs, and you have to be able to catch those puffs, connect the dots, so to speak, because when you're going upwind, because just one little knot or half a knot more pressure in the sail will give you higher pointing ability and speed.
Well, it's fantastic to see such clear images and such focus and concentration on these sailors' faces. You can see Johannes Polgar, Yo-Yo Polgar there, helming away with big man Marcus Coy on his shoulder, and away they go. And coming through the screen, 89, Nick Thompson and Stevie Mitchell. Nick Thompson 6th in the laser class from Rio, with Steve Mitchell, his great crewman there, experienced star sailor. And these guys, VIP guests, we've got 5 laser sailers from the Rio Games, the podium.
The podium
gold,
showed,
silver and bronze medalist, plus Robert Scheid, who was 4th, and Nick Thompson, who was 6th. And there we are looking at Tom Burton, the gold medalist from Rio in the laser class. He is with Andrew Palfrey, known as Dog. And the reason that now I found out, I spoke to him this morning, I said, Andrew, why are you called Dog? Because he said when he was a kid, about 3 years old, he always had a dog with him. And he's one of the youngest of 8 children. And the name just stuck. And apparently his mum calls him Dog as well. So there he is, Dog and Burton, hammering away. They've changed up, they put a bit more power in their sails today. They've changed their rig, they've changed both their jib and their mainsail for the lighter breeze to get a bit more power, and they're changing their game plan as well. These guys didn't want to go to the pin end as they did yesterday, so they've gone more middling, more committee boat end to get a bit more space, and here they are powering up this leg, and they're doing a reasonable job so far. So there is Burton and Palfrey, our VIP guest, gold medalist in the laser. 16 medalist here, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And one of the things that the sailors have talked about is you kind of have to not think about who's on the race course. But once you start thinking about who's around you, especially for some of our rookies out there, you might give them a little extra room. If you see a legend sailing by, you give them a little extra room that you might not otherwise do.
Well, Jonas Ho Christensen, the great Dane, who silver medalist from the London Olympics, sailing with Stevie Milne. And the great Dane, remember, had that massive clash with Ben Ainsley at the London Games, and he had to do some penalty turns just after the start, which was terrible. He's 25th right now. He's last, but I think after the start he had an engagement and he had to do some turns, and that's why he's in that position. There's a lot to do.
He was down yesterday at 1.2. I mean, these guys, there's time to catch up. You know, you just have to keep trucking away every inch of the course, just not to give up. And then again, he's doing well. He's still very securely in the top 10.
Okay, so we're right under the top mark now, and wow, how close is that? We can get a little bit of geography. We can see Rohart and Ponceau steaming on the ley line towards that top mark, and that's going to look good for them. I think we're looking at who are we looking at there? It's hard to see. Croatians, yeah.
And we saw the second place boat, Zarif and Prada, are coming across from the left side of the course. You've got Rohart and Ponceau, who've been playing the right side of the course, and they're just about to connect here. That yellow line is what we call the lay line. That line indicates the straightest, quickest way to the first mark. And you just see right now what is supposed to be crossing lay line would be the Brazilians with the green on their jib.
Well, they're all threading their way through to hit the starboard tack to head round that top mark. And Louis Habib, you're out there on the camera boat. We are seeing a picture full of boats. How tight is this? Let's stay wide if we can, just so that we can see what is going in, and the boat's threading through. Over to you, Louis.
Yeah, well, we've got a slightly different angle for you this time, Digby. You're seeing, the boats actually rounding the mark from the back, as it were. And there you get a real idea of how close the racing is here. We had a lot of boats coming in on port, finding their little slots. A little bit of shouting, but all pretty well behaved. But, look at this fleet. There is no sag. This fleet is all together. That's the quality. That's the depth of the fleet.
Sailor is going to get bumped. He's about to hit that mark.
Yeah, no, the current's probably...
Yeah, there is a lot of action in that mark, as you just said, Digby. I mean, there's nowhere to go.
The Argentinian in absolute trouble right on that mark. Everyone's sailing around him. He's lost all his power, all his forward motion. This is a disaster. These guys had a stellar day. They're doing great overall, and now they're going to have to do their penalty turns, and we'll see them duck round and have to go around that mark again.
Seems to be a lot of current actually.
Yeah, as you say, it's like Piccadilly Junction at that mark, and the Argentinian, the young Argentinian Oleza, he was obviously caught out there. The good news for him is he's got a pretty low discard, so he's not going to jump too far down the rankings after this race if he has a bad one. We've got more turns going on.
Klaus Olesen also hitting that mark, also losing power, drifting onto the top mark. Absolute carnage at the top mark of race number 7 in the Star Sailors League. The Argentinian and Portuguese team trying to extricate themselves from a load of trouble as they see their race prospects just dwindle away and the entire fleet sail past them. What an absolute shocker, Jenny Tulloch.
Yeah, I mean, this is so sad because we know as well that they were 5th going into today, and Facundo is only 22. To see him in his first star regatta in 5th was such an exciting moment. And I think just to come out and have just such a shocker of a top mark running like that, they're going to be super bummed. But at the same point in time, I think that's going to make them even more fired up for the rest of the day. You know, we're probably about to see them do their turns here, but we know that the current is coming in, what it looks like to us, which actually means it's going out in the Bahamas. So it's coming down with the wind. It's pushing these guys into the top mark. And if you're not a local, if you haven't sailed here before, which I don't think the Argentinian skipper has at least, then you don't necessarily know that. He hadn't been one of the boats to get caught on the top mark yet. We'd seen a lot of them yesterday.
Yeah, and this boat's a lot heavier than what he's used to. And, the slop around the mark from all those boats, it got confused. And easy mistake to make here. Interesting tactics going on. We've got a split. We've got some early jibers led by Diego Negri. We have another lot going over to the right-hand side. Back to you with virtual. Probably tell us the real picture.
Well, thanks, Louis. Big dramas. Let's have a virtual eye replay of what happened at that top mark. There was so much going on in vision. We can see Oletza and Mello and Tyler. Look at them. They are just getting squeezed down and down and down.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the American
speed
going over them. The boat in front, the Germans are really trying to take they're losing momentum. The current, you can see, started pulling them down the course. And there's really not much option with the Swiss right behind them and the other Americans.
Little tack over, trying to get out of trouble.
And you
big
can't
shouts from the guys. Kayard coming in. Kayard would not have taken that very well.
No, and this is the type of situation. Now they're stuck on the mark, have to get around, and unfortunately the next boat comes around and pushes them back in the mark. So they actually hit the mark twice.
And here, just to the right, Merkelbach and Olesen also get into trouble. They had to do a late tack. They got stuck. Oletza and Mello having to do turns, and then Merkelbach and Olesen having to do turns, and then Oletza and Mello in trouble again, engaging.
Well, it's
with
unfortunately
the
because the
Germans.
Germans
Nightmare.
They don't have the rights anymore. But then the Argentinians get forced down. They hit the mark actually twice, so they probably had to do another turn. They didn't. They'll probably get DSQ'd out of this race. But it's one race. So they still have a pretty
They're
good
only
score.
dropping a 13 at this point, and 13 is a pretty good result
Yeah,
in this
that's a
fleet.
keeper for some
It is.
for some of these guys. So they'll be okay. But again, comes into the psyche of the whole game. Can they keep it together? They just got to keep calm, keep racing, stay focused, put in another good day.
Well, now that's interesting. We're seeing the tracks. We're still we're coming up to the live speed now. We're seeing the tracks as they head downwind. Very different strategies. Mendelblatt and Fatih taking the right-hand track. Rohard and Ponso trying to get into a bit of clean air with Zarif and Prada. The Croatians, Fantella and Arapovic going far left.
This is the most spread I think we've seen the fleet downwind with
Yep.
so many different angles. People, before some would go down one side, some would down the other, but they're really spread really far apart, which will also make our lured mark rounding very interesting.
Well, and you want today. You really want clear air. You want your own lane to be able to come up into the waves if you want. Again, today, because it's spread 6 knots, 7 knots, you're going to want to have a higher angle. So a clear lane is key.
Well, Shime Fantella, the 470 gold medalist from Rio, just on the helm there. He's one of our VIP guests, sailing with Antonio Arapovic. What are you saying, Jen?
I'm just saying that they're in 6th place. That's okay. I'm
Kathleen,
Kathleen's
sorry.
blondes. We're all the same. Baho 96, they're in 6th
You're
place.
poking stuff at me.
They had a very good rounding. I think they were able to gain some distance, stay
some clear
out of
air,
the mix
stay in the
there. I
mix.
mean, that was the key to that mark rounding, was to get around people. But a lot of that you can see setting up long before the mark, and you've got to know how to get out of it, go around. Sometimes going around is more distance,
Yep.
but it's never fast to be stuck on a mark or another boat.
No,
These guys
exactly.
did a great job there.
And plus, you just get some straight line speed, keep going. I like the way the technique, you got the crossing of the pole there, trying to keep it going. You don't want to be that aggressive with your pumps. You want to sort of keep it to a minimum, keep the sail full. These guys, and it's interesting, if you just watch the feet, there's just little feet movement. You can feel the boat under your feet as a crew. You can feel how things accelerate a little bit, and this guy's doing a great job.
Antonio Arapovic sailing with Shime Fantella, the Croatians, doing a great job so far.
Nice combination.
They're one of our lighter teams out here. Shime is a 470 skipper, and they tend to be a lot lighter. He's, I think, only about 145 pounds,
If
probably
that.
our lightest
If
skipper
that.
here. And so with this lighter breeze, they should be going fairly well downwind.
Yeah, and he's got some good technique. And there's so much more. I mean, imagine how much more power is in this mainsail than that little 470 he's usually sailing along. So he really has a good feel. I mean, what is he, gold medalist? Right?
Gold medalist,
So,
2 times
the
world
guy
champion.
knows his stuff, right? So
He
right
does know
now
his stuff.
he's just feeling it. He's got a nice sort of launch up ahead here. Keeps it going, clear air. Nice job.
Coming from Rio, as many of these athletes are, he's going to be at peak physical condition, peak fitness. And Paul Cahard was blogging away, just saying he was absolutely broken.
Well,
after
Father, I mean, look, 4 races. I mean, we
yesterday.
were tired just commentating on the whole thing for 4 hours. Imagine you're out there in the heat. I mean, it's
getting
it's
dehydrated
tough.
as well.
Huge.
Taylor Canfield bumped into him. He
Yeah.
said he's lost 3 kilos just in a day.
Oh,
and that's
totally.
dehydration.
Totally. Caleb
Okay, we've
Payne.
got Caleb Payne from the United States. He is our bronze medalist in the Finn. Very young sailor from San Diego. This is not his first SSL event, but it is his first SSL final. He sailed in our Lake Grand Slam in Switzerland 2 years ago with Ian Coleman, his crew, a longtime Olympic campaigner in the class. And he hasn't had a great start to the regatta, but this is a very good race for him.
Well, and
right there.
we're on to the Italians, Diego Negri, Sergio Lambertenghi, who have started this regatta superbly. We're into day 3 of the 5-day regatta. Of 25 teams, the top 10 will go through on Saturday.
Well, I wanted to say that a little bit this morning, but man, you're going to see a shake-up of the results today, I'm sure. Even just looking at this one, you can see Kling is up there, Meach, Monk, Rohart. All these guys are going to do a real shake-up and move up, and so we have a great day tomorrow.
Well, look at this course. It's really skewed virtually. We're looking at the lead line as they approach the bottom gate. They're going to do 2 laps. They're at the end of their first lap, and the streaks are showing us their lines as they compress into the bottom gate. Very big spread, Kathleen.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You've got some of these leaders over here. See the bottom of the screen. Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi. They're at the very bottom of the pack, all the way over on the left-hand side. That's telling us that the right-hand side of the course right now, downwind, is slightly favored. There might be a shift coming into this last mark. If there is, they could pass some boats.
So this bunch here are on the money, Tyler.
Well, I guess one of the big things that we don't talk about too much is that when you get halfway down the mark or down the lane, you want to start thinking, how are you going to come into this gate? Because if you wait too long, you're stuck in the middle, then all of a sudden you get stuck outside. So you can see these guys will push a little bit more to the outside, whether it's right or left, like the Italians are going a little more on the right side. These guys on the left, and as you come in, you just got to start picking your spot.
Well, Polgar and Coy, furthest top of our screen, Rohart and Ponso in the middle, looking fairly nice as they come into that bottom gate. And so they've got a bit of a choice, the Frenchmen. They can probably choose left or right, depending on which way they want to go upwind.
Well, I mean, again, now you're starting to think of your tactics. What are we going to do upwind? Which side of the course do I want to go on? Because if you take the wrong gate and you get pinned to the right when you want to go left, it's going to frustrate you. So you really have to start making your decisions now about where you want to go on the next leg.
Now, I noticed that our leaders in that first race, Zarif and Prada from Brazil, they are over slightly on the left side downwind. And also with Rohart and Ponceau, they've lost quite a bit. They had a fairly nice lead, not a huge lead, but our teams like Polgar and Coy, Diaz and Baltons and Mendelblatt have favored the right hand side downwind and gained quite a bit.
Yeah, and they could probably have a nicer angle into the mark. They can probably heat it up a little bit, whereas when you sort of stuck in the middle, you kind of try and go dead downwind, and that's not always the fastest way to the mark speed-wise.
Well, bottom left of our screen, Fantella and Arapovic, they're looking tasty as they come in. They're going to have a choice of which way to go round. So let's go back to some of our live shots and join Louis and Jenny out there to talk us through the mark rounding. And away they go, first boat just about around that mark, Louis.
Yes, Jimmy Fantella and Antonija Arapovic from Croatia.
Arapovic, I think.
Yeah, Shimmy only weighs about 70 kilos, so maybe this light air suits him. 470 gold medalist. I mean, you know, what a sailor this guy is from Croatia. Lovely guy as well. Great to see him up the front, Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, he said he was excited to be here. He was happy to be here, and he hoped that the forecast wasn't as windy at the beginning of the week as it was calling for. And I think, as you say, they are quite a light team. They're probably really excited to have lighter days like today and what tomorrow's meant to be. So it's good to see them out front like that. And then, of course, you've got veterans, Xavier Rohart rounding second there. French team leading the series right now. That's why they have that number 1 on their bow. And then the guys... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's not Robert Scheidt. That's 21, which is George Zarif in third.
There we go. Nice to see George Zarif back. They actually they bust their rig yesterday, Zarif and Prada. Great to see them back out there. Hey, look at the Croatian speed. They are motoring. They have their mojo running, the Croatians. They look very quick on the water. And Rohart and Ponceau after them, and as you say, Zarif and Prada afterwards. Still very, very flat out here. And we're just about to see the peloton come in. That's where we're going to see a hell of a lot of changes.
Taylor Canfield, it's great to see them. Bow 88, Taylor Canfield heading round
third yesterday.
Just ahead of Paul Coward. So Paul Coward out of the blocks today, having a much better day, Jenny.
Well, they also got a third yesterday, you know, so they had at some point a decent race. I know they were really excited about it. In fact, we're putting GoPros on some of the boats, and Mark Struby came in with their own personal GoPro and said, hey, I don't know if you guys want any of our footage.
Cool.
So, yeah, really cool. I think it's good for them to be that excited. It's good to see a match racer like Taylor step into a star and pull off a couple good races.
Yeah, and Taylor was saying he loves it sloppy and light. I'm talking about the sea conditions and the weather conditions here. He did say with a bit of a chuckle, but he does like sloppy sea state. Might get that a bit later on, and the light. But they were full of great humour this morning, weren't they, Struby and Taylor?
Well, here's Jochen Schumann, bow 99. In the mix, nearest our camera, always wearing that little cap, and what a legend. And let's see what kind of day he has, Jenny.
Well, you know, we know that he's had 2 really tough days already, so to see him in the mix, hopefully that means maybe they've gotten their boat speed a little bit better sorted, maybe they've gotten their tactics a little bit better sorted. I mean, it's definitely not the same kind of sailing as the last 2 mornings. It was much windier the last 2 mornings, so maybe he prefers the light air today instead.
Yeah, and Schumann's the kind of guy, if it's going wrong, he finds out why and he puts it right. You know, he fixes the problem. He forgets about what happened yesterday, fixes the problem. Looks like he's fixed the problem today, Jenny.
Well, let's hope so. I think it's just good. Yeah, it's good to see the ability to bounce back, the ability to reset overnight, think through. It's a whole new day. It's a whole new world. We have at least 3 races, if not maybe 4 races today, so they're going to all be fired up.
Yeah, I think back to you in the studio. It's a big split in the fleet. What's Virtual showing on the gains and losses?
Thanks, Louis and Jenny. Well, let's cut to virtual and see. Look at that. A lot of guys going right now, which is interesting, Kathleen.
Yeah, if you noticed, we didn't see it on the screen, but we had some of our top teams, Diaz and Baltans and Mark Mendelblatt, go around the other gate mark, and they're going up the left-hand side of the course. And right now, looking at the screen, you can see that the angles designated by the line behind their boats is not that high as compared to the boats who've gone up the right side of the course. That can be two things. It can be pressure, meaning more wind, or it could just mean that their wind is a slightly different angle there. So right now, they're not going the shortest distance to the mark.
Very good. So if we look at on the left, Diaz and Baltans, Mendelblatt and Fatih just getting bent away, getting knocked. They're taking a knock. The guys on the right getting a lift, and that is looking really good for the guys on the right.
It looks like the wind's gone just a little bit
Ponso,
left.
Vantella and Adapovic, Tyler.
Yeah, well, it looks like the wind's gone just a little bit left, but again, the angle of the waves could be that they have to be a little more footing just so they get a little more power to punch through that stuff with the light breeze.
Okay, Americans George Szabo and Italian Eduardo Natucci, they had a really rough start.
Yeah.
They're starting to climb their way a little bit back through the fleet. George is known as a specialist in this light air. It's not that light right now. It's about 9 knots at the start of this race, and George probably would prefer 5, 4, 7. Right now, it's kind of almost a hero breeze. Everybody has the ability to sail well in this
Well,
breeze.
you'll see that actually, you can see a lot of the conversation going on, just talking a little bit about the tactics. What are the other boats doing? Where are they going? What's the compass bearing saying? You got to feed as a crew. You're feeding that information to the skipper just to give them the whole outlook of what's going on in the race course, so they can see it in their head and make a proper decision.
Well, in that frame, Kayard and Revkin right next to Szabo and Natucci, so two American crews almost neck and neck heading upwind. And I know, Tyler, that the teams do talk to each other as well, and they say, look, you can go ahead or you can do this, and you know, they kind of come to some sort of negotiations as well on the water, which is fascinating.
Well, you don't want to ruin anything in your race. You got to be, you know, if you're always being the aggressive guy out there and you're not making friends, it doesn't make good for when all of a sudden the sticky situation happens. So there is a lot of camaraderie, but again, you know, they talk to each other because maybe I want to go left and you're coming to the right side. I'm just going to let you go even though I'm on starboard.
Well, we are now looking at Paul Kayard with Josh Revkin, the youngster. Paul Kayard, he's a round the world winner, America's Cup campaigner, 7 America's Cup campaigns, an absolute legend in the sport, a huge fan of the Starboat as well. Yeah. And he had a tough day yesterday, but I think he's loving it right now. And we're talking now about Nick Thompson, helming.
Yeah,
Nick, laser specialist, 6th in Rio, a VIP guest, and I should explain, I'm sure you may know already, but the top 12 from the Star Sailors League get an invite they qualify to come to the final, and then the rest are invitees, VIP guests from World Match Racing, from laser sailing, from 470 sailing, from fin sailing, from you name it. We'll try and bring them in from ocean racing, and it's very unusual to have this type of mix of sailors bashing away on the same racetrack in the same boats.
I think what's important to say is that those sailors that are new to the Star boat, they're put on a boat with one of our best Star crews. We just saw Paul Kayard. He's sailing with a 26-year-old. This 26-year-old, Josh Revkin from the United States, also has already won the Western Hemispheres as a crew. Just won the North Americans about a month ago. Yeah. So these new skippers, like Thompson, are very welcome.
Well, and that's the key, is to give them somebody good.
Well, Steve Mitchell crewing for Nick Thompson, and Steve actually crewed for Ian Williams last year, the World Match Racing champ. And Ian was saying that these guys, you know, new to start, obviously have incredible amounts of skill, but his job is to make sure that the mechanics run, and he minimises how much they have to learn, and he makes it easy as possible for the likes of Ian Williams and Nick Thompson to jump in this boat and make it go fast and take it to some of the world talents in the Star, such as Jochen Schumann.
Well, it looks like the right-hand side has fallen out a little bit. We see Kayard and Revkin, they've fallen down a few spots, and their angle's not looking as good right now as it was about 2 minutes ago.
No, I think it's also, you don't want to stay, I don't think you want to be right in the middle, but you got to play the shifts as it comes out there. Again, like I said earlier, connect the dots with the breeze. Got a little bit of guys hanging over the side nicely.
Vantella, Antonio Adapovic, our Croatians who are having a super race, number 7 in the lead.
Yeah, and these guys for sure, the rich are going to get richer when you go in a situation like this. Keep the boat between you, the mark, and your competition. Maintain your good result. climb up the leaderboard.
Well, Šime's been in his 470s for 15 years, you know, half his life. He's from Zadar in Croatia, gold medalist in Rio with Igor Maranic. And here they go, hammering away in race 7. You can see that focus on the helmsman's eyes as he looks around the racetrack. He's getting information from his crew, Antonio, and a real class act, and just showing that our VIP guests can nail it here in the Star.
Yeah, he has an incredible record, which should give him an awful lot of confidence. He has been placed in the top 3 in the 470 World Championship for about the last 5-6 years. That is an incredible record. I don't know anybody who's done that in really any Olympic class. But he's showing on this race course that he can also perform in the Star. Right now he's in 10th place, so just at that cutoff point, and he's doing incredibly well on this race. He's managed to work his way up to the top position.
Yeah, no, he's doing a great job here. Watching him go through the waves, keeping the boat going through the water. I mean, it does look bumpy out there. Got to keep the momentum going.
Okay, so leading this race, the Croatians Fantella and Adapovic, with Rohard and Ponceau, the City Grand Slam winners, are here, all guns blazing in that top 10, having a good regatta so far. Great to see Augie Diaz from Miami up in the 3rd position with Arnie Boltins. Then the Americans, Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Farty, the winners in 2014, 2 years ago. They didn't do last year. They were Mark was busy with an Olympic campaign in the NACRA with his lovely wife. And here's George Zarif in 5th with Bruno Prada. Bruno, one of the best crews of the Star all-time great. He's been the #1 Star crew for 180 weeks, which is a record in our 4-year history, and he's a class act, a medalist with Robert Scheid, of course, and he is now sailing with his Brazilian countryman George Zarif, a Finn sailor who did so well last year in the Star Sailors League.
KR'd again.
And then we're back with 19. That's not, that is Tonchi Stepanovic.
Okay.
With
Well, I think, you know,
Sičić.
looking at these results as we go through the race, this is exactly what we want as far as the competition goes. We're switching the leaderboard. A lot of the guys that haven't been at the top are now at the top, and the ones that are leading are down at the bottom. So it should really shake up, and I think that's going to be great for the competition.
Yeah, right now Robert Scheid, our leader going in today, is sitting in 20th place. We barely even saw him at that crazy mark rounding. And the Italians have worked their way back up into 16th place, but they were not doing well at that first mark either.
Yeah, still, you just want to get those 14, 15, 16 guys a little bit closer, so we have a spectacular day tomorrow, but still a lot to go today.
Okay, well, we're more than halfway up the 2nd lap of race number 7. We've got this virtual eye view right over the racetrack, and we can suddenly see as we spin round that the right hand is favouring, and that was probably, as you said earlier, Tyler, a big old shift.
Well, look, and I think there's probably more pressure, a little bit more pressure over there, but the guys just seem to be favoring that right-hand side. It's still quite spread out a little bit here. You can see through the tracker there's a lot of boats in different spots, and it'll be interesting to see how we get up into the cone, how everything affects the tactics. And if you're too far over on the ley line, man, it doesn't give you a lot of room to sort of spread out.
But also, if you're too far over the ley line here, as long as you don't have too many boats tacking close in front of you, we saw so many people piling up. It might be a little bit more favored to keep out of the traffic and be a little bit more to windward coming to that ley line.
Well, if we could go back to Louis Habib on the committee boat. Louis, we're looking at Xavier Rohard and Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. They are down the barrel, as we say, right down our lens. Are they actually on the ley line to that top mark?
I would say that, yes, they are on the ley line for the top mark. We have seen what looks like a very big wind shift, and we've got a lot of boats coming in, reaching from the right-hand side. There's a lot of cloud over the Providence Island. I'd say they're just about making it at the moment. It'd be very tight, but I'd say just about making it. Do you want any more diggers?
No, that's cool. That's cool. Sorry, we're now looking at virtual eye, and we can see Rohard and Ponceau, Fantella, Adapovic mathematically above the ley line, but of course the wind is shifting around, and the wind is not dialed into those two yellow ley lines.
And the current played a big factor, as we saw with the Argentinians, that you may think you're on, but if you're still a quarter mile out from the mark, you're still going to go down. So a lot of game to play, even though we're at 25% of the cone left.
And you can see it looks a little bit lighter here. The wind has actually decreased from 9 knots at the start to about 5.2 knots now. They've got to, what we say in sailing, shift gears. They're going to change their rig a little bit. They're going to have to change their position on the boat. And it's also a mental shift as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to get hotter. You have to be more cat-like on the boat. They might even take down the Oscar flag, depending on what happens up in the
That
top
is the
mark.
flag that allows them to pump and rock
So all of a
downwind.
sudden the rules change, and some guys, if you don't pay attention to the rules, the jury's going to be coming in a little too much pumping, and you get a flag. That's not going to help your situation.
Well, it's going to get tight again at the top. The guys on the right hand of Virtual, they'll be tacking in, and here are the race leaders, Fantella and Adapovic. Adapovic really leaning out there, the concentration. Fantella just hanging on to the shroud.
Well, a lot of times what you want to do with these guys is you feel the rig a lot more when you hold the backstays. So it gives you that little bit of tension. Sometimes the other guys are going to be holding on sometimes to the lower backstay. It gives you a little bit more pointability. You can feel that lower part of the sail in a lot easier. So if you watch Robert, we get a scene like that, or any of the top guys, their hands are a lot of times just on the rig, just to feel it.
And you can see the crew, Arapovich there, he was moving his body fore and aft in the waves. It helps the bow get through the waves, and we call that ooching
Yeah,
sound.
you don't want to be bouncing, and the jib sheet in his hand, you want to make sure that thing's not tangled. You want to be able to let it out as soon as you get around the mark here, keep the boat flat, and just trying to extend.
Okay, so Croatians heading around that top mark first on that tiny little dogleg to the spreader, getting ready for the downwind set.
Yeah, there's all these little adjustments. Get the lower backstay off, get the jib sheets all untangled, ready to go, get the pole ready. Nice lead here for sure. It's going to give him a chance to extend, pick his lane. I believe he went a little bit more to the outside edge here on the first wave.
You can see right there, there's some more waves, and those are waves that are actually created by some of our media boats out there, power boats, jury boats, and they're getting around and not too much traffic. But when this next pack comes in, you're going to start to see even more waves, and their speed and driving the boat is going to be a lot harder for this next pack.
No, exactly. And then we see Mendeblack coming out, so he's probably one of the top boats of the result board that are leading this pack. So this is going to make a huge difference for the overall.
Followed by Taylor Canfield, the match racer, in good shape here, with Jonas Polgar, Marcus Coy heading round, and then just behind them George Zarif with Bruno Prada from Brazil. So the young Brazilian George Zarif on the helm with the red cap, with the most experienced crew, Bruno Prada, the Roger Federer of sailing, in a good shape here.
Coming around.
And there's Paul Kayard, Josh Revkin, just beautifully ducking under that boom, very low boom. And they're looking, there was a whistle I heard from somebody, so perhaps there's a
I bet you
going.
that's the Oscar flag coming down, I bet. Letting them all know.
The Oscar flag coming down would indicate that the breeze has dropped enough that they're no longer allowed to do kinetics downwind.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
the skipper pumping the main sheet, the crew on the deck rocking the boat, and you're probably going to see a lot calmer boats.
A lot less movement.
The masts aren't going to be rocking as much this time.
That's going to change the game hugely.
Well, I don't think it's going to be an effective thing to do, hardcore pumping, but you do have to be careful. You just don't do too much. They're going to be watching the top of the mast to see how much it's going side to side.
They will continue to pump.
Yep.
They do it within the rules, and the idea is pump, do it efficiently, gain speed, and kind of hope the judges don't see you do it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Another job you're going to have as the crew is, where is the jury?
Yeah.
Well, Sergio
You don't want to do that.
Lambertenghi, Diego Negri, the Italians, just behind Staniek and Klein, the Germans, who had a bit of a shocker yesterday. They were out with some damage and looking pretty miserable at the club last night when they all came in. But here's Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning coming round near the back of the pack. So not a great race for the great Brazilian with Henry Björning.
Well, we can't count them on, obviously, but they can afford to have a bad race at this point.
Oh, well, no kidding. I mean,
the worst score right now is a 7th, and most other boats are carrying 13s, and the majority of them are carrying results in the 20th. And with a 7th place is definitely a keeper. I wouldn't be surprised if we can see Robert get up into the high teens.
Yeah, well, that's the beautiful thing about Robert. He is such a competitor that doesn't matter where he is in the race course. He wants to gain, and I bet you he will. He's always so good. Now it's going to be all about the smoothness of the skipper, being able to feel that boat go through the waves.
While Jochen Schumann with Ingo Borkowski, great friends from Germany.
Well, he sailed Solings, I believe, with Joachim.
He has an Olympic medal.
There. So I mean, these guys.
Olympic medal together.
Yeah. So there's a tremendous amount of history, and I remember talking to Joachim. It was like he specifically picked Ingo because he knew that he sailed with Pickle, another German sailor in the Olympics and Star, so he could get him to speed real quick.
Okay, and another German team, Dr. Hubert Merkelbach, Klaus Olsson, the two doctors, not having a brilliant regatta, but they qualified through the Star Sailors League to be here, and you see them smiling all day, every day at the club.
Well, they could be in northern Germany or Denmark. It's raining, it's cold, maybe a little sleet, a little snow. You know, it's not fun to be in the back of the pack, but to sail a starboat out in Nassau, it's always fun.
Well, Hubert Merkelbach, a great lake sailor, and when we have a SSL Grand Slam on the lake, there he is. He's up in the top 10, and that's the magic of the Star Sailors League. The whole idea is to have different conditions for different styles of sailor. So we had a City Grand Slam earlier this year, which was rather cool. You're saying, Tyler?
Well, I bet you he's our amateur, right? He's probably the purest of amateurs on this fleet. Everybody else is a pro. This guy, he does for fun, as does Klaus. So I mean, it's interesting to see how these guys come in. To the amateurs, you know, you got the amateur basketball player playing the NBA. It's going to be tough to get a few baskets. But these guys, I wouldn't count them out the other day.
He's an amateur. He hasn't done an Olympic campaign in quite a long time. I believe he might have spent some time in the 470.
He's running a medical practice,
Correct.
you know, as is Klaus, his crew. You know, two doctors in the team.
He is on the circuit, though. We see him in Miami every winter. We see him at the Eastern Hemisphere Championships, so he does get around.
So as we virtually fly from the back of the fleet, we can see Zbogar and Beric, the Hungarian, with Vasily Zbogar, who had a stellar day yesterday, doing super well. Payne and Coleman down there. Monin, the Swiss match racer. Scheid and Björning in the middle of the pack there, while they're 20th. And to move forward, Zebo and Tucci looking pretty tasty as they come downwind. But at the front, it is still the Croatians, Svantela and Adapovic, followed by Frenchmen Rohard and Ponceau.
Now, something interesting here is just what we're looking at. Oletza is going on the far left-hand side of the course downwind, and he was able to actually go down that side of the course because he was one of the last boats rounding. Normally, you can't jibe right away around the mark because there's so many boats coming around. There's really bad air. There's tons of waves. So even though that might be something you want to strategically do to break free the rest of the pack, he was able to do it because he was all the way on that side.
Quite cool, Tyler. There's a lot of chit-chat going on just there before that jibe. They were looking behind them, trying to figure out what the breeze is doing.
Oh, no.
Looks like they got a flag, a penalty.
Oh, right, okay.
He might not have seen the flag, and the judges might have seen some pumping that was beyond the legal limits.
Oh, dear. All right. It's not all going
Learning
that way.
curve is going to be steep on a day like today.
Little shake of the head there.
Well, the good news is he's over on that side all by himself. He's going to have some clean air.
Well, you know what? I also think he didn't do enough turns, and I don't know how that's going to affect the day. But
you mean at the mark rounding?
On the mark round, he hit the mark, and then all of a sudden he hit it again. Not his fault because he was close to it, but because the German pushed him into it. So all of a sudden there's another turn that you have to decide whether you're doing it. So you know what? I think this is just one of these races where these guys are going to say, okay, I learned a lot.
Yep.
I got to refocus, get it back, and let's look another one.
But he's also one of our most consistent sailors. He hasn't won a race yet. He's been very close. But I think his worst race is a 13, and so he can't afford it.
That's a keeper. Yeah, we talked about that.
He can't afford to have too many more races like this, but he should be able to give him some calm in his head that this is okay.
22 years old?
22 and his crew is 29.
The youngsters, the young guns. Here they go.
That'll be interesting to see. You're going to see a lot of difference in the crews. Crews are actually going to be to leeward now, because I think I do believe
to leeward would be the low side, the side with the sail.
Low side of the boat. Now you're going to heat up. You're going to be a little more of a reach angle than a dead downwind angle, where you want to heel the boat to leeward, like you said, and that's going to give you a little more speed.
Okay, well that's seen them pushed to the back of the bus as they head downwind towards the finish. Oletza and Mello out of this race, but certainly not out of the championship.
No.
We're in day 3 of our 5-day championship. We're going to have 3 races today. This is our first one, race number 7 of the Star Sailors League final. And there's a lot of sailing for today and tomorrow. Then of course on Saturday, the top 10 go through to the quarters, the semis and the finals to divvy up the major chunk of the $200,000 prize money fund. Big in sailing, very unusual in fleet racing. This whole format is unusual and unique to fleet race sailing. Almost on a par with the match racing concept. but really it's the tennis ATP Tour concept that we're using with Grand Slams in the city, on the lake, and at sea here in the finals in the beautiful Bahamas.
We've got the Germans Polgar and Coy, a long-time team here in the star class. They spend a lot of time on the lakes. They've got a great sailing circuit in Germany where the different cities race against one another, and Yo-Yo Johannes is involved in that. Just to windward of them, we've got George Szabo. And now these are the conditions where George can really turn on the jets.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, you can see the different position of the crews now. They're starting to stay low. They're trying to get the weight forward, get the back of the boat out of the water, drive the bow down, keep the speed. And you can see as Dodo, he's just sort of hanging on to the side of the boat because it does get slippery up there. One bad little pump, and you could. I mean, you've seen guys slip off. Oh, now they're looking for a jibe.
Just moving back.
It'll be nice to see. Watch.
Pole.
He's going to drive the jib, and then he's just going to put his weight way out. Ready, and pull over. Hang on to the mast. Wait for the main to come over as it fills. Right there you go. Boom, and then you're going to put a little bit of a speed squirt.
Well, the thing is, those expert crews make it look so simple. These are really big guys on the bow.
Yep.
A slippery bow of a big boat rocking back and forth. And in this breeze, it's really important, as we said before, to be very cat-like, very ballerina-like.
Well, it's like
you
those
just saw
girls
him.
on the balance beam in gymnastics. It looks so easy to do the triple flips. Well, these
I've done that,
guys.
Tyler. What are you
There you go. Well, this is what it's like on the front of that boat on a day like today.
Well, these guys in 11th in race number 7, trying to keep a top 10 result, heading down towards the finish line.
Well, they're very close too. You can see on the tracker. I mean, there's only a few meters between them and Meech and Staniak coming in. So it's going to be. I think as you start to compress right now too, is also you want to keep that clear air as you come into the finish line. The finish line is going to be extremely small. It's not going to be more than maybe 2 boat lengths long. So there's not much in it. But you got to get that right angle and come in on right tack.
I think that fight for 4th, 5th, 7th to the 15th, they're going to be so tight as they cross that finish line.
Yesterday we had a lot more breeze, and we saw some of the skippers give a big pump and a big rock to the boat that just propelled them just 1 more meter in front of other boats as they were coming across the finish line. Today at the finish, they can't do that. If anybody sees it, well, number 1, they probably won't gain as much, and number 2, it's illegal. So you're going to see them be very calm, and they have to resist that urge to kind of pump and rock the boat just to inch ahead of the boat next to them.
Well, and you have to get to know your jury a little bit. I mean, you can see here these guys are doing the minimal of pumping, so you can still do it. There's still a technique involved in getting the little bit of breeze coming in. It's just you can't go through the wind. The mast can't go back and forth through the center line. It's got to stay to one side of the boat and just go a little bit of pump each time.
Well, pretty cool. It's a totally different game today than day 1, which was extremely windy and reasonably windy yesterday, and now a little lighter. They're doing 4 knots or so, 4.5 knots downwind. Not allowed to use the kinetic energy, the rocking and pumping, changing the game, giving a mix-up to our overall leaderboard. We're seeing Shive down the pack a little bit, some of these guys up front. But what a great result for Shime Pantella and Antonio Adapovic as they approach the finish line for their first race win in the Star Sailors League final here in the Bahamas. And
here you go for another jibe, it looks like.
1 quick jibe, meters away from the finish line.
Give it a little bit of a heel, then he's just going to hang as far out as he can, hanging on to the lower.
The Frenchman in 2nd place.
And you can, of course, you can have a little different technique when you have the size of the skipper.
Well, if we move left, Adam, we'll see the finish line and the.
And it's not easy for these guys when you have someone like.
About to cross the line as they come in. They've jibed as well. Here we go.
Really kick that leg out. See, you got to get a little more. I mean, a little more of a heel. I mean, but this is the inexperience, right? I mean, it took us how many years to develop our techniques as actual star crews coming in for your first weekend and 4 days of sailing. You're not going to get all the techniques right down, but I mean, these guys obviously doing real well if they're going to be able to get the bullet right here. Little twist on the uppers here. There you go. A little bit of an adjustment, and it's probably really freaky when you start putting that mast way forward because those hold the mast back, but you can really tilt it forward. These guys can probably give it a little bit more of a forward heel on that mast.
Well, fairly clear for the first, second boats there. Diaz and Bolton, Mendelblatt and Farty, third and fourth. Then it's going to be really tight as that little pack condenses and squishes across that finish line. But what a great victory for Shimei, Fantella, and Antonio Adapovic, the Croatians.
I think that's really helped them secure a place up. And we can't say they're going to be in the top 10, but definitely for today, it's going to be...
No, but it's going to be interesting. We'll look at the overall results, but I mean, this is just exactly what I was sort of thinking was going to happen. Is you're going to see the younger, less experienced guys have more ability to stay within the pack.
Good result for Rohart and Ponceau, our French crew, our only French team here this week at the SSL Finals. Into the finish of race number 7, Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins just being chased by Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Fatih. Third overall, Mendelblatt and Fatih into day 3. So that's a good result for Mendelblatt and Fatih there at 4.
Yeah, they're going to be really happy with that. Looking back at Robert Scheidt and Diego Negri, who are more towards the back of the fleet, that's going to be a big difference in the scores at the end of today.
Yeah, well, it should launch them right up to the lead.
As Taylor Canfield, the match racer,
is Mark Struby swimming there in the bow?
Followed by George Arif, Bruno Prada. Wow, I don't know if they got pipped by Bulgar and Coy on that finish line. And then bow 11, Paul Kayard with Josh Redkin.
I think it was the Brazilians that got that.
Yeah, you can hear the race committees. Yeah, the
Here's
results.
the defending champion, George Szabo, with Eduardo Natucci. A competent performance.
He can be happy with that. He did not have a great start, and it was not looking good at the first upwind leg, but he pulled through.
No, again, a lot of those things is even though you're going on the wrong side, not to come out, but if you just win your side, usually you're staying in the scene.
And here are the Kiwis, Sam Meach with Craig Monk. Craig, 2 times America's Cup winner. Sam, the bronze medalist in the laser from Rio. A great Kiwi New Zealand team there.
Second top 10.
Had shocking first 2 days. They had an 8th position in the final race yesterday, and this is a great result for them. Coming out with confidence.
Oh, look at this. Wow. It's going to be really tough looking at what happens is if you're going in the middle, you have no breeze, you also don't have room to steer.
Wow, Nick Thompson through ahead of Matthias Kuznidovic. The Poles, Grail in bow number 9, just squeezing ahead.
Well, that's a good comeback, I think, what he did at the start.
And then Robert Staniak with Fritjof Clean, the world champions in 2014 in Star.
The Croatians just eluded them.
And then Robert Scheidt coming through with Henry Björning just ahead of the Dane, the Great Dane. Bo Christensen with Stevie Mill.
So now he has to probably keep his 16. Okay.
Vasily Zbogar with Zombo Barec, the Slovenian-Hungarian team, ahead of Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertenghi, favourites for this event. And Tom Burton and Andrew Dog Palfrey sliding through the line there. Just ahead of Eric Monin, the Swiss match racer, with Pascal Rambaud, and then Caleb Payne and Ian Coleman. So, Louis, wind just easing off a little bit as the back markers come through the finish line, but decent first race here for the day, Louis.
A decent first race, Digby, and a big shake-up. Haven't got the full maths here, but I make that Mendelblatt is now leading this regatta, and I would say it's been a very good race for Szabo and Natucci, and also obviously Fantella and Aprovic trying to get into that top 10. So you'll have all the maths, but I reckon we've got a new Star Sailors League leader. And I think things are getting really crunchy around that drop zone, Digby. So we're just seeing the last few of the boats finish. I think we're all finished now. There's no sign of any movement by the committee boat, but we certainly have no top mark at the moment. So they're looking like moving the course.
Brilliant.
Back to you in the studio,
Thank
Diggers.
You, sorry to chop in. I think on our mic we have Shimei Fantella from Croatia, race winner of number 7 race. Shimei, Super 470 crew gold medalist. Great result. How did you win that? And Shimei, I beg your pardon, just hold the microphone up The handheld mic, Shimei. The handheld mic in the bag. Beg your pardon. We're having a private conversation there amongst us.
That's okay, that's good. You can read his lip. I think he's saying a fantastic day. I knew I was going to do this well today. I had planned it.
Handheld mic, Shimei.
Yay!
Ah, in the bag! Woohoo! Gold medalist, you know, good at sailing. But fair enough. Cool, well done, mate.
Is it on?
Hey, so Shimei, I was going to ask,
on.
just what was the winning strategy there for you in that race?
We managed to have a good start and had a good strategy to go to the right side. So everything worked out well, the speed was good, we had a bit of fight with Xavier Ojar, but we managed to keep the lead and feels great, what can I say?
So Shimei, it's these conditions, they're very different from the first 2 days. Is this better for you?
Yeah, obviously it's better. We are 20 to 25 kilos lighter than the rest of the top guys. So we were a bit struggling last 2 days with speed, but today it's not about the weight of the crew. It's more about trim the boat to go fast and sail well.
Okay, and just give us an insight into sort of strategy and tactics. What kind of strategy is working for you?
Just to have a clear air. That was the #1 goal for today's race. Keep a clear air, choose one side. And that was it, and that worked.
And final question, Shimei, you've come from Rio, you've come from the top of the podium, 470 gold medalist, magic result. How different is this for you, this kind of competition, sailing these heavier keel boats?
It's similar, I can say. It's just a bit heavier boat and slower, but everything is pretty similar once you learn how to sail it.
Brilliant. Well, you're learning pretty fast. Very good. Congratulations to you and Antonio. Big slap on the back. Well done, guys, and good luck in the second race today.
I just want to say a big hello to my guys in Croatia who are watching this.
Well,
Nahita team especially.
Say something in Croatian then to them.
Bagro, smo bili dobri. That's all.
Go on. Have Antonio say something as well.
Pozdrav.
Nice one. Thanks,
All
guys.
right.
Good luck.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Cheers. Bye.
Alrighty. Nice. Positive. Helping the lighter guys and helping the VIP guests. And how cheerful are they? And I'm glad that people are watching in Croatia. Big up that one. So we'll have some overall results as soon as we can to see how that leaderboard is happening. But cracking day here, Tyler Bjorn, on day 3, race number 7 at the Star Sailors League final.
Yeah, well, it's really great to, I think these type of conditions are going to really mix it up, and I think it's great to see the lighter guys get a little bit of a chance, and I think it's going to be a little bit easier to make the boats go for the less experienced guys. Seeing these results shake up, as we'll see in the overall ones, I think it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, yesterday was a very long day with 4 races. They had a very breezy day the first day, and yesterday there was quite a bit of wind as well until the very end. And I think some of them are a little bit happy the breeze is coming down. When the breeze is down, you still have to work, but it's a different type of energy. It becomes a little bit more mental energy, and their bodies can get a little bit of a rest.
Yeah.
And as your body gets tired, you start to make bad decisions. You can't think tactically, and the longer the day goes on, it becomes even more difficult. So I think today it levels the playing field a little bit. You've got a lighter breeze out there. People who might have been tired yesterday, they can actually perform today because the breeze is down.
The natural sailor comes into play.
Exactly.
Which they all are significantly natural sailors.
Well, I'm hearing some horn from the race course, but let's have a look at the overall results and see what has happened with the leaderboard. Okay, we can't do that yet, but we're going to run 3 races today. That was the first of today. A bit lighter breeze. We're hoping for 11 races in this qualifying round over the first 4 days. We've had an extra day here. I wonder what difference that's made.
Well, that's very interesting. People were talking about that, and for people who are behind, they like to have the extra day.
Exactly.
It helps them catch up.
Exactly.
The ones in the front, well, it doesn't really matter as much to them. We saw it today, finally on our third day, some of our top teams falter.
Okay, and
Well,
we've got
that's
more
it.
teams as well, Tyler.
Yeah, we have 5 more extra superstars as we see, so it's going to shake it up a little bit. Just put these more guys into the mix and shake it up.
Well, talking of shaking it up, here is the race results from race number 7. Fantella, obviously, and Arapovic nailing that one and looking pretty happy about it. Rohard Ponceau in second, Diaz Boltins, their best performance so far. Mendelblatt and Fatih, winners from 2014, in fourth, and strong favourites, I would say, for a podium at this event. And then Taylor Canfield, the 2013 match racing world champ, with Mark Struby, one of the founders of SSL, one of the best star crews in the world. So he's teaching Taylor very well indeed there. Polgar and Coy there in 6th place. Zarif and Prada, Kayard and Revkin. Good result for Paul Kayard and Josh Revkin. Another American crew, George Zabo, Eduardo Natucci from Italy, the defending champs in 9th. Didn't have such a great 2 days, and now they're beginning to come into their own. So I'd expect to see them possibly in the top half of the fleet by the end of today. Sam Meach, Craig Monk from New Zealand there. Great result for them. Another top 10 finish for the Kiwis from New Zealand. And then Nick Thompson with Steve Mitchell in 11th. Nick, another laser sailor in VIP guest here. Kuznidovic and Jitski, the Poles, always the danger men. They're always in the running. Grail, Diameda, the legend, Stepanovic, Sitjic, another Croatian crew. And there, Scheid and Björning. Not such a great result, but 16th. Doesn't matter, that's their worst so far. Probably see them still at the top of the leaderboard.
Wow, it's getting late out there.
Well, here are the overall positions. 1 point, Scheid and Björning over Mendelblatt and Fatih. So tight at the top. Negri and Lambertenghi still in the running in 3rd. Rohard and Ponceau have ramped up into 4th place. Aletza and Mello, so they're going to drop that last race. They're 24th. They have 1 discard there. You can see in the slightly reddish pink colour. They're allowed a discard after 4 races. They only get 1 discard in this round robin here in the qualifiers. Polgar and Coy, they're 6th place, bumping them up into 6th. Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne, that was their worst result, 17th, but still they're in 7th overall. Stepanovic and Sitjic, Fantella and Arapovic, that was a great result. That's ramped them up into 9th. Kuznidovic and Jitski, the Poles, consistently steady in the top 10 here. All these guys now from 11th down are not qualifying for the final. So a lot to do for Zbogar and Berec, Sabo, Natucci, Diaz and Boltins. Canfield and Struby, they're still in with a hope. Zarif and Parada, Kayard and Repkin have moved up into 16th. Thompson and Mitchell in 17th on 83 points. It is still possible for these guys, now much harder as we look down towards the bottom of the leaderboard from the 20 down to 25th. Very hard for these guys to qualify, I would say, right now, unless they come out with bullets. We'll see. So we have 2 more races to go. The boats are just circling around, the committee boats. We're not in sequence at the moment. Let's, I wonder if we could... Here we are, back in the yacht club. All right, so fairly exciting. Good day, day number 3. Got 2 more races to go. It looked like the race officer was repositioning, maybe moving the race course around, because there was quite a big shift.
Well, they are shortening the course for this race. Yesterday we had 1 nautical mile windward legs, and the first race today was just a little bit shorter at 0.9, and now they've shortened it again because there's even less wind. Because when you have less wind, it takes you a lot longer to get around the race course, so they shorten it, and now we're at 0.8 nautical miles.
Okay, well, we can head out to the race course and chat to Louis Habib and Bob Fisher, 2 top journalists. Bob, the guy who's covered sailing for 1 or 2 years, but he's been there and done it. He's seen everything. And Louis, currently you've just come from covering the Rourke transatlantic race from Lanzarote, I believe, so you're all over the place. Gentlemen, the journalists, Bob Fisher, tell us, what does it feel? What are you seeing?
Well, today is a day which I think is going to show what these men are made of. It's a very different day sailing because the wind is down a bit, and that is making it much more tricky to sail these boats. and particularly to sail them downwind, because they may look like sort of old-fashioned without spinnakers, but these boats are very, very tricky indeed to sail downwind. And the trickiness is being shown up because they're rocking the boats when they shouldn't be, and they're getting penalised for doing it. Well, of course they're doing it. If they could get away with it, they would certainly, wouldn't they, Louis? You know, because they're going to go faster. But, you know, they've got to control themselves. And, yeah, we're seeing different people up at the front of the fleet, and totally unsurprising.
Oh, we've got some hooters going on there, Digby. Yeah, I mean, Bob's absolutely right. You know, downwind is crucial. That's a big speed differential. But also starts, I mean, they are always crucial. But in light airs, you know, the percentage gain to get into that clean air is massive. And we just had George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci come round the back of the boat and cheekily say, did you like our port start behind the whole fleet? You know, they had a terrible start, but George is a demon in the light. He's used to sailing over in San Diego in a dying sea breeze. He's loving these conditions. So I wouldn't mind seeing George Szabo sort of, you know, notch up a couple and get into that top 10. But let's talk about Shimi Fantella, you know, a 470 gold medalist, winning that race.
Completely and utterly out of the blue. But, yeah, I mean, he's done so well in this series, and you know, good luck to him. I mean, he's got the chance and taken it, and that's the sort of. And when he said to you the other day, you know, I've not sailed one of these before, but I'm not going to sail anything else again now. Well, I think he meant it. Yeah. He's enjoying it so much. A smile on his face, and I saw him this morning a bit before the racing. And I mean, now it must be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're getting hooters aplenty here, Digby. I don't think we're far off the next race. Bob, you know, again, the conditions. I'm feeling a little bit more breeze. There's a lot of cloud over the Providence Island there as well. Is you know, what are you seeing, Bob, in conditions-wise?
Well, it's much the same as it was, I think. But you know, it's up and down, as we used to say. Like, but it's it comes and goes. But there are shifts in this, and this is the first time we've seen real good shifts, and people are using them to their advantage upwind and down too. So that it's going to be, you know, he who takes the chances is going to do the dances.
Yeah. Okay. Carpe diem. Blue Peter's up, Digby. We're in sequence. Back to you in the studio.
Well, if you looked in the back of the screen right there, it looks like the breeze is up a little bit on the race course. Is that what you're seeing?
Well, I'm not sure. It's quite hard to tell in the Nassau Yacht Club, I must admit.
I think we're off.
But we're within sequence. Here is our virtual view right over New Providence Island in the Bahamas. Thanks, Bob and Louis. We will let the camera boat reset to give us live shots in just a moment. But we're looking at the bird's eye view within 4 minutes, nearly 3 minutes to go to the start of race number 8. And you can see it's a straightforward windward leeward course, race number 4. And we'll see if they're having the O flag as well for race. I suspect they'll carry on because I don't know. They were talking about clouds and everything, so maybe there'll be a little bit more breeze for this one. But here, with 3 minutes to go, look at that. There's an interesting view that you see where all the boats are now in their own little position, jostling for a decent start and deciding whether they're going to go for the committee end, the pin end, the middle, and how they're going to run this.
Well, with the breeze down, it's going to take the boats a lot longer to accelerate on the line.
Yeah. No, like at this point, what you really want to do is you want to start further back from the line, but at more time, like 30 seconds, really start to accelerate. Even at 40 seconds, get the boat moving. Just get a little bit of speed, a little bit of flow on the foils and the keel and the sail, so you have a little more momentum, and then be able to make a choice. If you want to go right, be able to flip. If you want to go straight, that you have a lane that you can bear off. So pretty critical in this type of conditions.
Well, and a bad start is detrimental in these conditions. It's so hard to catch up from a bad start when you don't have breeze to do it.
No, and you can see the excitement that, you know, I think...
Mantella just waving to his Croatian crew.
The excitement you have...
It's really cool for this youngster to be in the boat, and you can see he's got a bit between his teeth, and we'll see whereabouts on the line that they decide to go. But a really good bit of info for him. Clean air, all about clean air.
Yeah, when you don't have a lot of wind out there, you need all the breeze you can get. And as we said earlier, when you're in packs of boats, if you can, it's slow. If you can get off to a side, often there's breeze. As long as you're playing the shift, you're going to come out a little bit.
Well, you want to be able to. You just want to be able to, when you want to power up and bear off a little bit just to get the speed. You want to have that room, and it's tough if there's someone right below you.
Well, coming up to a minute.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you go, minute to go, and
USA 84.56 sail number. That's Caleb Payne down at the pin end. We haven't seen a great performance from Caleb today, but that might work.
Chimay with Antonio Arapovic just beginning to wind it up, just beginning to think about stepping on the accelerator. They are going for a more committee boat, and Kayod here, look at him on port tack, ducking behind some of these boats he's about to tack in. Gunning for that lineup, and it's looking great for the start of race number 8. And look at number 97, the Australians. Burton there with the dog right by the committee boat, going for a committee boat end. Looks like they could have a great start.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
going there. You got Torben down at the pin.
1.
All clear, fabulous start for Torben Grail. Look at that, the bow 8, the lilac boat. Grail and Diomeda, who had that shocking start in race number 7, and they absolutely nailed that start there. And so did Taylor Canfield, the match racer, the maestro of speed on distance.
Yeah, we saw a great performance with last race yesterday, and then again today. So I think he's become more confident in the boat, and with the conditions being a little bit lighter, less physicality, he's coming on his own.
Yeah, and a guy who's got a lot of keelboat experience and various keelboats experience is going to probably play into his.
Staniak Clean just tacking over onto port, trying to get away from that big mass to the right. Bow number 1. Rohart and Ponceau, they look fairly good, Tyler.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic, and it looks like they have a great space between them and the poles, so they can actually get themselves bow down. You can see the crew in the front of the boat getting the weight forward, so the bow stays in the water. You'll see a lot of work in the crews going towards the front of the boat, probably on this race going upwind.
Okay, so Rohart and Ponceau just nosing ahead, and if we just pull out, we see bow 10, and then nearest us, we see the Australians. Going really nice. Tom Burton, the gold medalist in the laser from Rio with Andrew Palfrey. And you can see the focus on Tom's face there.
No jib sheet in the cleat there with the dog playing the jib, feeling the jib a lot in these type of conditions, making sure that you don't choke it too much, getting it in speed, being able to get bow down and power through these little waves.
And these guys were telling us this morning that they really needed to change their mode, change their tactics, do something different today. And instead of going for that pin end, which they were gunning for yesterday, in fact they took the whole fleet over for an early start, but their bow 97 are Australian superstars, are VIPs, just in their own air, heading out onto starboard, and we saw starboard paying very nicely in that last race on the upwind leg, but here Staniak and Clean heading out also into their own air. So now I hear we can run the replay the start with virtual eye. Let's have a little start replay as the poles tack away. There, Kayard and Revkin, they are ducking behind. It's not the greatest start, I don't think, for Paul Kayard and Josh Revkin. They're in a second row there.
You can see some boats at the pin end also having to jibe out. They were too early at the pin end.
Yeah, a couple of nice spaces in there.
Well, it's nicely. A lot more room up at the pin.
Well,
perhaps they've all said, "Oh no, let's all go to the committee boats."
Well, the one thing we don't see what's going on up the track. Is there clouds coming in? You get a little bit of reports from the race committee saying there could be some clouds coming on the right side, which may help get a little more pressure on the right side, which you see a lot of these guys doing.
As Louis was referring to, our eyes and ears out on the race course. So off they go across the line. Very nice start from Torben Grail right at the pin. Quite a bit of space between the guys' pin end and the middle, a big bunch up in the middle. and many of the guys on the right hand tacking away to the right. The lead line very early on, probably too early really to count who's in the lead at the moment, but an interesting strategic decision by half the fleet going right, half the fleet going left.
And it looked like the boats that actually started at the pin end were slightly favored when you look at where they are now in the standings.
Okay.
Their angle's a little bit higher.
You had some good names going off to the right, and I think when we look at a little bit of the information we got, it might be that the wind could be pulled a little bit to the right. So you don't want to bang it hard and go all the way right, but maybe you just want to keep yourself on the right side, just protect your leverage on the right side.
Well, if they see a shift coming down the right side of the course, they want to get over there to take advantage of it.
We still have the French coming who had a great start. The German here, Stangek's coming over. Scheit's coming over to the right side. I mean, there's some good talent coming over on this right side. And then you got Torben, another good talent with his crew on the front of the boat, going out to the left. So it'll be interesting to see Canfield going out to the left as well. So it'll be interesting to see once we get the tracker going how this is going to pay off.
Well, Staniek and Clean, the Germans, the world champs from 2014 in the Star on Lake Garda.
And they're in first place right now.
Nice.
Looking
in this
great.
race, finally,
and
they had a really rough regatta, and we know what they're capable of. They've, as we said, won a world championship 2 years ago. They've been in the top 3 in our SSL Grand Slams. They performed very, very well, but struggled at our last Grand Slam in Hamburg and also here. But today, in this race, they're winning.
Well, Robert's an interesting guy. He's beginning to get into offshore racing. He's dreaming of campaigning with a German team in the Volvo.
Was also trying to get like a star team, right? Starting to get the boys from the cruise was one of their things they were trying to do. So it was an interesting concept that he was trying to put forward.
So on our drone, we've got a little aerial shot of Nick Thompson there with Steve.
Mitchie.
Looking really good in this race, actually. In second position, this is their best result so far. So steep learning curve for these laser sailors jumping in to the start for the first time with their great crews. But great to see the Brits back up into their rightful position in second.
Yeah.
Well, I was waving the Kiwi flag today.
I hear you.
I think
you.
why
Commonwealth,
not? Come on.
the Commonwealth teams.
I can wave a British flag every now and then.
Okay, we're looking right here at the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's Taylor Canfield and Torben Grail on the Lilac boat. And just to give you an idea of where we are in the fleet, this is about the middle of the fleet in 14th, 15th position.
Okay, yeah, and they're actually, these are the guys coming up from the furthest, probably left of the race course from the start. So we'll interesting to see how they punch back in. They're probably thinking of consolidating their potential lead as they see it. And there goes the Germans. So it's re-engaging into the fleet. Guys going back into the middle, working their way up the course.
And you can see right now the crew, Friedhof Clean, one of the best star crews out there. He's pretty far down in the boat.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to get out of the way, right? You want to be able to, the key is to, you know, as a crew, get your skipper comfortable, make sure he sees and does what he wants to do, and you want to get out of his way. Get out of the flow of the sail. You don't want to get too much into the slot here, but you also want to get your weight forward.
Can you explain the slot to us?
The slot is the space between the mainsail and the jib. Helps the flow, keeps the flow of the mainsail going smooth, and keeps your power going forward.
Okay. Bird's eye view of the course here.
Daniel Klee doing a great job.
Thompson and Mitchell tacking away from the right-hand side.
And I guess the angles with the light air are so different. So when you look at the yellow at the top, giving you sort of the ley lines, these guys are definitely having a tough time keeping those angles for today.
Okay, well, let's join our commentators on the water, Louay Habib and Jenny Tulloch. Louay, it's fairly tight. We're seeing Staniek and Clean just ahead of Thompson and Mitchell, with Burton and Palfrey in third, with Meach and Monk. Some VIPs doing a great job in this race. Louay.
Yeah, I had a chat with Dog a couple of days ago, and he was saying we're getting off the line really well, but we can't hold our lane. We can't keep up the pace, and we're getting bullied as we get up the course. And we actually saw that earlier on. They got knocked over to the right-hand side when they were trying to go over to the left, and they just couldn't hold their lane. But you know, now they're in clear air, they seem to be doing quite well, but that's been their problem. They just don't have that, you know, a tenth of a knot of the boat speed that the other guys have got. Jenny, yeah.
Yeah, I think, as you say, there's maybe a tenth of a knot more boat speed just for Scheidt, but I think probably our camera lens flattens the distance between them a little bit, but it does look like Scheidt has a good leeward position there. that he might be able to pull out in front of Tom Burton a bit more, but I think there's more separation than it really looks like here. I think Scheidt might have more boat speed, but they won't really be able to pinch off Burton. So for now, if you're Burton, you're happy. If you're Scheidt, you know, you're leading overall, obviously, so you're really happy, I think. And it's just going to be a long slog up towards the weather mark.
Yeah, and Scheidt's a master coming in. We're now about to engage in here, and it's not just about boat speed, it's about positioning your boat on that race course, and Scheidt knows exactly what he's doing.
You know, I think the hard part here for us is to be able to see what the rest of the fleet is looking like in front of Scheidt. I mean, I think for us it looks good out on this right-hand side, but I'm not sure. I think maybe the middle of the pack might come across ahead of them. What are you guys seeing there, Digby, on the virtual?
Yeah, just to add to that, Jenny, you know, Scheidt looks like he's just about laying the mark, and obviously a little bit of, you know, he can get a little bit below the mark and come back up and get his leeway round there. He's very good at that.
You can see just how light it is on board the British boat there as well. Nick Thompson, Stevie Mitchell, I mean, fully in the boat and forward. I like Stevie's profile, the way that he's so low, hugging the deck there. We didn't even see that with Robert Scheidt's crew as well. We didn't see Henry hugging the deck like that. So Stevie and Nick, they're a little bit higher to windward of where Robert Scheidt and Tom Burton had been. And so Stevie Mitchell and Nick just doing a good job there, holding off. I mean, as you're saying, the question is where the ley line is. Has Nick Thompson and Steve picked the right position for this ley line? Are they on it? Or is it Tom Burton and Robert Scheidt just about 10 boat lengths to leeward of them on the ley line instead? And I think that's going to determine perhaps who the winner is as they come up to this top mark. I mean, we know there's going to be more and more current pushing them down. So the question is, who's picked the right amount of current versus who's overstood? Yeah, and Ride seems to have come good. We're seeing the boats here progressing. The guys coming in on port, I wouldn't like to be them right now. So we've got probably about 150 meters to go, and on virtual diggers, who's actually leading? Very difficult to tell out here.
Well, Louis, we're seeing Staniak and Clean just poking a nose out in the middle of the pack there, ahead of Grail and Diomeda, Canfield and Stroud, Rohart, Ponceau, Meach and Monk, Stevie, Nick Thompson, Steve Mitchell 13th, and Scheidt and Björning in about 17th at the moment. So a lot of guys, a lot of guys.
Because I mean, you'll have two guys from opposite ends, right? Yeah. Grail's coming from the left, and you come from the right. So the extensions were where you want it to be, and which is clear air, right?
Well, also when it gets this light, you're going to see a lot of differences in pressure around the race course. So some of these guys could get their own little private puffs. It's not as consistent across the race course.
No, and it's not that the speed is going to be a huge difference, but that 0.1, 0.2 knot difference just gets you just a little bit ahead, which will allow you maybe on port tack to cross one starboard guy. Makes a big difference.
George Zabo, Eduardo Natucci, the American-Italian duo. George chattering away there, the defending champs. George probably the most successful SSL sailor in terms of podium wins so far, and there they are up in the running, heading towards that top mark. Now if we go to virtual, we get a bit of geography just to see where our fleet are. Canfield. Taylor Canfield just tacking onto that ley line ahead of Zabo
nailing
and
him.
Natucci. Staniak and Clean, just poking ahead of the Brazilians, Grail and Diomeda, and it's going to be incredibly close here.
Can hear them,
We're going to jump to Louis Habib. Keep it wide. Louis, talk us through the top mark.
Okay, well, it's Staniak and Clean. They're probably a boat length ahead, maybe two of Rohart and Ponceau, followed by Torben Grain and De Almeida. So fantastic for the Germans there. They haven't had a great regatta. They've had a few problems with the boat, to be fair. But Staniak and Clean, clear round. Very close between Rohart and Grail. And Jenny, what do you spot it?
In fact, I don't think Rohart's making the mark. I mean, you can see their sails luffing there. I think they've... And now he's fully pumping that tiller. He's going to have to do some spins there. The question is...
we heard whistles, Jenny, so I think the Frenchman in big trouble, Jen.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he had enough room by Torben, if he's going to protest Torben and say he hit the mark because he didn't have enough room, or if, you know, he hadn't factored in the current and he just hit the mark. So we'll see. We'll probably see a jury decision here before we see any actual spins, I think. I don't think Xavier is going to take that on himself.
A lot of noise, Louis, from that fleet bunching around the top mark in not much breeze.
No, indeed, Digby. It's a big bunch up at the top mark. Negri's in the middle of that pack as well. And I tell you what, Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning. They are DFL at the moment, so that's an interesting one. But a huge pack of boats, fantastic scenes here, and we've got the last few coming around the mark. And I'm sorry to say, it's not a great race at the moment for Aleza. He's also down the pan. The Great Dane has stalled. The Great Dane has stalled behind the Slovenians. Jenny.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of boats having some troubles here, with the top mark being right in the current, and there's not enough wind to really get you around, so they're stalling. But then the Dane's going for it, shooting the moon, trying to get around the mark anyway, and it's a proper fight out there.
The Argentinian just squeezing in there between him and the.
Oh,
man.
I think he made it.
I think he made it as well.
Wow, that's stunning. I don't know how they do this, Tyler. I really don't know
Lots
how
of
they
practice,
find a
Digby.
little gap.
Well, lots of bags, cojones to come in and just trying to pull this move off. But I mean, I guess also when you're that far back, and he doesn't have a choice, right? I mean, you can't just flip your boat onto the starboard. Yeah, you're gonna have to jibe around, make your turn. A lot of these guys, what they do is if they can just get around and maybe hit the mark, then they just do a quick spin, which they would have done anyways. Had they done a jibe to do it properly, so you kind of make the same distance, but at least you're around and you're going towards the next mark.
Now in 22nd position, Pantella and Adapovic after that wonderful result right down the bottom of this fleet. As the Great Dane heads around the spreader mark.
I guess he played it nicely.
At the back of the pack there, we can see the jury boats having a really close look at what's going on the racetrack.
Yeah, now there's going to be a totally different setup. You're going to get the mast forward, jib around so you can go, but they're going to keep the jib down close to the deck. And now you just keep the boat heel to leeward, sort of just a bit of a heel, maybe a higher angle. Keep the boat moving, keep the speed. Don't lose your momentum.
Okay, we can replay a little bit of that top mark rounding, just to see virtually what was going on there. An awful lot going on at the same time. Staniak and Clean just heading around that top, putting in a little tack there. Rohart and Ponceau, Grail and Dimeda, Canfield and Struby in there in the mix. Diaz and Boltins, all these guys. Rohart
Just not. I mean, he's not going head to
wind,
wind, but Grail just definitely didn't give much room. And I think Canfield coming in with speed. If he just got a little bit more, he would have rolled them.
Well, I think he's just about rolling them. Actually,
he does, but I don't know if he's going to get around. Almost.
That's so tight by the Frenchman there. Grail not giving Xavier Rohart any room whatsoever. Remember from the
Grail doesn't give anybody
City
room.
Grand Slam,
He takes it, he doesn't give it.
Grail got absolutely shafted by the Frenchman, and he was not happy about that, and now he's back to take some revenge on the French. So Grail and the Frenchman, Rohart and Ponceau, in a real battle there around that top mark.
We did hear one whistle. I'm not sure if that was from the jury, but there might be something out there. Maybe somebody did a spin that we didn't see.
Well, we got a little protesting. French did evidently do some spins before the offset, so obviously they flagged him down. But again, now it's a pure focus of being calm, being steady out there. Not a lot of movement shaking. There's going to be some shaking of just from natural waves. All the jury boat running around, the press boats running around. That's going to make the waves. They're going to shake the sails. Now you just got to get your angle, get your clear air, stay like a cat on the water on the front of the boat. Keep it going, moving.
Well, virtually we can speed that up a little bit and catch up a little bit towards real time. We'll get a flavour for the strategy that these teams are taking on this downwind leg. Remember, we're in race 2 of 3 races today, day 3 of the Star Sailors League final. We've got 2 more days of racing to go, and another race after this, and they're in their first lap of race number 8. And Staniak and Clean heading right downwind. A lovely lead over Canfield and Struby, and Canfield just rolling over the Frenchman and the other guys at that top mark. Lovely bit of match racing manoeuvring there from the 2013 match racing world champ Taylor Canfield from the Virgin Islands up there.
Yeah, with such a short race course, we see the boats coming in at the same time. Normally in a star course, they're racing upwind for about 40 minutes, And here we're probably going upwind for only about 10 minutes. So it's very different, and the boats are so close together. I think a lot of these sailors aren't used to that in these boats, and these are very heavy boats. It's very hard to slow them down coming into a mark. You have to duck somebody, and they're big.
Yep.
They feel like a dinghy, but they're big, heavy boats, and so tacking them into small spots, no wind is very difficult.
Well, these guys are used to a lot of acceleration off their boats, whether it's a Laser 470 fin. Sometimes tacking's not a bad option, and you can accelerate. With these ones, there's no real acceleration. The tack process is losing, and you need to be able to at least foot off, which is go a little bit further away from the wind, get back up to speed. And when you come into the line like that, especially at the beginning of the top of the mark, there's not that much room.
Okay, we're looking at the Argentinian Portuguese team here, bow 90, and you can see the crew looking backwards, and what they're doing is they're looking behind not only to keep their air clear of boats coming from behind, but also looking for any puffs that might be coming down from one side of the course or the other.
Exactly, and that usually you can see. Oh, okay. You can see the different techniques. Coleman up on the bow, just keeping the bow down where the other guys were sort of sitting there. I like the sort of idea. It's a little tougher if you're standing because you want to get the weight forward, so you kind of have less stuff to hang on to. But you can feel the boat a lot better with your feet, and be able to just that slight little angle of your body will help you give the ability to make a bit of a pump, but not sort of to give it away to the jury like you're actually making that movement. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse right now with the jury.
Yeah, a little bit of an angle with the boat, a little bit of heel, puts a little more load on the skipper's main sheet, so they can make tiny little pumps. And we're talking about 1 inch, 2 inch pumps that aren't seen by the jury.
Exactly. You have to. Well, you never know. The jury's got a lot of room to cover, so you just got to look for them.
Well, fortunately, they don't have our cameras.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, overall, right now on this downwind leg, Staniek and Clean beginning to pull out a nice lead over Diaz and Boltzins, Taylor Canfield with Struby, Mendelblatt, Fatih, and then our Volvo Ocean Racing, well, it was a Whitbread then, Torben Grail, a legend, 5 Olympic medals, a round the world race win there. Now, other round the world race winner, Paul Kayard, he's, whereabouts is he? He's in 16th at the moment, a lot to do, the legend, America's Cup, 7 America's Cups with him. Now, I'm hoping that we can get in touch with Mark Turner, who I believe is in Paris. Mark is the CEO, the new CEO of the Volvo Ocean Race, and if our technology is all going to plug in and fit together, we can have a little quick chat with Mark. It's rather interesting on this downwind leg. We've got a little bit of time, and let's cue him up. Mark, are you there?
Yep.
Mark Turner, hi. Where are you, Mark?
Just arrived for 1 day. Jumping on the Vendée Globe live set up tomorrow.
Oh, good man. We that beginning was a little breaking up, but hopefully the connection will solidify in a second. So, Mark, look, we're talking about 2 round the world race winners here, Grail and Kayard, and also we have Robert Staniek, who is winning this particular race, race number 8 in the Star Sailors League, also with Volvo aspirations for a German team. Have you been looking at the Star Sailors League from afar, from your position over the last couple of years? Tragedy. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mark. I'm so sorry. We've got a really bad bad connection. You're breaking up. I think it might be the internet our end or the internet your end. I'm terribly sorry, Mark. I'm just going to say cheerio. We just couldn't make that one work. But thank you for joining us. Between you and me, I can see you. Good luck with your campaigning with the Volvo Ocean Race. We love everything you're doing with the girls and everything else. But there you go, technology. That's technology for you. Good luck with your live tomorrow at the Vendée Globe. Cheers, buddy.
Okay, we just had Staniek and Clean, the German team, having an excellent race here, the best race of the series for them.
Finally.
Followed by Torben Grail. The Germans have quite a bit of a lead right now. about 3 boat lengths over the Brazilians, and you can see this mark running. This is tough. The boats are slowing down as they've come in, and they've really got to drive a lot more to get around and get around quickly.
Well, you just want a nice, clean, clear, rounding, smooth. I mean, there's nothing better than being alone up front with like guys like Stanja Clean. That's the kind of the dream scenario. You've got your pick of the litter as far as what side you want to go to. Watching all the other guys go around, how they're doing, what are their angles. Now where do I go? Same with Canfield, who took the other gate.
Well, and we're seeing the fleet very split at this gate.
Yeah, we've got a lot of space between. Now it becomes tough at the back of the pack, because now you're coming around. You don't really have any room up front on starboard tack or port in front of you, and when you want to tack, you've got the stragglers coming down that are in your way. So you don't really have much choice. So this is where it really gets tough at this point of the races, because you don't have a lot of decisions. They're kind of being made for you.
It was interesting. We've got Robert Scheidt in the Brazilian boat, bow 98. They came around the right-hand gate and then tacked immediately to go off to the right-hand side of the course.
Well, okay, we're seeing Merkelbach and Klaus Olesen having a much better race today as the Swiss match racer Monin squeezes around the gate. And Meacham Monk in 13th in this race, Burton and Palfrey in 15th. Now it's
still pretty tight.
Jimmy Fantella, bow 96 with Antonio Adapovic trying to claw their way. Where they were right at the back of the fleet around the top mark, but managed to make a few gains on the run. Very, very light. Jonas Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne, the Great Dane with the Brit, bow 94 just coming around. And Louis Habib, over to you. It's grinding to a very slow mark rounding here, Louis.
Well, yes, you say that, Digby, but the Stars with those big mains, when they get powered up upwind, they're taking off, and it's there's a hell of a lot of that bottom mark. It's extremely technical, and the boats do slow down, but then they're pretty powered up back upwind. We've just about got the whole fleet now round that bottom mark, and big split. We've got hard right. We've got Stanek and Clean. In the interesting one of the Dane Høje Christensen with Stevie Milne. He's chosen right. He's got a good picture of what seems to be working, and he's chosen to go right. And he's been having a great regatta. One of the early tackers off, who went right then turned left, was Torben Grail, and he's at the moment in the middle of the fleet, quite well advanced. But there you see Christensen and Stevie Milne. Stevie Milne is a very relaxed guy. He was having a game of darts this morning with Sam Meach. I don't know who won that one. Jenny, were you watching that?
No, I was busy getting the interviews outside, but I think the best thing for all of them is just to stay inside in the air conditioning, fully hydrated, eating some food, something like that before they get on the water. And so we see them playing in the club, trying to keep mentally relaxed, but also I think trying to keep physically in form, because it's hard once they get out here and it is so hot and the days are so long, and it's the only thing you can do to drink as much water beforehand to then stay hydrated out there.
Jen, I have to agree with you. Outside, obviously it's great to be in the sunshine and everything, but it is roasting hot.
And, it drains you quick.
These guys are dehydrating. They're taking a lot of water with them, and physically it really took its toll yesterday. But what you can't see probably in your northern climes in the winters of northern Europe and the USA, Northern America.
No pity from them for us.
No pity at all. No, that's fair enough. But it is incredibly hot out on the race course.
Well, it's hot and it's humid, and that's what they can't just dive into the water in the middle of the race. And they're wearing neoprene.
Yeah, I know the wetsuits are
wet, sticky rubber, and they just heat up.
Lovely.
Well, Taylor Canfield, as I mentioned earlier, he lost 3 kilos in weight. I mean, they're measuring themselves, they are weighing themselves, because that's part of the rules, and they get pulled in by the race committee to check on the weights. There are weight limits between crew and helm. It's a very complicated formula, but it evens it out. You can have a lighter helm with a heavier crew, you can have a heavier helm with a lighter crew. There's a nice formula worked out, I believe, by double Olympic gold medalist Mark Reynolds. He figured out a formula in
Well, the Star class really got into that because they were finding that there were these guys,
these huge guys
coming in with their crews, and their crews were like 300 pounds. And it was tough to find as many as you could. So they just thought they'd make it a little more athletic, a little more fair, and that's when you see the huge differences when you got the Finn guys in and you put two Finn sailors together. Then all of a sudden you saw the Freddie Luce, you saw the Percys out there. All of a sudden instantly dominating the class just because of the physicality they brought into the class. Good on them.
There are some incredibly fit sailors out here, particularly amongst our VIPs. Many of them coming from the Rio Olympics, where they
everybody's fit in this gang here. There's no unfit sailor out there, crew or skipper. It's a healthy lifestyle, but these guys, they're still pros at what they're doing.
Yeah, you look at the poles right there in this picture, and they're not full-time sailors anymore. But when you look at them, you think athlete.
Well, once as an Olympian, you guys see that they stay in shape. It's a lifestyle that you it's not like I don't want to say the football players, the American football and all that kind of stuff, where they sort of once their fitness is it loses their fitness because they're not playing the sport anymore. These guys, they still sail. They're just not on this regular schedule like they used to be.
Well, our camera hunting down boats, looking around the racetrack, right across to Jochen Schumann, and talk about fitness. He's in his 50s and just a phenomenal, late 40s and phenomenal.
He's in his 60s.
Is he?
Yes.
Good God.
Aging quickly.
An incredible athlete.
There's the Brits down low with,
wow, look at the
Robert.
Italians, Negri and Lambertini. We're seeing them on our scoreboard here. They've moved up into third place. There they are, bow number 3. That's a huge jump for them. And we've seen some of the boats like Diaz and Baltons who went around the right-hand gate mark and went up the left side of the course. They didn't have such a great angle, which meant they were sailing a further distance to the mark. And they've fallen from about 2nd to 3rd place all the way down to 12th place. And the right came in there, maybe a little bit more pressure. We heard rumors of a cloud line over on the right-hand side of the course.
And it's still close, so when you look at the distance between to the top mark, it's still within 10-15 meters, so there's not that much. You can go from 12th to 2nd pretty quickly, or 5th, just with one little good puff, one proper tack where you get a good enough angle, get a little more breeze, you can climb up. So we will see, as you see right there, some quick changes.
Staniak and Clean, some 88 meters ahead of Torben Grail, and Guillermo Diomeda with Negri and Lambertenghi in first. Let's rejoin Louis Habib out on the racetrack. Louis, looks like the Germans, Staniak and Clean, are doing a great job here ahead of Grail and Diomeda, Negri and Lambertenghi. Kuzniedovich and Zitsky also looking fairly good. What can you see, Louis?
Well, I tell you what I can tell you. I had a chat with Fritjof this morning, and they've had some serious problems with that boat. It's had a lot of water ingress, unfortunately, to say the least. A bit of DLAM, unfortunately. And it's amazing that they're doing so well in this light air. So really good to see them up there doing so well. Negri and Lambertenghi, they're back in it. Jenny, what do you see?
Yeah, I think we know that this right-hand side is an interesting side to come in on, but I think it's a little bit easier on the second upwind. You've just picked where you want it to be. On the downwind, you had ages to think about it, whereas the first upwind, I think it's a bit more complicated by the start. So we've seen the left pay because it's the guys who get the good start, and I think here I'm not sure if the Italians will actually be able to cross Torben Grail out on the far left. I think maybe still that purple boat might be pulling it off on the left, but to us, from our side, you're right, the Italians looks like they're doing okay.
Yeah, and just talking about Staniak and Clean, Staniak had a big tryout with Team Brunel in the last race. He was very nearly on that team for the Volvo Ocean race, talking about Mark Turner. I hope he's listening in. And Fritjof Clean, well, he gets in touch with his feminine side, so maybe he'll be up for one of those girl spots for the next race. Jenny, what do you reckon?
I don't know. I mean, if you could take Fritjof at the size and the strength that he is, you would take him on any boat at any point in time. Especially, he has such a wonderful personality. I mean, he's so much fun, both on and off the water, I think. And that's one of the really crucial things about the Volvo Ocean Race. You want to go around the world with people you want to hang out with. And I think there's a lot of people in this fleet, but Frida especially, one of the ones who's in this fleet that you would love to see on an offshore boat at some point in time. But, I mean, these guys coming up to the top mark, that's probably their final tack before they lay the mark then on starboard. And they're looking good. There's slightly more wind now, no more laying on the deck. We might even see crews start to hike out again, perhaps, if the breeze continues to build.
Yeah, Staniak and Clean look pretty powered up there on that tack. We've got Negri and also the Pulse Kuzniewicz coming in behind them. But yeah, great to see Staniak and Clean having a good race after, let's face it, having some bad ones. But anyway, what's Virtual got, Digby? Back to you in the studio.
Well, Louis, Virtual is giving us Staniak and Clean with a really nice lead over Grail and Almeida, who look like they're just across ahead of the Italians. A nice close
solid
cross
lead there
between the Italians and the Brazilians. And there the jury boat getting a really good look at Staniak and Clean as they head around the top mark here with a little spreader gate for the final downwind run in race number 8. They're going to be extremely happy about that. As Louis said, not a great day for these guys yesterday, but now they're coming out, beginning to show their form. And Tyler, you've spotted a little cameraman
by the mark,
who's right underneath the spreader mark. He's been bobbing around actually on the start lines.
Yeah, he's doing
all
a great
day
job.
yesterday. So
innovative.
Look online at
that lead.
StarSailersLeague.com and you'll see some cool pictures there. And here are the rest of the fleet beginning to come up there.
Coming in
Italians,
from the left.
Negri and Lambertenghi on the left, bow 3, with the Poles, bow 6. Kuzniewicz and Zitsky, Rohard and Ponso behind the Poles. And here's Torben Grail, bow 9, just sliding against the Italians there. And we'll see the Italians trying to fight off Grail and Almeida around this mark and around this spreader. And the Poles looking good coming in on port tack towards that top mark.
Nicely done, boys.
We just saw the Germans have already rounded going downwind, and they were actually both sitting on the same side of the boat, which is very, very rare.
Well, at this point, you know, as well, you want to see, okay, what are the other guys going to do? Because when you have a lead as big as that, you don't want to take a big chance. You want to just make sure you stay in between them and the mark as everybody else comes around.
Well, Kuzniewicz and Zitsky around the top now. Mendelblatt, Fatih, bow 17, heading around, putting a little tack onto the ley line in their own little breeze. So these top guys beginning to get a bit of space on the second lap. This is the second top mark rounding. The Americans there heading around. George Szabo with Eduardo Natucci, the defending champs, just ahead of Taylor Canfield, the match racer, with Mark Struby, and the Frenchman here from where is Xavier from? Marseille, I think, down there on the south of France, coaching just ahead of Paul Caillard, 7 times America's Cup sailor, a Louis Vuitton Cup winner, around the world race winner. And then he's just ahead of Jochen Schumann with Ingo Borkowski, and then Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, that was actually great sailing from Scheidt.
Yeah, he climbed up a lot.
He did climb up a lot from that first windward leg.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it is. I think we're shaking things up all over this top 10 or top 13. It's not going to be as a clean lead that Robert had going into today. These are two sort of medium, I would say at best, results for Robert, and some of the other guys in the lower of the pack are starting to come up. Grail having a great, Stanczyk having a great, Canfield having a great one, Rohart, all these guys, pecking orders may be changing a little bit.
Okay, so we're in race 8 of the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas. It's a 5-day competition. We're in day number 3, 2 more days of racing. Tomorrow they all go out again, racing against each other, these 50 sailors, 25 teams, and then we get into Saturday, the big crunch day, where the top 10 qualify for the quarters, semis and finals. A lot of racing still left in today. These guys are going to be going down towards the finish line of race number 8, and we fully expect another race today, Kathleen.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough downwind leg. You look at Brazil here in Croatia, Denmark rounding the mark. When the breeze dies like this, there's fewer puffs coming down the race course, making it very difficult for them to take advantage of a puff, even though it's coming from behind and the first boats to get it. The puffs aren't big enough in velocity for them to take advantage of it. So what they're going to focus on now is just small points. They're not going to be able to pass half the fleet by going to one side or the other. They're going to have to just pass 1 or 2 boats around them and focus. And even just passing one boat in conditions like this is very difficult.
Well, Virtual Eye will take us from the back of the fleet. Aletta and Mello not having such a cool race on this one. as we fly forward through Fantella and Adapovic, winners of that previous race, number 7, 470 gold medalist, just behind Ho Christensen, silver medalist in the Finn from London, gold medalist Burton, all these medalists, laser medalists from Rio there, Spogard and Birch, another medalist there, Stepanovic and Sicic, Thompson with Mitchell, Schumann and Borkowski heading into their own air, left as they look down the track towards the finish. On the right hand side of the track, everybody else. So here's some. Sorry, we cut away from the virtual. So
everybody else.
I couldn't finish.
Well, look, that's the kind of choices
Tom
you
Burt,
have.
Here he is, young Australian gold medal winner in that laser from Rio. An absolute superstar Australian sailor. The Australian sailing scene just so strong at the moment, particularly on the Olympic front. Tom is going to be flying straight from Nassau to Melbourne for the final of the Sailing World Cup, the Olympic scene there. In fact, I'm going as well, funny enough, and I'll be there, and a few of these guys will be flying straight from here for some laser racing. That'll be fairly cool. We're looking at Craig Monk on the bow of 93 with Sam Meach, the laser bronze medalist from Rio. A class act, these two. Craig, 2 times winner of the America's Cup, with Russell Coutts and Sam, a young star from the Kiwi stable of phenomenal sailors. I mean, that really, honestly, New Zealand is one of the powerhouses of sailing
no doubt
in the world, in both Olympic and around the world and America's Cup. They punch so far above their weight.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to see that scene. You know, you hear about on the big boat scene, the Kiwi Mafia, all these boats with all these guys that are, you know, from the down under scene, and I mean, when you're surrounded by water, right? There's not as much to do. So I mean, it's almost like everybody learns how to sail in New Zealand and Australia as well. Lots of guys coming out of there, powerful.
Well, we saw the Kiwi and the Australians there, neck and neck, heading down towards the finish line. Obviously, Tom, a great rival of Sam Meach, you know, in the laser scene. They battle away, they duke away, but they had their moments. Tom was saying that on the water, you know, in the laser scene, they can have their real fierce disputes, their protests. They take them into the process room. Probably don't talk to each other for a few months, but he says they're back on talking terms now with everybody, and they're enjoying.
Yeah, they each got a medal, so I mean, maybe I don't have the gold or whatever, but
enjoying this opportunity to get to know each other a little bit better in a different scenario where really, you know, we're not expecting them to win this. We're expecting them to show us what they've got, but there's no expectation really on a gold medalist Tom Burton to win this, but we'll just give them the opportunity to see what they can do on a level playing field with some of the greats in sailing.
I think you hit it right there. It's giving them an opportunity to compete on a level like this with a group such as this, and I think that's the opportunity that you're given. There's nothing for free, but there you go. Let's see what you do.
Alrighty. Our best VIP guest so far was George Zarif, who finished the SSL Finals. Was it 2 years ago?
It was 2014.
2014 in 4th position, so just off the podium, but in the final. Giles Scott was in that competition as well. I think Giles finished off about 7th. So, I mean, it's entirely possible for the VIP guests to finish the qualifiers and make the top 10 and the semis and the final, as we've seen beforehand. Well, there's Zombar Berec from Hungary with Vasily Zbogar, the Slovenian superstar sailor. He really is a big name in Slovenia. This guy, he's got his medals behind him, and he's a star from that country.
Yeah, he's from a small country. We said not a lot of shoreline, but they have produced some very good sailors, particularly in the 470 class. And actually, around the Adriatic, Slovenia, Croatia, Trieste, they've got a great racing scene, and actually the Star is a very popular boat on the Adriatic Sea where these sailors all come from.
Well, Vasily, silver medalist in Rio, just behind Giles Scott, the Brit, who was always under the shadow of Ben Ainsley. So silver medal from Rio, and he went back to a massive reception in Slovenia, and as you say, you know, not much coastline there, and I think he was the flag bearer for his national team as they entered the Olympic Stadium in Rio.
That's an honor.
Big honor, and it's great to see that. Actually, do you know, it was great to see Robert Scheidt as the flag bearer for the Brazilian team and make the opening speech on behalf of the athletes.
And
Yeah,
his
that
wife
was
was
pretty
also
cool.
the flag bearer for Lithuania.
Cool.
Yeah, there was like 5 or 6 flag bearers in Rio from sailing, which I've never seen before. It was quite cool to see the prestige that these athletes were given.
Nice.
So Tyler, when the crews are sitting on the bow like that, who is looking backwards at the pack coming from behind? See all these boats here on the screen, but when you're a crew, how do you see from behind?
Well, you have to always look. There's lots of different techniques. You just have to give them information.
Okay, to the finish line. We're
Nice
looking at
job.
the Germans. Staniak and Clean sliding across the finish. They're going to be so happy with that.
Nice horn there, boys. Good job. Gives you a little bit of, makes you feel good after a couple of hard days. I think at one of these.
Slap on the back.
Be good to talk to them.
Robert
substantial
to
lead.
Frida.
Yeah.
A massive lead from these guys. Big thumbs up. They
That
got
was
the
our
red
first
hats
smile
on.
from them this regatta.
First smile, absolutely right.
Yeah, they're trying to keep it in there right now. It's not gonna make a huge difference to the results, but you know, at least they can go in and talk a little bit about what they knew and what
Hold
they did.
their heads high. Absolutely
Yeah, exactly.
right. Second down towards the finish, Negri and Lambertenghi, the Italian Navy as we call them. Sergio, the big crewman, getting the whistle as they cross the line. Diego Negri, the helmsman.
And they did a great job working their way up speed in this race.
Very consistent in this regatta. They're in that top 3. They're maintaining their overall position near the top of the leaderboard. They want to win this round robin, obviously, to get a leap into the final and a big chunk of the prize money. And a great battle here. Torben Grell with Kuznirovic. Bow 6, bow 9.
A little pump on the mast right there.
Poles just getting that. Kuznirovic and Jitski just ahead of Torben Grell and Guillaume Diomeda.
Nice, Mendels.
Mendelblatt,
Yeah.
Brian Petit.
It's good to see, you know, with the top 3. Other than Robert, these are the guys. They've been staying consistent. There will be a little bit of a shake-up for these top ones.
Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau. They are also having a consistently good regatta here at the SSL Finals this year. Following them, George Zabo, Eduardo Natucci beginning to show their class in the light breeze. George Zabo and Eduardo Natucci from Italy, an Italian-American duo there, defending champs. Just sliding ahead there of Taylor Canfield, the match racing champ, with Mark Struby. Very close now. Augie Diaz neck and neck with Kayod. I think Kayod and Revkin have just got that over Diaz and Boltins. And right behind them, Robert Scheidt with Henry Björning. Robert also from Rio, Olympics 4th there. And Jochen Schumann, the Grand German with Ingo Borkowski, the medalists, there they go, ahead of fellow Germans Johannes Kolgar and Marcus Coy.
Tough race for them. They've been super consistent in this whole event, always pretty much hovering around the top 10. That's not a good race for them.
Yeah, but you know, you get in these type of results where you think, oh man, I stuffed that one, but when you get back to results, how many other guys stuffed it too? So it sort of evens itself out. But I still think they're going to be within they're in the game of the top 10.
Okay, Eric Munin, the Swiss match racer, jiving on the finish line ahead of Nick Thompson and Stevie Mill. And they're discussing the strategies and tactics. Whoa, look, Eric Monin. Yes, right, come on, we should have done this, we should have done, we need to do this, we need to do that. That's cool. It's all going on board as they cross the line.
Nice little battle here.
Oh, big battle.
Yeah.
Very close.
Jonas is not going to come. That Danish look like behind on this one. There's not really a place for them to go. But you can see the crews standing up, really not pushing it too hard because they can't pump here coming to finish.
And 94.
You can resign there, about 94.
Well, but look, you know what? It's hot, right? I can attest that you can see that they're really feeling it at this point. It's midday. It's probably the hottest point of the day. Even past the hottest point of the day. Probably not a lot of fluids.
Caleb Payne crossing line with his crew Ian Coleman. Followed by a very disappointing finish for George Louise and Bruno Prada after a great first race. And as we said yesterday, it was a very tough day for them. 2 results in the high teens, 2 DNFs. They really couldn't afford that finish that they just had.
No, it's not gonna. That's probably gonna put them right out for the competition.
9-0.
Tough one for the Argentinians as well. That's 2 bad ones for the day, with only 1 drop for the series. And it brings it up to a close. That's it. So that was tough. Light, shaking it up. It's good to see Staniak get up there, see the old boys of the fleet, the veterans, so to speak, to throw one in there and take a bullet. But then the Italians and the Poles, great job. That's going to keep them up in the lead. Mendelblatt,
well, we've got
maybe taking to the overall lead soon. Lost the results there. Well, it's looking light. The flags aren't doing too much.
And the race course today is actually in a different place. Yesterday, the last few days, the race course has been further out to the east. You can see over by the other island towards the top of the screen. And today they've moved the race course in, largely because we don't have the same wind velocity we've had in previous days. And as we said, that they were having an hour-long sail out to the race course. And when we don't have the pressure, that would become a very long sail today. So they've moved the whole fleet in closer to Montague Bay.
Well, you get a little more of a funnel effect too with the wind, so it probably increases a little bit of the pressure. But we also had the sloops, the local sailors sailing right at the bottom of the screen. That they kind of pushed us out because they have in their series, which is something we're going to be doing on Sunday, reporting on them and their sort of final series for the Nassau Championships of the sloop boats, the opties, and the lasers. So that'll be a pretty exciting new portion of the event to see.
Right, and I think moving them also into land affects with the current as well.
Oh.
Okay, so live on our camera,
Germans.
We have the Germans, Robert Staniak with Fritjof Kleen. Robert, you're on the helm there, you're on the stick with your SSL hat. Great result for you guys. Talk us through it a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, we pretty much had a very, very good start in this race, and we found an ideal line. It's a very, very light, the conditions we are seeing here, probably 5 knots. So we were clear off the fleet, and yeah, from there on we found a very good race, and we finished first time in the series.
Tell me about yesterday. What we saw you with looking fairly sad yesterday. What happened yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday we had a tough day. Obviously, yeah, we're not that happy with the boat. It's blistering a lot, so we need to sand it every morning for a couple of hours. And today we got good help. We were with 6 people on the hull, and yeah, it's a bit ironic that we are winning or dominating a light wind race. That makes me smile.
That's cool. And just ask, you can pass the microphone, but ask the question for us to Frida, to Fritjof, your crew. Just tell him, how's it going today, Frida?
Frida, how's it going today?
Yeah, I'm always happy. I mean, what else can you ask for? We're here in the Bahamas. We're sailing here in Montague Bay, one of the best ports in the world. I mean, could be worse. I could be now home in Berlin in the rain, and now I'm just privileged to be here, and it's always an honor to sail against all those superstars.
Well, Frida and Robert, listen, we know you're going to prepare for the 3rd race of the day. Congratulations on the 2nd race. Good work by the Germans. World champions in 2014, and we wish you the best for the next race. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, cool stuff. Well, that's our live shot outside Nassau Yacht Club, and I'm hoping we can get some overall results, see how the leaderboard is looking after race number 8.
Well, it's interesting. Frida was talking about sailing with the rock stars, but Frida is a rock
star.
He's one of the greatest star crews going these days, and people want to sail with Frida. Frida's flown around the world, put on different boats because they want Frida crewing for him.
He does it a lot of dragon, but as you can see, he's just a fun guy to be with, so it just keeps it light.
Well, here are the results from race 8 to confirm Staniak and Kleen winning that one, and perfectly happy after their terrible day yesterday. Negri Lambertenghi looking good, Kuznedovic and Jitski, solid performance by the Poles.
Another keeper.
Grail and Diomeda, best results so far for Torben Grail and Guillaume Diomeda. Mendelblatt and Parti, champions 2 years ago, beginning to show their class. Rohard and Ponso, also good. Zabo and Natucci, defending champs from last year, beginning to come into their own. I suspect overall, when we'll see them in a moment, they'll be moving up that overall leaderboard. Great result for Taylor Canfield and Mark Struby. Taylor, VIP guest with Kayard Revkin in 9th. Diaz Boltin, then Scheidt and Björning 11th. Steady performance by the Brazilians. That is the warning for, not the warning, but we're about 6 minutes to the next start. And there's Schumann, Bolkowski.
Good race
in
for them.
12th. Good race, Bolkar, Coy, 13th, Merkelbach, Olesen, Meach, Monk. Decent result. And then some VIP guests down there. Not so great for Ho Christensen. He had a superb day yesterday. Must have liked the stronger breeze. And here's the overall leaderboard. Mendelblatt and Fatih. That consistent scoreline up there, taking them 4 points into the lead overall over the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi. Scheidt and Björning in third. Rohard and Ponso now in fourth. Kuzminovic in the running in fifth position. Polgar, Koy, Stepanovic, Sipcic, Ho Christensen and Milne with that 22nd. They're going to use that as their discard. That's okay for them. They're still in that top 10. That is the name of the game. Stay in the top 10, as is Fantella and Adapovic with that wonderful win in race 7. And Oletza and Mello still with a 25th there. A disaster, but they're still hanging on by their fingernails on that top 10. Just outside the defending champs. There, Zabo. Natucci just beginning to claw up. Bogar and Birch in a running. Canfield and Struby within sight of the top 10, as are Diaz, Grail, Kayard and Staniek. Now some of our VIP guests, Thompson, Mitchell, Zaref, Prada, down there at the lower half of the leaderboard. Caleb Payne in Coleman, USA in 20th. Meach and Monk from New Zealand in 21st. They are climbing up, that's right.
Yeah, 8, 10, 15, that's a good day.
Our famous amateurs, the good doctors, Merkelbach and Olesen in 22nd. Schumann and Polkowski 23rd. Tom Burton, Andrew Palfrey in 24th. And we're seeing the Swiss drop down with a 21st and a 17th today into the 25th position. So, well, we're minutes,
it's mixed up.
Just under
Very
a minute
well.
away from the 5-minute gun into the next race. We can join on the race course Loué. Loué, you're out there. We're looking at the race committee boat and we're just hearing gun. Where are we, Loué?
Well, I'll tell you where we are, Dick. We were in this magnificent Montague Bay. I mean, it's superb sailing out here. Conditions are wonderful. It's a little bit hot, I have to say, particularly inside the committee boat. But great to see Stanick and Clean winning that one. They're probably out of the picture, though, overall. What's changed, Jenny?
Well, I think that's the shocker, actually, is that they're out of the picture. You know, I think for a team who's done so much Star Sailing together, who's done so many Star Sailors League events, we weren't expecting them to be out of the top 10, really. And I think they're more like 15th going into this morning. So maybe they're finally finding their form. I don't know if I would say they're out of the picture yet. We have still another whole afternoon and then another whole day of racing tomorrow of these qualifiers. So I mean, maybe you could say that Schumann is out. Torben Grail's had a really tough regatta. The Kiwis have had 2 tough days, but I think it's almost just for the top 15, it's going to be too hard for us to call till tomorrow. And I think that's going to be a real boost in the morale of Stanick and Clean to take a win. I mean, so convincingly as well. That win was like a 2-minute win over the boat behind. That's the biggest lead we've seen.
And Robert Scheidt sailing with Henry Boning. He's looked pretty invincible on the first day. You know, was just absolutely nailing the podium. Hasn't done so well today. What's going on there?
Yeah, he hasn't done so well, and neither has George Zarif as well. So I'm wondering if maybe it's a Brazilian light air thing. They don't like the light air as much. The other 2 days were windier. I mean, we know Robert Scheidt is a machine. He likes to hike. You know, he's happy to have to do that. And George Zarif, being young and a fin sailor, he probably is the same. So I think we've got to assume that that's it. It sounds like maybe we're about to get the 5-minute flag coming up soon, Digby.
Thanks, Jenny. And Loué, we'll let you reset for your commentary positions into race number 9. Now, in the studio, we have none other than Mr. America's Cup, Dennis Connor, 5 times winner of the America's Cup. And you're gunning your Stars and Stripes cap, which is really great. Wonderful to have you with us, Dennis.
Thank you.
Have you been watching the show at all?
I have. And don't forget, Digby, it's better to be a has-been than a never was. So I'm keeping my Stars and Stripes brand alive by being here with you.
Good for you,
very,
mate.
very nice to see you. And I think obviously the lighter conditions are sometimes more difficult than the heavy conditions, where boat speed, hiking, are the key. And Robert is animal and so well trained for all this. So it's not surprising to see him do well in those conditions. But downwind is a little bit different technique between the 6 and 8 knots. How loose to have your mast, how loose is the rigging, what kind of rocking and ooching the crew can do. It's a fine line there and a lot of different techniques. So it'll be interesting to see how this next race unfolds.
Okay. Well, Dennis, you are a star world champion in the past, and I understand that you have a record for winning every single race in a world champ. Where was that?
It was Kiel, Germany, in a borrowed boat. So I'm particularly proud of doing well there against the Europeans, which are so strong. But I was fast, and I didn't need to take any chances. And winning every race in the Star World, so it'd be a hard time to do that again. So times have changed now. The competition is so much more even.
Tell us, just before we go back to the racing, into race number 9, in Dennis Conner land, Dennis Conner world, what are you up to at the moment?
Well, I like supporting you and Michelle. I think it's just an amazing thing that he's trying to pull off. So I try to lend as much support as I can. I'd like to see some more of my Americans come here and do well. Eric Doyle, he's a marvelous sailor, and he hasn't had a chance to show his stuff. So I'd just like to see the Americans do a little better in the Star Sailors League. But the world is changing so fast in sailing now with the catamarans and all the foiling going on around the world. So it's very difficult to keep up for a dinosaur to understand all the ACAS catamarans and what's going on. So I like being back here with my friends and seeing the best boat in the world race here. 25 of the best sailors in the world from all classes. It's an amazing thing that Michelle's done.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Well, stay with us for the next race. Let's go back out onto the race course. And we're seeing a little bit of conditions there, looking back to the marvellous Paradise Island.
You can actually see the Bahamian sloops just under the Atlantis Hotel there. Those boats will be racing their national championship this weekend and will also be commentating.
Okay, little gather round me signal from the race committee, so I suspect we are around 6 minutes off the next start. So Dennis, you've come to the last couple of Star Sailors League finals here in Nassau, and you're beginning to see the competition grow from 15 to 20 and now 25 teams, and it's really hard for these guys to get into the top 10 now.
Very difficult. The level of competition has really grown. Nassau has always been one of the garden spots of the world to sail. Everyone wants to come here. So it's not easy to pare the field down to such a small group. It's a great place to sail, always has been. Wonderful champions, Derwin Knowles and Bobby Simonet. It's a wonderful place to sail. It's a lot different than Hamburg was. So.
Indeed, in the middle of a city on a little lake with very shifty little puffy winds, some bombs coming from overhead, over the buildings and down. We saw some explosions there, and very difficult. A little cleaner out here. This is a bit more pure sailing.
And boat speed can matter here a little bit more. We saw George Zabel come from behind in the finals last year. He was so far behind, he just decided to fling one to the left on the lake and won the series. So anything could happen on a small lake, but here there's more boat speed and overall tactics involved. So here we are inside the 5-minute gun. They're trying to decide which side of the course to try, and the current matters out here now more, because when you're going slower, the boats don't make as good VMG against the current, so then it becomes more sailing. So
well, we've seen the current.
Here we go.
We've seen the current really come into play at the windward mark. A lot of people sliding into the marks, not anticipating the strength of current in this light wind.
Dennis, it's always strange when we look at this picture, and if you're new to sailing, there's 4 minutes before the start. It kind of looks like everyone's just drifting around. What are they doing? What's going on?
Well, they have the bigger picture. Where do I want to really be at a minute and a half to go? That's where I'm going to start to the left. I need to be down there towards the left end, come in on port, maybe tack underneath another guy, and build her spot up to the line. You can't just come in at the end at this level because the spots are already taken. So it's a different starting technique than you'd see in a normal fleet race. You have to get up there, carve your spot out. If you want the right-hand side, maybe you come in late at the boat and tack right away because you can get off on port. So your overall tactics are more important right now as opposed to who you're starting next to.
Okay. Well, we've seen some interesting starts in the last race. We saw Paul Kayard kind of not find his little lane, his little gap on the
Yeah.
line, and he had a third row start, which
Not good in this
paid
lead.
for around the track, but he managed to claw his way up. And he said yesterday that it was tough sailing because it was all physical kinetic energy, and he was saying, well, these youngsters in the Olympic classes, at the peak of their physical fitness were really showing their heels to some of the older sailors, but now some of the older guys are beginning to come into their own. Kayard, let's see how he gets on today.
Well, rocking and ooching is not as aggressive now. You have to be a little more subtle. So you'll see the skipper move in, and he leans back and he gives it a little tug. It's a little different technique downwind. Probably matters even more in this light air.
Okay, well, we're 2.5 minutes to the start. The skippers and crews are just trying to figure out where they are going to start on the line. It's a fairly short line, Dennis. I mean, it's not the longest line. We saw Torben Grail and Guillaume de Almeida get squeezed out completely above the committee boats a couple of races ago. So we'll see how they get on. But we've seen the pin end very favoured on day 1 and 2. Now, day 3 into race 9, it's a little bit of a more even start line.
And I'd say today we've seen a little bit more shifts coming from the right-hand side of the course. Now with the decrease in pressure, we might not see as big a shifts coming, and they're going to come at a little slower rate.
Well, Xavier Rohard left the screen, France. He's looking for, at the moment, a committee end.
To me, it looks like the sharp guys like the left. I see it looks like Torben Grail down there, the green. I don't know the numbers like I should. Just had a little glimpse of it, but looks like some of the good guys starting down towards the pin end.
Dennis, they're all good guys.
They really
yes,
are.
they are. Yeah, they really are.
Well, there's top of screen Nick Thompson, Steve Mitchell, Nick Laser Sailor.
7,
They're definitely
6,
going for
5,
pin.
4,
Tuning into the race committee
3,
now.
2, 1.
1 minute to go, Dennis. They have decided where they want to go on the line.
Look at the mess at the leeward end, though. Now they're all down there. Only 1 or 2 guys is going to come out of that mess okay. The rest are going to get squeezed off. No place to tack. High risk start down there at that end.
Where would you want to be, Dennis?
I think just up from the pack. So if I did get a bad start, I could tack and get off on port and get some clean air right away. But it's going to be a big mess down at that end. Not as bad up here at the right-hand side, but not everybody's going to get a good start out of this. 30 seconds to go, Digby. So it's going to be all on here.
Well, Grail and de Almeida bound 9 very early. I think
That's what I saw down there.
We might see them over the line. We're staying with our live shot into the start. We'll see the flag go up for the start, but they are so close. The lilac boat of Grail and de Almeida, they're having to do a lot of ducking.
Yeah,
over
but
there.
they're going to have good speed off that line. 7 seconds to go. No, I don't think anybody's over at that end. It looks like a clean start. Ooh, somebody's over.
Which one?
Okay, individual recall.
Individual.
Ooh.
I think that was George Szabo, bow number 2.
We were
I was trying to hear the committee boat saying, which one?
Okay, the
We'll
Italians
find
tacking away
find
right
out in a
away.
second.
Interesting. A lot of these boats flipping over, heading to the right side immediately.
Xavier Rohard, bow number 1, left of screen. He's tacked over, as has Jochen Schumann and Ingo Borkowski. Quick drone shot there, giving us a look down the line. Some of these guys getting onto port tack, coming towards us to take the right. More and more, Dennis, beginning to tack over.
Maybe they don't have clear air and they can't really get the boat going, so better to get her moving even in the wrong direction for a while.
Okay, we see no boat going back. When a boat is over, they have to return back to the line and restart, but as of yet, even though the individual recall flag has been posted, no one has gone back to restart, which means if they don't go back within 4 minutes, they will be disqualified from this race.
Well, my money, sorry to jump in, my money was on George Szabo. I just saw bow 2. That was the clearest I saw down there. I saw Grail and de Almeida duck back down, but we weren't down at the pin. There'll be some of the committee boat, some of the jury down on the pin end. They'll get a good view.
Don't forget, Digby, it's the windward side of the orange buoy. It's not the leeward side, so it's kind of hard for us with our depth perception to know where the windward side of the left-hand end is. So hard for us to tell.
Okay, well, here's interesting. Right of screen, the Australians, Tom Burton with Andrew Palfrey they're poking away, getting a bit of beautiful clean air. Tom Burton, the gold medalist in the laser from Rio. You can actually see our drone if you've got a good enough picture on your computer there. Our drone flying over the start right in front of the boats, getting some great images. And of course we'll have highlights on YouTube. Keep looking at starsailersleague.com for the highlight shows, and our broadcast show will come in about 3-4 weeks time on channels like Star Sports, Fox Sports and so on and so forth. So right now, Bound 87, it's Tom Burton, Andrew Palfrey, Dog Palfrey, doing a great job nosing out into the lead. I think this is the first time we see them leading. They've been very aggressive on some of these starts. They've changed up their sails. They've got a more powerful sail of jib and a mainsail, and now they're pulling ahead with Rohart and Ponceau. Let's have another look at that start, Dennis. Get a little bit of a closer view. We'll see if we can pick out who was over the line. If Jenny and Louis can try and find out who was OCS, we'll come back with that knowledge. But here's the replay of that start. So as you say, Dennis, very bunched up with seconds to go at that pin end. Good in the middle, plenty of space. Look at Burton and Palfrey. They are 3/4 of the way down. Interesting spot for them.
But they have clear air and good speed at the start.
Beautiful start by the laser gold medalist Burton with Dog Palfrey. Well, oh, blimey, maybe it was them over the lines. Well, I hope not. That was close. Scheid and Björning towards the pin. So let's catch up with Jenny out on the racecourse. Jenny Tulloch, what can you tell us?
Well, I think I just heard you say beautiful start for Tom Burton, but we do know that there was one individual recalled boat, so I think when you think it was a beautiful start, you got to maybe think that that was the boat that was over. So unfortunately for us, the Aussies having a great race out at the front, but yeah, they're not going to get to count this one, I think, Louis.
Well, Jen, sorry to jump in. We have just had confirmation it is Tom Burton and Andrew Palfrey. OCS on course side, just over the start, so no wonder they're leading this race because they were over the line at the beginning. That is a bit of a shame, but it's quite punchy to see the young laser gold medalist really going for it, Dennis, in this star. He's not used to this boat. He's got a steep learning curve, and he's really sort of, I think if you're not OCS every now and then, you're not trying hard enough.
I see some of the more mature, experienced guys, like Augie and Jakob, heading for the right, and they're doing well.
Okay.
The right looks like it's paying off a little bit to me. So I see them advancing on the head and behind line.
Okay, well, if we jump to virtual and pull out, we see Burton and Palfrey. They obviously not twigged that they were over the line. They're fairly convinced themselves. They haven't gone back to recross, so they're going to be out, unfortunately. But now looking at, as the boats look upwind towards that right-hand side, Dennis, we're seeing Negri and Lambertenga, the Italians, Rohart and Ponceau, two class acts. Diaz and Bolton's having to duck quite a few boats there. So, Dennis, you're seeing
a lot of talent on the right.
A lot of talent on the right, in a nutshell.
And one of the things about Burton being over and continuing to race is off the starting line we saw Robert Scheid just off his back. And that's not good for the boats around him because he's stealing air. They can't drive where they want, and he's not actually in the race. So continuing the race does affect other people's races. They don't even know he's not racing anymore.
Notice on the jibs, like Robert Scheid has the north jib, and his Cunningham is not as tight as the Swiss. So he has a little lighter draft aft in his jib. Must be the little chop for the wind, but the different setups in the sails will matter.
So we're looking at the Swiss boat there, Eric Monin with Pascal Rambaud, his crewman looking behind them, just carving their way upwind.
This is the best race for them.
Best
this
race
series
so far. They are 25th overall. Pascal just communicating to Eric. Monin has been on the match racing circuit, the world match racing circuit, for quite a few years. He's a VIP guest sailor at the Star Sailors League final in the Bahamas. And he's leading Augie Diaz and Arnie Boltins, who are chasing the Swiss team. Arnie, the big guy, the big crewman from the USA.
Look at the windage, though. Look at the windage, Digby. if the wind's coming from to windward, they're hitting like a 4x8 piece of plywood out there. I think they'd be better off with a weight a little lower, keep the boat from pitching.
Okay.
Okay, the young crew, Ian Coleman from Lake Sunapee. No, sorry. Actually, I forgot where Ian's from. But anyways, a very experienced young American crew sailing with bronze medalist in the fin class, Caleb Payne, also from San Diego.
Well, he really was sponsored by the St. Francis Yacht Club, so he trained a lot in San Francisco. So we didn't see much of him in San Diego. He really was focused on the fin and the strong winds in San Francisco Bay.
Now we're on to Robert Scheidt with Henry Björning. Robert, of course, 5-time Olympic medalist, total legend in sailing.
Look how flat his jib is down low. He must have his jib lead aft a little bit, opening the top of the sail, going into the waves on port. See how flat his jib is down low there? It's trimmed aft. Nice tack, smooth. This guy is an amazing guy to me, really amazing.
Another Brazilian, George Zarif.
Checking for kelp or grass. I guess no kelp.
No kelp here, Dennis.
No.
Only in San
Could
Diego.
Could be a little weed, though.
Well, they have,
weed.
I have seen the weed sticks. I haven't seen anybody using them, but they've got them in the boat.
They're checking. The guy must not have been going well. He was looking for an excuse.
Okay, Pascal Rambaud, also an Olympic medalist. Fantastic star sailor, long-time star crew, and coaching some of the top sailors in France. Has a lot of experience, but he's normally on a boat with Xavier Rohart.
Look at this north and sails from George Zabel the same ways from Quantum Sails. They're big, so they have an open mind.
Here's Shimei Fantella and Antonio Adapovic. Shimei Dennis won the gold medal in the 470 in Rio, so he's just turned up straight from Rio, won a gold medal.
Won the first race today.
The 7th race, the first race today. Really happy about that. Didn't do so well in the second, but now here he is hammering along upwind, getting into the groove of these beautiful boats.
Sure thrilled to be up there mixing up with these talented guys.
Xavier Rohart, Pierre Alexis Ponceau. Right now the Frenchmen are in third in this race. That's just Virtual Eye giving us them third on this race. Fantella and Arapovic having an absolute stellar race here as well. Burton and Palfrey unfortunately will be disqualified. They'll be out because they were over the line early. But here is Xavier and Pierre Alexis. They won the first ever SSL City Grand Slam. And Dennis, this theory, this tennis theory of having these Grand Slams in different conditions on a lake, in a city, at sea, in breeze, it's unusual in sailing to have a championship spread like that, to give some of the people's lake specialists, for example, a chance.
It really is, because a lot of times you go to a world championship in San Diego, you would go there, the big waves, the kelp, you get there and focus on those conditions for a year ahead of time. But when you're sailing in Hamburg and the next regatta is in Nassau, completely different ocean and lake, you can't go and concentrate on those conditions as well. So you don't have a chance to get your sails just right and the mast that you're going to use to fit the sail. So it's more difficult to really be fast.
Okay, we've got Diaz and Baltons crossing over towards the right-hand side of the course. Polgar and Coy consistently sailing well, also heading over to the right-hand side.
Well, the Americans, Diaz just crossing ahead of the Germans, Schumann, with Borkowski there, Ingo. Mendelblatt and Fatih favouring the left-hand side, now beginning to come back into the cove.
Reality is about to set in here. Augie's up there on the starboard ley line, 4 boat lengths below, so he can still tack out if somebody puts a little hurt on him, tacking to leeward. But I think he's going to have a good race.
Well, the Australians are going to be absolutely gutted, because I imagine as they go around the top mark, the race committee up there is going to flag them out and say, sorry chaps, you're out. So right now, they don't know that. But they did hear a gun, but they decided that, nope, we were okay.
I think they're lacking a little speed. They had to take a little chance, because we saw them start with a nice lead, go the right way, and now they're back in the middle, towards the middle of the top 10. So maybe they're not as fast, so they thought they had to take a little chance to get a good race.
I think that's an accurate comment. I think, it's fair enough. They haven't been sailing stars for a while. Tom, first time racing a star, just doesn't quite have the boat speed. So they rolled the dice a bit, took a risk. Unfortunately, hasn't paid off. But right now, unfortunately, they don't know that, because you can see they're gunning for it and thinking they're in the roses, smelling of roses now. Tom just looking over his shoulder. But we'll see as they go around that top mark. Pretty cool to have these VIPs straight from the Rio. This gold medalist in the laser with Andrew Dog Palfrey, a trusty companion from the Australia, who's coaching the America's Cup team right now.
It looked to me like they had more headstay sag than the other people using the same jibs. So the headstay sag will, if you put a little more sag, the jib gets a little fuller, draft goes aft.
Okay.
You want to point a little higher and go a little slower, you can have a tighter headstay. And I noticed with the same two sails, there was quite a little difference in the amount of tension they had on the backstay.
Well, Dennis, we're looking at the leaders of race number 9, the gold medalist in the 470, Fantella with Adapovic.
His crew looks good. He's looking physical, hiking on every wave. Trying to use the kinetics upwind, take a little break, but he trying hard. An amazing amount of good sailors from Croatia. Amazing hotbed, considering what they have to work with there in the Adriatic, in a small area, not too much competition, smooth water. They just do an amazing job to me.
Well, we have two Croatian teams here, and they're chattering away. They're good friends. They talk to each other, and great to see two of them here in the final.
They have a very good Finn class as well, as we know.
Okay, we're looking at Mark Mendelblatt and Ryan T from the United States. And Mark just finished up an Olympic campaign in the Olympic catamaran, the NACRA, and he's actually going to be campaigning again for the next Olympics. So he's not spending as much time in the Star as some of these other guys, but because he's based out of Miami, he does get into the Star occasionally. His crew, Brian, is always there, preparing the boat, racing with other teams.
You know, he's really the most consistent American to me in the Star boat. Doesn't matter if it blows hard, maybe. He's still competitive upwind, but downwind, amazing. We saw him win the Star Sailors League here in Nassau 2 or 3 years ago with his speed downwind. Uh-oh, they're overstood. That's never good.
It looks like they're overstood from where we're looking. We're looking down the ley line towards
you never gain overstanding. It never works out. Because somebody will come and tack the lure and beat you around.
Yeah, okay. Well, if we pull wider, we'll start to get a bit more geography as they head up to the top mark, the first mark rounding. Always super tight on the first leg, Dennis.
Yeah, a lot of switching up here on our leaderboard as the boats are converging on the windward mark. And remember, there's not a lot of wind, so they've got to get in their lane and hold their lane. And if you're just below the ley line, the direct line to the mark, it's going to be very hard to hold your position in these light lay conditions.
And as you rightly said, Dennis, loads of boats just tacking in underneath the Germans, so they're not going to have it all their own way.
You need to have a little room to go back to the right over there, so Joachim has to worry about getting bad air all the way to the buoy.
Well, there are going to be quite a few boats ahead of Staniak and Klein, I think, around this top mark. Fantella, look at those guys, the Croatian, bow 96 around that top mark.
Nice lead too.
Sweet lead as they tack to head around.
There must be a little current there, because see how far he went by the buoy?
There's been a lot of current.
Yeah. Didn't want to take any chances here.
From right to left.
Right to left.
As we look at it. Yeah, you can see it.
That USA boat's going to be hard pressed to get around without hitting it. You're going to have to squeeze hard right there. Watch this, they'll be luffing.
That looks like that's Mark Mendelblatt and Brian Petit, the USA, number one on their backs.
He'll be all right. He knows what he's doing.
And the French tacking in there.
It's going to be.
It's a great view, a great angle to look at this.
What a rounding.
Wow.
That's what it's all about, Digby. These guys are so good. They get in these tight.
Oh, whoa.
That was a foul.
Mega duck.
That was a big foul. That was a foul. KR had nothing to do but to
Schumann not looking good on the mark right there.
He's going to hit the buoy now. And it was a foul
going on.
Looked like a foul going in there as well.
Well, he lost about 5
Here's another guy going to hit the mark. I can't see the name, but he's not going to make it either. They have to tack. Foul. He's going to foul.
Well, one of the things that's happening is there's only a 1 penalty turn, and so it's easier to hit the mark than duck behind 10 boats. So a lot of these sailors are actually going in, putting their bows in there because it's easier to get around and do your circle.
They won't lose as much doing their circle.
Well, that was an awesome angle to watch. That
Okay,
mark
we just
rounding.
saw Burton sailing off the race course. He's been
Okay.
notified he's over early.
Well, the Australians now being told by the race committee that they were OCS on course side over the line, so they are now out of race number 9, which leads Fantella and Adapovic to run down towards the bottom mark. And still a lot of action going on around this top mark with a spreader mark, and we're seeing amazing pictures here from Virtual Eye and our Fleur, our gyro stabilized camera, out on the water.
So they're off on starboard. Either there was more wind on the southeast side of the course, they like that right-hand side looking downwind, or they don't want to get under the blanket of 30 big mainsails by driving to port too soon.
They've been talking about that it's very difficult to jibe away right away because of not only the lack of wind because of all the other boats coming around the mark, but there's so much chop and waves from the whole fleet and all the power boats that are out on the race course.
Very good point.
Well, look at Kayard and Revkin. They lost 5, 6 boats. They had to duck behind them all and then tack round.
It was a mess.
That was a mess.
He really got fouled there by the German. I didn't see the number, but he had no choice. He was going to either hit him or have to tack. He had no way to go behind him and hit the buoy.
Okay, Svogar and Grail jibing out early, probably taking a hit in terms of velocity, but just after a while, when they clear the bad air from the rest of the fleet, they should be able to have a little bit more clear air to be able to go where they want to go.
Torben, he looks really, he looks very, very intense. He's chomping on that gum. He's amazing as well. Those Brazilians. Got Vince Brune, you got Robert Scheid, you got Torben Grail, 3 of the all-time best sailors ever to live.
Have you ever raced against Torben?
Not so much because I was already too old to when he came good but certainly race against Vince enough to have tremendous respect for those Brazilian sailors.
Well, Torben, 5-time Olympic medalist.
Incredible.
He won the round the world race when it was the Whitbread race.
He can do it all.
He can do it all.
Manage, race offshore.
And now he's vice president of our governing body, the sailing's governing, World Sailing. So
they need him.
He's at the top of the sport.
They need it. They need some new leadership and clear thinking. And I think he'll bring it. It's a big plus for sailing. You know, one thing that's hard down here, going downwind, how hard to set your vang. Look at Torben's vang. It's a little tighter than some of the others. See, it's not bouncing as much.
And how does that affect their speed, their sail shape?
Well, I wish I knew. But certainly the sail up there, breathing at the top of the sail without so much vang, it's almost like rocking the boat because the mast moves. Although his back stays on pretty tight. So some of them, the one next to him there, look how loose the backstay is. It's bouncing. So the jib's bouncing, the main's bouncing. So I don't know if it's better to have a steady jib and a main that's flapping or a steady main that you can pump a little bit against. But Torben, he's using that little main sheet subtly. Look. And now he's mad at that power boat. He's mad at that power boat. He's shaking his head. What the hell are they doing?
Yeah, if you watch Torben's hand, what Dennis is talking about is he's doing these tiny little
Look at
pumps.
that.
Well, there's a big... You are allowed to
There'll
pump
be another one. There'll be another one. He's so mad at the power boat. Look at him. He's still, what are you doing, guys? I won't say what he's calling them. But there's a Portuguese word for it.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not man of war.
We'll get some lip readers in to
get some Portuguese lip readers.
Well, Torben, fiery character, fiery on the racetrack.
Yes, he is.
And,
yes, he is.
A true competitor. Amazing.
I noticed, look how low the tack of his jib is. Even though that the mast is way forward, they pulled the jib tack down. Because if he just pulled the mast back right now, the jib would be taking the whole load.
Oh, rather different here with Mark Struby on the bow.
He's actually playing with the tension on the jib in his hand.
So he's playing that like a little spinnaker.
Yeah, a little bit. He's a very experienced, excellent crew. I think Campfield's. Is he with Campfield?
Yes.
Yeah, Campfield, lucky to have him, show him the ropes. But also Mark is a very big guy. Look at how the stern of the boat is up a little bit by him being forward. A little less wetted surface in the back, a little more less drag. Mark, very experienced crew.
Well, Mark, looking back, lying on the foredeck, one of the founders of the Star Sailors League, and this is they say by sailors for sailors. This whole concept has come from the
I don't
sailing
think it's a
movement.
good idea holding the jib back, though, Mark. It should be out, away from them, far out as it can go, like that.
Fingertip controls there, Dennis.
I
Look at
think in the
that.
chop it helps to stabilize it out a little bit.
I think so.
Amazing shots.
Mark Struve, a former professional American football quarterback, so a great athlete, not just on the water, but also on the playing field off the water.
Okay, so let's get a bit of geography to see how this downwind leg is going. We can see Negri and Lambertenghi beginning to pull out a lead. This interesting Fantella and Adapovic. They had the lead around the top and now they're gunning down the middle. Dennis, interesting, should they have headed right, do you think?
I don't know. They got some clear air behind. Their wind is actually behind that whole group, behind Kayard and Staniak and Polar Koi. They have wind behind, so they have clear wind, but still going to the southeast, to the right-hand side, going downwind. So they didn't give up. They're basically covering the fleet by getting to the inside, but going the same direction.
Bingo. That is the strategy. That is the chess-like game here. And having won his gold medal from Rio and knowing the fleet racing strategy like anybody, winning a gold.
Here's an amazing guy too, excuse me to interrupt you, Digby. Jochen Schlumen, amazing guy and an amazing sailor. You have two of them here. Hagen's here too.
Oh, no, Hagen is not here.
Oh, he's not?
We wish he was here, but he couldn't make it.
He's amazing too. Alex.
Well, he's with Ingo Borkowski, his crewman.
Olympic medalist.
Another Olympic medalist in the sailing with Jochen, and Jochen 3 golds and
Sailing.
silver.
What a guy.
Germany's top sailor.
I think he was here last year.
Yes, he was. He made it into the top 10.
He really made a big addition to the fleet, having him here. Fleet has tremendous respect for him.
I think World Sailing does too. And 2 times America's Cup winner with the Swiss team, Alinghi. He was their sports director and very central to their success. Looking at Augie Diaz on the helm of the boat with Arnie Baltins. Augie focusing and concentrating, keeping the sun off there from Miami.
The sun can't hurt him. He's already he spent 50 years of it in the sun.
Augie actually was born in Cuba. His family came to the USA when he was 8 years old, and he recently visited Cuba. Cuba used to be a hotbed, Havana, for star racing, and their SSL is looking at possibly getting a star event in Havana again. So Augie has just taken a trip, met with the authorities in Cuba, returned to his native land only for the 2nd time in his life. He went for the first time last year. He had never been there since he was 8 years old.
You know, Digby, one of the classic best sailors ever, Derwin Knowles, lives right here 2 miles away down Eastern Road. And if I'm not mistaken, he could have won in Havana the last time Lowell was winning, broke the mast. Charlie DeCardenas won the year before and brought the event. That's when the Star Worlds used to go to whoever won got the event. So Charlie DeCardenas from Cuba won. They had the event there off the Hemingway Hotel.
Wow.
And Lowell broke down. He would have won.
Whoops. Steady, Dennis. Sorry, headphone falling off there. It's part of the wonderful history of this class over 100 years. A great depth of talent, amazing history, and the greats do gravitate to the class, which is why we've picked it for the Star Sailors League.
You know, tomorrow, Derwin is in his mid-90s now, is still a classic, a legend. Sir Derwin Knowles, he was the first person, Sir here in the Bahamas, and he'll be here for Rotary tomorrow at lunch. So you'll have a chance to shake his hand right here 20 feet away. Amazing guy, Derwin Knowles.
And outside the Nassau Yacht Club, just in the entrance, just before the entrance, is a star, you know, and I think that was his boat, actually. I believe they put it right there, and it's their symbol. So good history in the Nassau Yacht Club with the Star class. But right now we're heading downwind towards the bottom gate. Negri, Lambertenghi looking particularly good, as are Fantella and Adapovic.
Yeah, I mean, this boat here had a nice lead around that first windward leg, and we've seen both Mendelblatt and Fatih together, and Negri and Lambertenghi pass the leaders. It's getting lighter and lighter, And as we said, it's hard to pass people in these light conditions. When there's lots of breeze, you can catch a wave, surf down a wave. But when you're making gains in conditions like this, you're talking about centimeters, inches at a time.
The crew standing up, looking back to help the skipper. Well, there might be a little puff over here, over your left shoulder, or it looks a little better to leeward. They're in there close to the land. It must be current against them right now, so they're trying to maybe get in a little shallower water. But it could be only 6-8 feet deep there. I have a chart. I'll bring it tomorrow, Digby, to show you. We can look at the depth of the water where they are.
Okay.
Also, the view from our camera makes them look a lot closer to the shore than they actually are. We've
Good
got
point.
a nice lens on there, just getting us very close to the action.
Look at that pump.
Wow.
Oh, he's jibing. Robert Schleit, he can do that by himself.
That's Šimić. That's Šimić from Croatia on there. Arapovic.
They both dived the same time.
Beautiful.
They probably could have gotten a little bit of roll coming out of that. As we said, this is one of our less experienced star crews. But it is light, so if you roll too much, it can actually slow you down because the main comes across the other side and just collapses and all the air.
I think that's what happened there. Very astute.
Well, Virtual Eye giving us the heli view as they head down towards the gate in race number 9. Negri, Lambertenghi, just ahead of Fantella, Arapovic, Mendelblatt, and Fati.
Making a little bit of a recovery, I think. Over on the right.
Probably going to come in with a little bit more speed, so they may well.
Either less current or more wind to the southeast, so they caught up some. Because they were, I think, third around. But they're much closer now to the lead.
Yeah, the right-hand side is favored on this downwind leg. We saw Diaz and Bolton's lose quite a few boats going down the left side of the course.
Well, that top 3 bunch meters away from the bottom gate. Let's join our commentators on the water, Louis, Habib and Jenny. Louis, we're seeing Sergio Lambertenghi right next to the mast, chatting away to Diego, telling him what's coming down behind him, but a pretty good performance by the Italian Navy, Louis.
Yeah, very cool customers indeed. We have to say, we've seen them for 2 days now, and they've been extremely consistent to make that top 10. That's what it's all about, but they're also in that top 3. And, while we've seen other boats going up and down, Mendelblatt's doing well, they're going to be in with a chance of getting that by either first or second place. As I say, cool customers, those Italians. What do you reckon, Jenny?
Well, I think, as you just said, the other cool customers out there are Mendelblatt, and they are second here, maybe third, but they're sort of pulling away from the rest of the fleet in overall scores, I think. So they've got to be pretty happy to be putting another very consistent podium finish here. And as they all jibe towards the bottom mark here, it looks like they might have just gone from third to first. If they're going to pick the right-hand looking downwind mark, which is what it looks like Mark will do, I think he might take over the lead. That mark is the further mark ahead.
Yeah, sure. They've definitely lined up to take different sides of this gate here. And we'll see the boats accelerate after they pull on their mainsails, pull on their jibs, rake that mast back. And, wow, that was pretty much simultaneous. Maybe Mendelblatt just by a third of a boat length, maybe. So we've got a separation. One's going one way, one's going the other way.
Yeah, and those top 3 have pulled out from the rest of the fleet as well. You've got just the 4th and 5th place boats coming down now, and then there's a huge separation with the back of the pack, who are all very, very close. So you're going to be feeling comfortable here if you're even in the top 5. The Italians, though, not so comfortable, I'm sure, letting Mendelblatt split to that far left side. But I don't know. Looking up the course, I don't know which side I'd rather be on. The right side, closer to land, maybe doesn't look like it has as much wind as the left side has now.
Yeah, and just and then talk about Fantella and Arapovic. They're in a hell of a duel with Szabo for that 11th spot, and they're in 3rd. We're watching the rest of the boats go round now. I think that's Rohart and Ponso, along with Scheit and Boning, and that's a good comeback by Scheit and Boning. Jenny.
Great comeback, but then that is a really, really tough place to choose to tack there. Scheit has just decided to tack around that right mark right into this entire fleet of boats. He's got, 15 boats coming into these 2 marks with him here. So I don't know. He was forced out, obviously, by Xavier, but I don't think he'd be happy going through that horrible cloud of bad air of all those downwind star boats.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to right. I mean, he's got the opportunity to tap back now, and he's not going, is he, Jenny?
No, he's not. He's not tacking back at all. He is definitely going out to this right side. So
Mendelblatt likes that left side. He passed on the left, which was the right downwind, but now he's headed back into that good stuff upwind. So
Yeah, hi, Dennis. And you were talking about Torben's Vang earlier on. I know the Aussies have been kicked out, but they were talking about putting a bit more Vang on. Just explain, Dennis, a masterclass on Vang in light airs, please.
Oh, I wish I really knew. But obviously, back in the dinosaurs were good. We pulled the Vang on as hard as we could and still have the air flow off the top of the sail. That was before all the rocking and ooching. Then they found out that worked, and so then to have the sail actually breathing and panning up there, it was easier to do without as much Vang. So you really have to sail the boats to know. I don't really feel qualified to speak. I can just tell you what I'm seeing. They're using less and less Vang in almost all conditions to let the sail breathe and easier to pump like a wing of an airplane.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. We're seeing quite an interesting development here. The right-hand side, the boats look pretty powered up, and Mendelblatt leading on the left-hand side. He's making his way over to the right-hand side. And with the breeze swinging round to the southeast, maybe Providence Island's coming into play. Maybe there's some lifting pressure coming off that corner there, but looks like everybody's going right, bar a bunch of about 3 or 4 going left. I think, Jenny, you want to say something on that?
I think we might have just seen a big shift here as well. We've got almost the entire fleet, as you say, on port tack, which I think means, although we know the breeze is going right throughout the day, the race committee's even moved it 15 degrees further right than it was the first race. I think right now we're in the bit of a left phase. Everyone wants to get onto the proper numbers. They want to be lifted. So we're seeing most of them tack here, maybe for pressure out on the right-hand side, but maybe just to be in those positive numbers on port tack.
Yeah, okay. And I've just noticed as well the spreader mark of that top mark, they've made it a little bit longer. Maybe they're trying to stop the carnage up there. But back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Loué and Jenny. Well, virtually we're seeing Negri, Lambertegui, Fantella and Adapovic take the further right, looking fairly good. Mendelblatt and Fatih in the middle, making their way also to the right, and as you say, a big right-hand shift.
Mendelblatt was actually in the lead, VMG-wise, at the leeward mark. He had a boat length lead, and now he's 2 boat lengths behind. So the right, the net is that if they're all the same speed, the right's been 3 boat lengths better in, what have we been around, 7-8 minutes. So something's good on the right now. Either more pressure, less current, or a right-hand shift. One of the 3.
Well, great racing by the Croatians, Fantella and Adapovic, just leading
Looks like
the Americans, Mendelblatt and Fatih. And we're seeing the Poles here, Kuzniewicz and Jitsky, Dominik Jitsky, the crewman, just to leeward, looking forward, looking up into the slot above his head. Checking out his jib settings, looking at everything around himself.
You can see his jib lead. See how the lead's further up the car in the lead? So he's trimming the jib a little further forward by having the jib lead attached to the sail further up the lead. If he wanted to have more twist, flatter foot, he'd move the car down and pull tighter on the foot.
So just to explain, the blocks that are at the bottom left-hand corner of the sail, they're attached to some lines that control the shape of the jib. That's what Dennis is referring to. All these minuscule adjustments that change the shape of the jib depending on the conditions to make the boat go faster.
There's a little shackle that attaches that block to the sail, and there's 3 or 4 holes in the clew bar, so you can move the lead compared to the sail by putting it in a different hole.
Well, Fantella and Adapovic gunning into the lead now.
Hitting
15 meters ahead of Mendelblatt and Fatih out in the middle. It'd be interesting to see if Mendelblatt and Fatih foot off a little bit and pick up a little speed.
Well, we know there's approximately 3 feet per meter, so 3 times 14, what is that, 40 feet? Boats are 22 feet long. It's a 2 boat length lead.
Well, we've been watching Mendelblatt and Fatih, and they, wherever they put themselves on the course, they seem to come out in the front of the fleet, which means that they just have great speed, and no matter where they are, they're going, I think, just a little bit faster than some of the boats around them.
I think he's very good at changing gears. He's been sailing the boat a long time. He knows what headstay tension to have, how much the lower backstay to use, where the jib lead should be, the traveler position, boom on the center line. he's probably the most experienced American out there. Very consistent.
Well, Jochen Schumann with Ingo Borkowski.
And this is
Jochen through that little window. We can see him concentrating. Sorry.
Yeah, and this is no surprise seeing Joachim Schumann doing so well in these conditions. He struggled in this event for the first basically 2.5 days, and we saw him definitely pick up a bunch of speed in this last race. He had a much better finish, and again we see him up towards the front of the pack. And these are more similar to the conditions that we had in last year's event, where he performed so well. Despite being a rookie in the boat, he made it into the final day, and so it's nice to see him out here in these lighter conditions.
And the Frenchman, Xavier Rohart with Pierre-Alexis Ponceau. Pierre-Alexis on the leeward side, getting his weight down and windage, I guess.
This guy's an amazing sailor as well. He's a really good person, really nice guy. When you talk to him, he cares about the people around him. He cares about the starboat. He cares about the big picture. This guy is a huge fan of sailing, and we're lucky to have him out there. He's a real talent, and it's always a pleasure to say hello to him. He's a key guy.
Always smiling.
He's a great guy.
Okay, well, there's boats crossing, and our cameraman Adam looking around. I think that is
George Szabo.
Szabo and Natucci, the defending champions, beginning to come into their own on day 3.
And George is actually a sailmaker for Quantum Sails. You can see that logo on his main sail there, that green O with the slash, based out of San Diego. And there's many different sailmakers. And Dennis, can you explain maybe how the sails make a difference?
Well, that's really the engine of the car. A little bit it matters how much fuel and what kind of fuel you use. So it matters what kind of mast you put this on. If you put a Szabo sail, Mark Reynolds helped develop, you put that on a mast that was too bendy, then the sail would get too flat and you wouldn't have the power. So it's not only the sail, but George Szabo, he would make your sail to fit your mast, so that you, depending on your weight, and if you wanted to sail flatter with a bendy mast, he'd put a little more luff curve in it.
Well, we're getting some good technical insight from Dennis Conner. Mr. America's Cup, 5 times America's Cup winner.
Well,
Star World champ.
Wish it were true.
Oh, it's so cool having you here, Dennis. Wonderful. Negri and Lambertenghi, bottom of our screen virtually, furthest right, Fantella and Adapovic, Mendelblatt and Farti. So that little group leading the top 3, Rohart and Ponceau. In the middle there, now in 4th position, Scheidt and Björning clawing their way up into 4th position.
Almost looks like his traveler's above the center. Which you don't see too much in a chop. I just saw it move.
So the back of his boom?
If it's the back of the boom, if you look straight down the center line, we call that center line of the boat.
Yeah.
Sometimes you put it down a little when it's windy or choppy. It opens the back of the sail up down the wind. His sail's pretty flat. See those overbend wrinkles coming out of the mast? Mm-hmm. So he's sailing with a flat sail down low. Yeah, I think it's the north. I'm not absolutely sure. Sometimes you can tell by the windows. Okay. But this guy, he's I don't know. I think he's the best. Best I've ever seen.
He was so close to getting a 6th Olympic medal in Rio. It would have been the story of sailing, I think. And
so committed.
Yeah.
So committed.
And he tells us that he's going to go for another Olympics.
He's amazing.
He's been testing the 49er already. You know, you'd think he'd have a break after Rio, but nope.
Imagine moving your whole family to Lake Garda just so you could practice downwind in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Think of the commitment when he's not a young guy. So
43.
Amazing guy, especially downwind. He can gain by jibing in a starboat downwind. He can drive the main, pull the runners up and the main across and gain downwind. It's just tremendous technique.
Well, Robert Scheid with Bruno Prada won in 2013, the SSL final. Now they're sailing with different crews, but Scheid, class act, cool to have him here, and he's taken this particularly seriously.
Well, if he focused on this, he'd be very difficult to beat. But don't forget, he was trying to win another gold medal, so he had to practice in the lasers again.
Yep. Dominic Zitsky.
But he's in great physical shape, Robert, for his age. I see him race all day long, and he comes in the pool and swims for another 50 laps in the pool. I mean, just think of the commitment.
Okay, another two great athletes here. Polish from Warsaw and I believe Gdansk. They've been sailing together for quite a while. And they're consistent. We saw them not have a good first day, but they've pulled themselves up gradually into the rankings, and the last 2 days have been very consistent. Good speed, good angle, and keeping themselves out of trouble. We're not seeing them getting hung up on marks, caught up with other boats at the windward mark, and that's a lot of experience, not just experience on the race course, but also experience in the starboat.
Well, let's get an overall view from Virtual Eye. Negri and Lambertegui now tacking over into the course. Mendelblatt and Fatih taking the lead now, so perhaps they did foot off a little bit more speed, and now they're back onto starboard tack.
That last shot I thought I saw a little more wind out there where Mendelblatt was. It looked like the boat was pressured up a little more. It looked like they were hiking a little bit, so I think that got him back into the lead. He wasn't looking so good there 5 minutes ago.
Well, here's the projected points table. This is a running scoreline. This is going to take Mendelblatt easily into top spots, some 7 points ahead of Negri and Lambertegui, Scheidt and Björning, third overall, Rohart, Ponceau. Beginning to get interesting and tasty on the overall picture, Dennis, because really all these guys want to do, in truth, is make that top 10 cut so they stay in the competition. They've got another day of all racing each other, but have a look at that. Mendelblatt and Fatih, what a scoreline, showing true class.
With no throw out, you see, that's the key part.
7th.
So they could still have a disaster over the line early or have a problem, but Robert and Negri, they have a couple of races they have to discard, so they have to be a little bit more consistent than Mark.
So Scheid and Björning in the running, Rohart and Ponceau, Kuznirovic the poles consistently, now in 5th. Fantella and Adapovic are top VIPs, fair play, good on them. They're 3rd now in this race. They had a 1st earlier in the day, so this is a stellar result for the 470 gold medalists. Polgar and Koy, the Germans, nice in 7th. Stepanovic and Sicic, there they are, Croatian crew in 8th. 2 Croatians up in the top 10. Oletza and Melo, another VIP guest. There they are in 9th, Argentinian, Hungarian crew. And here's Zabo and Tucci squeezing, clawing their way into that top 10.
Yeah, I think what's a surprise is Johannes from Denmark sailing with Stevie Millens, and they've had a rough day. You can see their scores there: 6-6-4, 16-12, and then today in these lighter conditions, really struggling. The last 2 races, well, 17-22, and now a 23rd, and that's just put them outside of that into the next series.
Look at the point spread between 8th, 78 points, to 12th, 90. 12 points between that lot. That's the danger zone. Still quite a few races. We may well get 3 races tomorrow, but we're beginning to analyse the shape of the Star Sailors League final, Dennis.
Well, George Zabo, he was very good, a lighter specialist coming from San Diego. We saw him win 2 regattas, this regatta and the one in Hamburg, downwind. He really feels very comfortable in these conditions. I just saw him ease his upper backstay to see how it's going slack occasionally. That means there's some more sag in the jib because the head stay's not tight. Looking at, see how tight his outhaul is. So he doesn't want to round the back of the sail. So he really knows what he's doing, very comfortable in this, and he's had 3 races in the top 10. I wouldn't be surprised if it's lighter tomorrow to see him make the top 10 again. Although Waggy's hanging right in there, only 3-4 points behind. He also He definitely has a clue. See how they're moving the weight forward, Digby? See the crew moving forward? It must be getting lighter. They're putting the stern up a little, the bow down. It's pretty choppy for the amount of wind they have, because he's not hiking.
Well, and it's not a comfortable position for the crew up there on the deck with the pounding of the waves, lying on a hard deck. It might look like the crew's not doing anything, but they're trying to keep their head up just enough to see the breeze coming up the course, look around to help the skipper. But even though they're in that position, it's not a good one. It's not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination, but it's making the boat go faster.
I don't think George cares about that. All he wants to do is get in that top 10. Deal with the crew later.
So here's the picture to the top mark on virtual line. Mendelblatt and Fati with that extra pressure, just pulling out into the lead above Fantella and Adapovic. Rohard Ponceau in third, Negri and Lambertenghi in fourth. We can join Loué Habib and Jenny Tulloch on the water. Loué, we're looking at Bruno Prada right now, but Dennis was saying that he thought the Americans had gone into a bit more pressure. Loué.
Yeah, that may be the case, Digby. I think another thing that comes into play, there's actually a reef just behind where the top mark is on the right-hand side coming out from Providence Island. So inside that reef there, at the moment they've got the current with the wind, so they're getting some protection, if you like, from that reef. That might come into play when the current changes a little bit earlier, a little bit later in the day. But yeah, there's certainly a lack of breeze out here, and we've got a lot of lumpy water. But Jenny knows a lot better than me. She's how many USA match racing championships?
Four match racing, just match racing. There's 4 U.S. women's titles. Thank you. Yes,
Jenny,
we've won 4 of those
What's
with me
going on?
skippering with my team. But I think we might have seen. We talked about a shift earlier. We might have also seen, as you were just saying, people coming out to this right-hand side for protection against that current. We know the current's coming down with the wind. So as you're saying, there is this reef that makes it quite shallow. And if you're trying to get to a side where the escalator's not pushing you away from the top mark, then yeah, you come out to the right. So I think perhaps we will have seen a bit of a gain for some of these boats on the right. We cannot quite tell yet if that was enough for the Italians to get back ahead of Mendelblatt, or if Mendelblatt is still in the lead on this one. That's the question, I guess, for you guys in the studio who have virtual eye.
Yeah. Back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thank you, Loué. Thank you, Jenny. Well, wow. Big spread from top to bottom. 400 meters from first to last, Dennis.
How fast it changes, Digby. Remember we were saying wasn't so good on the left? Well, Mark Stubbe and Camfield, they took a flyer to the left, and here they are in the top group.
4.4 knots of breeze on the water. That's what we're hearing. Very low. We're into probably the final race today, I think, Kathleen.
Yeah, this last downwind is going to be very difficult for the sailors with the breeze dying like this. They've got to be even more careful, more steady in the boat. And the more movements you make, the more disturbance you have on your sail and the less speed you have.
Okay, well, Mendelblatt is in the lead, about to go round that top mark with Brian Fati, and you could see them just creeping under the boom, looking
hard to make the buoy, staying well above the buoy, and he's barely making it around. So current right to left.
Okay, quite a lot of current. We can see that from this angle. I do like this angle because we're almost on the ley line ourselves, and we can see what they're looking at as they approach the top mark. Massive lead by the Americans as the Frenchmen Rohard and Ponceau come in right next to the Olympic gold medalist in the 470. I think the Olympian is going to get round the Croatian inside the Frenchman. As the Frenchman tack, Dennis, he's going to have to duck. Okay.
That was close.
Gone behind from our angle there, so fairly close.
Again, sailing well by the buoy. Light air, they want to take a chance of hitting that. No point in taking the risk. And they're still barely making it around.
Third round, the Italians, Negri and Lambertenghi.
They're gonna have
very delicate piece of crew work going on. A gentle tack, almost a roll tack going on there. As Negri ducks under the boom, this very low boom on the star, the Italians. Sergio staying low, keeping to leeward. That's nice for the Italians in third. Great result. See the official boat, the one of the race committee boats right there at that top mark. Robert Scheidt left a picture. He's going to have to put in a couple of tacks to get around that top mark there, but he's in sixth position at the moment. Monin, the Swiss match racer, beginning to come into the frame here. This is a good result for Eric. He's at the bottom of the leaderboard overall, but he's having a great race in race number 9.
Yeah, I think he's had trouble getting off the line
Don't hit
in
this
this
buoy,
series.
Robert.
Robert
Just
Scheidt
poking it up.
just trying to get round. Oh, he's pinching his way round.
Maybe it was.
Nope, he's got it.
He's in the lead. Okay, so long. We're on our lens
Yeah,
it's tricking us slightly.
You're tricking us, Digby.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, here we go. The Argentinian and Portuguese crew, the youngsters.
Currently in 7th place.
Nice one for Aletza and Mello. Diaz and Boltins right on their shoulder. They're followed by the Kiwis, I think, Meach and Monk. And there's Paul Kayard with Josh Revkin tacking in behind the Kiwis. Woo. Big amount of tide from right to left as we look up with the sailors rounding that top mark. Kayard
had a look at the buoy.
Squeezing ahead
he
there.
Had a little look at that buoy when he was going around.
Taylor Canfield on the left, looking behind him. He's going to have to put a couple of tacks in, as I think Staniak and Clean head around that top mark. Well, let's join Louis out there on the water. Louis, we've got an interesting angle. You're on the same angle as us on the TV catamaran, Louis.
Yes, indeed, Digby. And as we see those boats go, and I just would like to mention we had Augie Diaz right next to Aleza. I think they are 43 years apart, those two. Over 4 generations apart, and they're right next to each other on the racecourse. I think that says something about the Star Sailors League. But as you say, we're watching the boats going round that, the last of the boats going round that top mark. And I think Jenny knows a lot more than I do. Jenny, what's going on?
Well, I mean, as you said, boats right next to each other. The Germans just rounded right next to each other with the guys who won the last race, Staniak and Clean, but they're not having such a good race here. And then that was just the Virgin Islanders, Taylor Canfield, and then Mark Struby, the American. Poles, also Mathieu and Dominic were sitting in the top 10 earlier today, but not in such a good position this race either. Which American is that? That's Szabo. So the right side didn't work out that well for Szabo as he came up the right of the course. I mean, you can see it. You guys were just talking about we're on the end of this long lens. We are stuck between ourselves and the top mark is a shoal that's too shallow for us. So it's good that the starboats are getting around with no problem because we know the tide is going out and it's going to keep dropping throughout the day.
And can't see any early jibers here, Jenny. They all seem to be on the same port jibe. So, what do you read into that?
Yeah, because it's that big left shift that meant that they were all out on port the whole last upwind. Means they'll all be on starboard this downwind. We probably won't see them jibe until we either get a right shift back, or their ley line to the finish. But at this point, it's been a big left shift for the majority of this race. In fact, at least since the second downwind.
Yeah, and as we go into this last leg of the last day, they've probably turned around and seen that it isn't too far back to the finish line. But back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Louis and Jenny. Well, as we watch Nick Thompson, Stevie Mitchell head around that top in these slow conditions, third race of today. Lovely sunshine out there in the Bahamas. Let's cut to Virtual Eye and get a bit of geography, see what's going on the race course as Mitchell and Thompson head around. Grail and Diomeda not having a good one behind them.
Is this a piece of scrap paper? I just need to
Okay, well, as we fly through the fleet, Merkelbach and Orison, Zarif Prada, Ho Christensen with Stevie Milne, then Szabo and Natucci a little further back in these light airs. Kuznedovic and Jitsky holding on to their top 10 place there. Overall, Schumann and Borkowski, Canfield and Strood, the big crewman with the match racer, Staniak and Clean going through there, Stepanovic and Sitchich, Zbogard and Birch, Polgar, Coy, Meach and Monk, hooray! Kayard and Revkin. Paul Kayard's going to be much happy with that, as is Augie Diaz and Monin and Rambeau there. Scheid looking good overall. Negri, Lambertenghi in the top 4. Fantella and Arapovic. Shime Fantella. Oh, wow, what a day this guy has had. We'll go and chat to him later on as soon as he comes in and get a summary. He is holding on to his overall position in the top 10. He had a race win in race number 7, and here he is doing a fantastic job in third, race number 9.
Now, from our view, that looks like a bit of a drag race. Maneuvers like a jibe downwind here is very costly. There's a little bit of chop out there. It's lumpy, and it's hard to get acceleration out of maneuvers. So maneuvers are costly, and it just seems right now that the right-hand side is favored, and there's not a lot of maneuvers that people can do to pass.
Well, Jonas Ho Christensen, the Great Dane, the Finn silver medalist from the 2012 games, the London Games, and he had that big scrap with Ben Ainsley. Ben Ainsley, of course, winning his 4th gold medal down there, and I was there. It was an amazing duel, very hard, went down to the medal race, very hard to tell. They tied on points, but it went Ben's way, much to the delight of the British public down there. But the Great Dane here, first time with the Star Sailors League, a VIP guest. He's holding his head high. He's actually doing pretty well overall, and yesterday he had a stellar day.
Yeah, today a bit of bad luck, and the competition is so high here. We saw him really excel in the heavy air, and this is a very different condition.
Yep. Okay. Moving forward to George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci, who won this event, the finals last year in the Bahamas. They also won the Lake Grand Slam in Lake Geneva, first ever Lake Grand Slam. George was sailing with the Swissman Patrick Ducamont. So George, he's probably won the most of the prize pots in the Star Sailors League over the past 3 years, and he's looking good there. As we move forward through the poles, Kuzniewicz with Zitsky, Dominik Zitsky, Mateusz Kuzniewicz, class acts from Poland.
Yeah, you can see on the poles looking backwards, looking for wind, and it's really hard, especially when you look back and sometimes the crew might say something, you're like, no, I don't see any wind, and that's really hard, and that's what's happening here. The puffs are coming down very slowly, and there's not a lot to make a change in position. The patience is going to be the game here. It's patience and focus, and the mind of the skippers right now, they're burning up because it's been a really long day. They're tired. There's no wind, and the concentration to drive a boat when there's no wind is tremendous. Anybody can make a boat go when there's breeze, but the best guys, and these guys are all the best guys, they can make the boat go when there's no wind.
Hardly any movement now amongst the crew and helm as the match racer Taylor Canfield from the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, ran the Chicago match race event for a while.
Now based out of Miami.
In 2013, based in Miami, as you say, sailing with Mark Struby, the great crewman, one of the founders of SSL, and there they go. As we move forward, Staniak and Clean, who just won that race number 8, looking pretty happy.
Sometimes
14th here in race
sometimes when you're the skipper and you're looking forward, you're concentrating, and your crew's up in the front, and you want them to look back for wind, and you just find me anything, and they're looking and looking, and not a lot to be found. You can just see how light on his feet Fritjof is.
Hopping over the whisker pole.
Nice roll there. And he'll keep the boat heeled over for a while to get more of a rock, and then slowly bring it back up again for the acceleration.
Well, we're moving through the fleet as our chase boat works its way towards the front, towards the finish. We can have a little chat about each of these guys. Here's Tonci Stepanovic with Ante Sičić, the Croatians. Ante on the bow there. He's done a couple of these things. He's pointing, talking to his helm, Tonci, saying what's coming up behind them. Right now they're in 13th position in race number 9. Glad it's the final race of the day.
I am too.
I think there's probably about 3 knots out on the racetrack there, 3 knots of breeze. Tough sailing, Dennis, this in such light air.
Really, concentration is the key. It's hard to stay focused in this, and especially if you're in the back. You know, they kind of, you're tired. There's no way to catch up. Easy to say, let's just get to the bar.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they're closer to the bar today. We're a little bit closer to the yacht club than yesterday.
Vasily Zbogar with his Hungarian crew, Zvombor Beric, doing a nice job. So there's the top view down, the leaders, some 550 meters to the finish of race number 9. We're in the beautiful Bahamas, off the eastern end of New Providence Island. And we are commentating live from the Nassau Yacht Club with Kathleen Tock and Mr. America's Cup, Dennis Connor. Out on the water, we have Louis Habib and Jenny. Tulloch, Louis. At the moment we have Mendelblatt and Fatih striking out a 50-metre lead over Rohard and Ponceau. Negri, Lambertenghi in third, and get this, Fantella, Shime Fantella, 470 gold medalist, with Arapovic in fourth. Great job by these guys, Louis.
Yes, indeed, Digby. But it's not a big puff, but I think there's a little bit more breeze coming back. Coming from behind here. I do not think this one is over yet. I know they've got a big lead, these three boats up the front, but I think there's a little bit more breeze coming from behind, and we can see the field compressing. Jenny, what do you reckon on that?
Yeah, I mean, the hard part is it's only 4 knots probably out on the race course at all right now, so everyone's just hoping that 4 knots plus the current will drift them down to the race committee boat as fast as possible, and then ideally that will get a little bit more breeze for the next race. But as you're saying, it is filling from behind, so hopefully that is going to happen. We will get a bit more breeze. I think if you're Mendelblatt right now, you're quite happy. And I think if you're the Croatians, Shime Fantella, he won the first race. We said they're a light team, and to see them now in the top 5 again, I think they're going to be pretty excited.
Yeah, sure. And also, we're close to the tide turning here. The tide's going to turn about 3 o'clock in about 15 minutes. So we've had a tide that's been going up, I beg your pardon, with the wind from the southeast. That's about to turn. So the tide is shutting out. And virtual will probably give us a much better picture. So back to you in the studio, Diggers.
Thanks, Louis. Well, Mendelblatt Fatih 50 metres ahead of Rohard and Ponceau. Fantella, Arapovic in that great position. But there's some compression coming down with Negri, Lambertenghi going to take it on in third position. Kathleen, it's light, it's slow. They're doing 3 knots or so. There's about 3.5 knots of breeze on that race course.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to make gains here. Any change in the first 3 boats, there's just too much distance between them. But the battle is going to be back around 6th place down to 9th place. We're going to see that third pack come in here, and right now they still have got to be working for every little inch, every little few centimeters of a gain, and it gets really strategic coming in here. Now, as we said, they can't be rocking the boats too much. We can see Mark Mendelblatt's hand pulling on his main sheet, that line there. Every now and then it's just a gentle, we call it playing the main sheet. And then you can see the edge of his sail, the leech of his sail, going back and forth. And those are just giving, every little pump gives the boat a little bit of acceleration, and at the same time his crew's pushing on the deck with his feet as the sail's being pumped, and that helps with a little bit of acceleration. But just, it's such a minute movement that the judges don't necessarily see it or call it. So in order for the boats back in that pack we just mentioned, where they're so close together, the boat that maximizes that little bit of kinetics coming into this mark will come ahead of the rest. Mendelblatt looking back at the boats behind him, he's got pretty clear air. He's actually 53 meters ahead of the boat behind him, the French Rohard and Ponceau jiving over. Not a dramatic roll at this point. It's so light that if you roll too much, as we've said, it'll knock the wind out of your sail, but just enough. You can see the crew rocking the boat up in front. A couple more pumps by Mendelblatt on the main sheet. Ryan's looking back at the competition. I think they can start to relax a little bit.
Okay, well, they've got a good lead to the finish. Virtually, we can see, there you go, a few meters left towards that finish line. I don't think anyone's going to catch Mendelblatt and Fatih. They'll be relieved when they cross that line today. We've had 3, this is a third race today, race 9 overall. If you're into this, tomorrow is the final stage of the qualifiers. The top 10 go through to the quarters, semis and finals on Saturday, and that's where it gets quite crunchy. The shape of the Star Sailors League final beginning to take composition now. We're beginning to see the composition. We'll see the overall standings. We'll let these guys run through the finish line, and then we'll get a look at the overall leaderboard and standings. But we do know that Mendelblatt and Fatih are the top dogs here in the Bahamas. They won the event 2 years ago, and right now they are top of the leaderboard. And Sergei Lambertenghi, a beautiful roll there. Sergio on the mast with Diego roll tacking underneath him. Great stuff.
Yeah, these guys have been very consistent. Not as consistent as Mendelblatt and Fatih. I think Mendelblatt and Fatih are only throwing out a 7th place race at this point. But just having not a really bad race, we have 3 teams that don't have a finish in the 20s, and that's Mendelblatt and Fatih, Diego, and I forget who the third boat is right now. But they still have room for a bad race tomorrow, but I don't expect to see one from them this month.
Well, we're joined in the studio by Mark Jardine. Dennis has left the building. Fantastic to have a 5-time America's Cup winner. And now we have the CEO, the lead editor of yachtsandyachting.com and sailworld.com, the biggest sailing news site in the world. Mark, you've been watching this. You've just flown out, got here last night. You've been seeing the Star Sailors League from afar. Your impressions?
It's amazing watching the sailing today. We've got a fleet of standard which you just don't see at any other event. What has been really clear watching the racing today is those with the Star experience in these kind of conditions have come to the fore. You look at Mark Mendelblatt, who's won the Bacardi Cup and is extremely good in the light conditions, and that a great win for him to put him as the overnight leader. There are some Olympic medalists and real stars from the other classes who have struggled a lot in the conditions and to keep their boat speed up. What's great to see though, and you can see it right now, is the spirit that the racing is all conducted in. If you look here, smiles on the faces the entire time. This is an amazing event to watch.
Xavier Rohard, he's happy.
He's done.
Big wave to the race committee. As they say, no more racing today. They're not going to run a fourth. Pierre Alexis Ponceau, his crewman. These guys, as you say, great spirit, high fives, good day's work. Well done, guys. Well done, Xavier and Pierre Alexis. They have earned their beer with Dennis in the bar, I believe. And we work our way back towards the next guys crossing line. Very close between the Croatians and the Italians. Look at that little jibe there by the Croatians. Bow 96, neck and neck with the Italians going through. I think the Italians have just worked their way, just under half a boat length ahead to finish in 3rd spot. But what a super result by Šime Fantella and Antonio Adapovic from Croatia. Great buddies. Šime, 470 gold medalist. Here he is, showing a clean pair of heels to some of the best star sailors in the world. And that's the name of the game in the Star Sailors League. So well done, Šime. That's the Croatian team firmly in the top 10. We'll see the overalls as after all the boats have crossed the line. We'll get into the overall scenario. Mark, stay with us and we'll analyse that a little bit, because they've got another day's racing all together. And look at this.
Robert Scheidt with his crew, Henry Boning, been able to work their way through the fleet. Whenever they got in a bad position today, they've slowly climbed their way up and then been able to maintain their position for the second half of the race. And that's experience. And although these guys haven't done a big regatta together, they know how each other sail. They've sailed in Brazil before. So it's great teamwork. It's confidence in their teamwork. And Robert just knows how to make a boat go fast.
He's a winner. He's a winner, isn't he, Mark?
It's one of those situations where even when he's been in a bad position, he's managed to crawl his way back up the fleet and salvage a result, and that is what is absolutely key in these conditions.
Okay, so 5-time medalist Robert Scheidt crossing the line with Henry Björning, the Brazilians. Good day's work for those guys. Super close behind them, coming down into the line, Augie Diaz, Arnie Boltins, bow number 4. Just ahead of Paul Kayard, looking there with Eric Monin, the Swiss match racer, super close together, and then the Argentinian crew just behind them. So Facundo Oleza gunning away at the back, bow 90, but right now through the line, Augie Diaz with the big guy, Arnie Boltin.
That's a great gain for Augie. Actually, he lost about 6 boats on this downwind and somehow just gained them back in probably the last quarter of this downwind leg. And that's going to help him. He had a rough start to the regatta, and his last 3-4 races have been excellent, moving him back up into the top half of the fleet. Okay, nice. I thought they might drive him to this finish. Okay, looks like the Swiss got it.
Paul Keart just lost out there, just had the wind taken just at the last second, and so lost out just on the finish line.
Okay, here's another surprise. You know, Aletso was so good in the breeze. We know he comes from the Finn class. He's a young kid. He's got lots of energy. And I wasn't expecting to see him do as well downwind. People were commenting yesterday how fast he is downwind. And he brings a lot of his Finn kinetics with him. But he's shown today that he can go just as fast and pass boats downwind in even this light breeze.
Good in the light and good in the heavy air. Here's Sam Meach with Craig Monk. Craig on the bow there. 93, the New Zealanders having a much better day after a disastrous day, number 1 with gear braking.
It won't pull them up in the standings so much, but I think that they'll be much happier going home tonight.
They will indeed. Robert Staniak, Fritjof Clean, neck and neck with Vasily Bogar and Zsombor Beret crossing the line. Who had that one, Mark? Hard to tell.
Impossible to see. This is such close finishing right now.
I would not want to be hall number 5 or hall number 88.
Sičić just getting it over the poles. Kuznerovic and Zhitsky ahead of Polgar and Coy. And then Taylor Canfield with Mark Struby. And then coming through Jochen Schumann, Ingo Borkowski, the medalists in the Soling. And Jochen, the great German 4-time medalist, 3 golds, 1 silver, phenomenal sailor.
So it could be a little tricky coming in here. The race committee is looking between the orange mark and a flag on the race committee boat, and it doesn't have to be the bow that passes. It can also be the pole. It can be the front of their jib. So the race committee has to look at exactly. It could even be a body part. You could put your hand out if you wanted to, and if that crossed the line before somebody else's bow, you get called. So it is tricky for the race committee to call these tight finishes.
When you've got conditions like this and boats so close together, I don't envy the race committee at all.
And that's often why race committees don't finish downwind, because it's so much harder to call the line.
Okay, Ho Christensen, the Great Dane with Stevie Milne, sliding across just ahead of Hubert Merkelbach and Klaus Olesen. The good doctors, the German-Danish team there, the duo, who have just pipped George Szabo and Eduardo Natucci, the defending champions of the Star Sailors League, won this event last year. We'll see if they've ended up in the top 10 in a minute, Kathleen. Rather interesting, but not such a brilliant race 9 for the great light wind sailor, George Szabo. There he is, just sorting out his matey. He doesn't look too thrilled with that performance.
No, it looked like George was making gains in the first half of the regatta, and somewhere, probably I think on the last windward leg, he went to the wrong side. He lost some boats, so definitely going to be disappointed with that finish after climbing his way up the rankings today.
Well, a 20th spot there for race 9. As the back markers come in to cross the line, Zarif and Prada, Payne and Coleman, Thompson, Mitchell, some of our VIP guests from the other classes. Szabo and Natucci come in and head home. We know that Tom Burton, the Australians, with Andrew Palfrey, they were OCS and over the line, so we won't see them. They're already back in the club, I imagine, licking their wounds and ruining that start, but they were so close. I know you were watching next door, Mark, but it was hard to tell from our camera, but they were so close. It would have been stellar if they'd made it.
There's a thin line between perfection and getting it horribly wrong, and sadly they were just the wrong side of that line.
Well put. Okay, Nick Thompson, the laser sailor, just heading over the finish line with Stevie, Torben Grail, Guillaume Diomeda on that lilac boat there. Torben having mixed fortunes at this SSL final. And then coming through the line now,
Payne,
Caleb
Ian Coleman.
and Ian. Whew. Okay, well, they're cruising.
Well, at least he's comfortable.
Yeah, fair enough. Don't blame them. Well, we can join... I
think we've got one more.
Who have we got? Somebody on the phone? Mark. Great. Well, we're going to try and frame up Mark. We can cut to our studio just for a second, and here we go. Running around. Mark Jardine, cool to have you with us. You've been watching this Star Sailors League from afar, from your eyrie back in the UK, ruling the world, the online internet world, and really we are existing in that world, you know, through our Facebook, through social media, through YouTube, through our live streaming and all the rest of it, and trying hard really with this new format, and hopefully the ripples are beginning to spread out into the wider world of sailing and then sport.
I get a lot of feedback from my readers who have been watching the racing every year just as it comes online, and they really get into it. They know who the sailors are, they know their results from the past, and when they see them racing in such a high quality fleet, and sometimes there we've just seen a double laser world champion right at the back of the fleet. It's incredible racing to watch, and very, very tight indeed, as we've just seen with those finishes.
Well, the championship is beginning to take shape. We'll have the overall leaders in a minute, but I believe that on our phone system we've passed a microphone and a phone to Mark Mendelblatt on the water. Let's see if we can chat to Mark. I'll plug him into my ear, try and see if we can frame him up on our camera. Mark Mendelblatt, you're out there, stellar result. You are firmly at the top of the leaderboard. Mark, use your mic, put your microphone, Mark Mendelblatt, to your face. Now you're live. Mark, congratulations. Pretty good day for you.
And a whole lot better. Brian did a great job.
You realize we're filming after, right?
Have a great day. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Terribly sorry, we're just plugging you in from our end slightly. Is it distance, Chris? Mark, I'm terribly sorry, but we're losing you just through distance, I think, from our TV chase boat. But we'll chat to you when you come back in. Big wave, give us a big wave. You can hear us on the phone. Congratulations for a stellar day, you and Brian. We'll talk to you when you come into the clubhouse. Okay, sorry about that, folks, but you know, that's technology. We have a TV chase boat out there. They're using a radio mic to get hold of our guys, and if they go too far away, that's it, they go out of signal. But there you go, that's the way it is.
He looked a little displeased he wasn't on the first tow back to the club.
Yeah, maybe, because he had to wait. Oh dear. All right, so they come in now to the yacht club and they get craned out. Some of them will stay in, but we have another day's racing. Now, I wonder if we can show the overall scores, the overall leaderboard, just to see what is going to happen after 3 days of racing in the Star Sailors League final. Mendelblatt and Fatih with that win now 6 points into the lead. Remember, if they can win these first 4 days of racing, they get a leapfrog into the final, where they will be 4 boats on the line sharing the lion's share of the $200,000 prize money. So Mendelblatt and Fatih very motivated to win the qualifiers here, the round robins where they all race each other. Negri Lambertenghi, second position. Very consistent, Kathleen, these guys, the Italians.
Yeah, they're pretty consistent, but they do have that 19th place finish, whereas Mendelblatt's only dropping a 7, and that's a big difference. They can't afford another bad race if they're hoping to get that first place and the bye into the very final.
Look at that, Robert Scheid, Henry Björning in third overall, just 3 points behind second place Negri Lambertenghi. Robert Scheid, absolute legend. He won the first ever SSL final 3 years ago in 2013 with Bruno Prada. Now he's with another countryman, a great buddy of his, Henry Björning, and boom, quality act, class act in that top 3 mark.
It's amazing when you look at the top 3, the consistency that they've shown. But it's Mendelblatt and Fatih who have done an amazing job so far. They've put together a consistent series, and when watching them, they have just always tried to go the right way, not trying to do anything special at any time, just go the right way, keep the boat speed high, and that's why they've got their lead at the moment.
Fourth position overall, Xavier Rohart with Pierre Alexis Ponceau. They won the Grand Slam, the City Grand Slam in Hamburg earlier this year, finding their form in SSL and in a very comfortable position at the moment. Now here's the big result of the whole championship so far, in my view. Shimei Fantella, 470 gold medalist, with his countryman Antonio Adapovic. Shimei, he's not a big star crew or anything like that. He's an Olympian. He's done 2 Olympic campaigns, 8 solid years in the 470, and now he's just jumped into the Star, and boom, a fantastic race win and a 4th in that race number 9. awesome stuff.
Yeah, it is an incredible finish, especially considering the wind that we had the first 2 days. We had Luke Patience in the boat some years ago, and he's also a smaller skipper. And people would normally think that the small skipper can't make it in the Star, but we've just seen here that in heavy conditions and light conditions, he can be up there.
Now, you mentioned Luke Patience. Well, Luke's coming. He's flying in right now, and we're going to see him tomorrow. He's going to be in the studio. He's going to help deconstruct and analyse what's going on a race course. Really looking forward to that. And Luke has his own following, his own fan club. You know, he's such a popular guy. So we'll see Luke Patience tomorrow. Now, Kuznidovic and Jitski, the Poles, they are always in the mix, aren't they? In the Star Sailors League, in every single event that they've turned up, they are always there. Really quality sailors.
Yeah, we've always, they're pros. They're not currently, as we said, sailing full time. They come here, they have a little slow start because they haven't been in the boat, they haven't been on the water racing. They have professional jobs these days, but with so much time in the boat in the past and great teamwork, they're able to always be up there.
Johannes Polgar, Markus Koy, the German duo, just ahead of the next Croatian team, Stepanovic and Sijic, ahead of the Argentinian Aletso with the Hungarian Melo there. And Aletsa, 22 years old, in the top 10. He's qualifying at the moment. They had a not such a great day, a 24th and a 25th discard, but they've got 4 points buffer in that top 10 at the moment. And Ho Christensen, the Great Dane, with Stevie Milne, another VIP guest, a great Finn sailor, silver medalist from 2012, sailing with Stevie Milne, and he is in that top 10. So in terms of VIP guests, that's 1, 2, 3 of our VIP guests in that top 10, which is cool to see. Now in that danger zone, Diaz and Boltins. Arnie Diaz had a pretty good day. He's worked his way up the leaderboard. Zebo and Natucci in touch in 12th. Zobar and Zola, sorry, I missed that. Off they went. And then Staniak and Clean. Now, at the bottom of the leaderboard, let's go from the bottom. Unfortunately, that disqualification, that OCS, is going to see Burton and Palfrey not make that top 10, but they'll be on the racetrack tomorrow, trying to gun for that start, and let's see if they can nail it. They were millimeters away today.
Well, sometimes when you have nothing to lose, when you're in 25th place, you get on the line, and so you pull the trigger and you go, because at this point, 152 points, they're probably going to go out there tomorrow. They want to do their best, but they can have a little more fun than everybody, take a few more risks.
All right. Merkelbach and Olsen are good doctors in 24th. Schumann and Borkowski. Well, Jochen, he came here last year and he didn't make... or did he make the top 10?
He did make the top 10.
He did?
He did, yes.
Okay. But he's not going to make the top 10, I think, this year, with maximum 3 races to go in the round robins. Payne and Coleman in 22nd. Monin and Rambo. Monin, best result of his regatta so far, a 7th just here, beginning to find his feet. Meach and Monk, fantastic, up into 20th. From 25th to 20th, they're going to come in and hold their heads high with a 10th, a 15th and a 10th. Zarif and Prada in that danger zone in 19th. Thompson and Mitchell, well, it's possible tomorrow. You know, mathematically it's possible. We're not going to strike them out, and we're not going to strike out Torben Grael ever, or Guillaume de Almeida in 17th, with Staniak and Clean in 16th. So that is the shape of the Star Sailors League as we go into day 4. We've got 2 more days of racing, Mark. Tomorrow we'll have up to 3 races, maybe in light breeze, but it might pick up. Forecast a little tricky at the moment, but it's building up for Saturday in this rather interesting format of racing.
It's interesting watching some of the Finn sailors. You touched on earlier a bit about the techniques they were using in the breeze, which are exactly the same as they're using in the Finns. And they're using exactly the same techniques in the light winds as well, and that's why I think they've got the boat speed downwind. It's the Star sailors, of course, have been using these techniques all of the time, but just watching those Finn sailors downwind in the light winds, just taking every single shift, every single wave, every single ripple, and just getting that little bit ahead.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up for today. We've got a bunch of features to play, but for now, thank you very much for the guys on the water and everybody working out there so hard, and in the studio in the Nassau Yacht Club, and to all our VIP guests, Mark and Dennis Connor, and all the rest of the guys. And we'll see Luke Patience help us with the commentary, and thank you to Tyler Bjorn earlier on, our famous Canadian crewman who waves the flag for the crew, which is good. And thank you to Kathleen. So do join us again tomorrow, where it really is into the knockout stage of the Star Sailors League final. And that's like the Wimbledon and the tennis tournaments. We're getting towards the crunch time at the Star Sailors League big finale in Nassau. Now we're going to play some features, but do join us again, and thank you for watching.
Ready? Thomas. Oh! Oh.
I would like to say how delighted we are to have the Star Sailors League back in Nassau. To those sailors who are repeat visitors, we say welcome back. And to those who are here for the first time, we are sure you will find that the experience here in the Bahamas will mean that in future years we will be saying welcome back to you also. Thank you.
Show you how it's time to set your spirit free. I want everybody to follow me. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake. Follow every move I make. If I jump up, you jump. If I wind up, you wind. If I shake up, you shake.
The fourth edition of the Star Sailors League Finals brings 25 teams from 17 countries to compete in the waters off Nassau to battle it out over 5 days of racing.
Yes, they've tacked away to the right-hand side.
A living legend, for sure.
A living legend, yeah.
Exactly.
On day one, race one saw a commanding display by Brazilian legend and 5-time Olympic medalist Robert Scheidt, along with crew Henry Boning. As the teams got used to the light wind conditions, it was quite a tight battle between Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, the Italian team of Negri Lambertigni, and the Brazilians, ultimately holding tight for the win.
A win for Robert Scheidt and Henry Björning.
As the breeze and waves built for race 2, 2 Brazilian teams and the French drag raced up the course.
But it's the French that round first. Polgar and Coy take an inside line.
In fact, Xavier and Pierre Alexis have overtaken George and Bruno into first place, and that was slick sailing.
The number 1 seeds took their first win of the event.
So I'm quite happy now because the speed is there. We see that we are competing with the good guys. We are not in front, but we are there. So day one is good.
But it was ultimately the Italians, with a third and a second, who took the day.
We have just to think about the regatta. All these guys, of course, for the first 2 days, they have to think also about the steering, about the trimming, and that's the little advantage that we have in the beginning. But I'm sure that next 2 days, some new guys will be in the top 3. I'm sure about that.
There's a similar forecast for day 2. Let's see if Diego has it right, and if the younger Olympians can rise to the top.
So, Johan, you were kind enough to share a few memories with us and send us a few pictures.
Let's have a look. Yeah, that's a picture from 1966, my first sailing year, my first season in an Optimist. And the good thing or interesting thing was I was part as a real young pupil at school building these Optimists before. So I not started my career from coming from a sailing family, but started a leisure time course at school, which was boat building and sailing. Actually, I was a quick learner. So already the first season, I became the Berlin champion. After the Optimist, I sailed for 1.5 seasons as a crew on the 470, but I didn't find the right picture. But then I continued as a helmsman on an OK dinghy. And that's one of the pictures here, also sailing on Lake Müggelsee on the eastern side of Berlin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little later, so obviously Olympic fin class. And it was quite funny sail numbers, GO9, that was my number over many, many years. And it changed later to DDR9, but GO was a strange combination from Germany, Ost. So it's a mixture of English and German language to get these initials going, but that's how it was. I think until 80, or yeah, I think then the letter code changed. Again, that was my very first fin when I was 17, out with some farmer boots and wooden booms, wooden rig. Yeah, different times than today. A fin is still a fin, but it looks quite different. Good to see that.
Wow, I'm impressed by this one. 1976, Kingston.
Exactly. You see the award ceremony with John Bertrand winning the bronze. I'm in the middle, gold, and Sergei Balashov from Russia winning silver. Yeah, great moment.
A bit emotional?
Oh yes, I think you can see probably looking at the pictures how young I look in between these older fin sailors. No, it was very impressive, and obviously it's touching your heart when you're sailing for your nation and you're up on the podium. Your autumn get played and your flag raised, and no, it was a special moment. I was European champion '83, but in the end I couldn't do the games, which was a big disappointment for me, and I was close to throw everything away and say, fuck this politics and sport. I better find another area where I spend my time, enjoy my life, and achieve good things. But then some people in the yacht club were smart enough to say, use that time, this down moment, for a big change, and change boat class, and I start team sailing with a sailing team, and I must say that became even more exciting. In team sailing, I think sailing is about team, and I really enjoyed the time with these guys. We were very, very successful. I think this is in '86 at the European Championship in Warnemünde. Yeah, that's obviously Olympics '96. We won clearly there the gold medal, and that was our first medal for the United Germany. But actually the actual reunification was quite difficult times. When it comes to the bottom line, I think sport is not political. So sport is about performance and competition. So you have to have the respect of your opponents, work hard, control your level of expectations, and that's what makes you a champion. And that doesn't matter if it's in the East or in the West or wherever. You have to do the right things to win in the end. It's a good collection, and obviously everyone is a little bit different. different size, different look, and there's a long story behind each medal, and obviously a lot of people who helped me to achieve and get these medals. So, and still they are not hanging at the wall somewhere, they are in a little box and not hidden, but you know, the medals, you have them forever, but they don't change your life and they don't matter every day. So if someone wants to see them, I can open the drawer and get the little box out and can show them, and we have a few stories to share, but otherwise these medals are not visible in my life normally.
Thank you very much indeed. Fantastic.
Good, no problem.
Merci.
A pleasure.
This is Fort Montague. It's the oldest standing fort left in the Bahamas, but it was the second fort built. So the first fort was Fort Nassau, which is on the site of where the British colonial Hilton stands. Fort Montague was built as the eastern defense to the harbor of Nassau. And Fort Montague was two complexes. So you have the fort which we're in now, and there was a little battery called Bladen's Battery just to the east of the fort, but that doesn't exist anymore. Montague especially was built because there was a lot of fear of attacks from the Spanish. The Bahamas is very close to Cuba and Florida, which was a Spanish colony, and so there was always sort of this fear of Spanish invasion, especially since this was a British territory. And a lot of privateering and pirating actually was based in the Bahamas, and they would attack Spanish ships and Spanish galleons. So the Spanish was always attacking the Bahamas as a sort of revenge. Well, all of the forts in the Bahamas are actually built from cut limestone. So they would cut the limestone naturally and then use a lime mortar mix to build them. Out of our built heritage, especially Montague is probably one of the oldest buildings, especially on New Providence. But before the forts, we have an indigenous history and indigenous culture of the Lucayan Indians, and a lot of their sites still remain, but that's buried in the sand and in the dunes. And this is what archaeologists go and search for. The cannons here at Fort Montague are quite old and they are spiked, but if we wanted to fire them again, there are methods we can use to drill out the spike and fire them again, but that entails the use of gunpowder, cannonballs, and so forth.
Day 2 of the Star Sailors League Finals saw the Italians Diego Negri and Sergio Lambertini, who topped the scoreboard, lead the first race. It was a great race as well for the youngest sailor in the fleet, Argentinian Facundo Aleza, taking 5th. Fellow South Americans scored a 2nd, while the Italians held on for the win.
I'm really happy, Matt. It will be not easy to stay on the same level, I think.
Off! Here they go!
The dying breeze meant changing conditions for the teams, adjusting their sailing styles and tactics for less wind.
That is an incredible sight. 16 Olympic medalists.
Staying mentally sharp was the name of the game throughout the day, and 3-time Olympic medalist, Slovenian Vasily Spogar, with his Hungarian crew, celebrated their victory in Race 5. A strong performance on the day with a race win, a 2nd and a 5th, moved the former finals winners, Americans Mendelblatt and Fati, onto the podium in 3rd overall. The Italians dropped to 2nd, while all top 3s moved Brazilians Robert Scheidt and Henry Boning into the lead.
4 tough races today. We managed to hang in there, be top 3 in all 4 races. Difficult conditions, difficult to start, but we were pretty happy, and especially because we won the last race.
We're now halfway through the qualifiers. 2 more days of racing still to go to determine who will go through to Saturday's finals.
"300 years ago, over 5,000 pirates thrived in the Bahamas. The golden age of piracy was short-lived, but the memories of these times are everywhere here in Nassau.
We are now on the outside in the front of Pirates of Nassau, our museum. Well, the Bahamas was a place of paradise. What even made it more better, because all the shanty towns were designed for sailors. But due to the fact that the pirates were bringing in a more lucrative business, it turned into a pirate's haven. There wasn't no pirates specifically from the Bahamas, but they all became famous in the Bahamas. Pirates were people like me and yourself. They were all privateers. By the time as the British colony was finished with them and didn't have no more work for them to do, they had to find some type of means to survive. So since the crown them wasn't giving them anything to do, they had to go there and take for themselves. As cruel and savage as we were, we had our own rules and regulations too. Because in order for you to sail a ship, you have to be well disciplined. And trust me, you'd be surprised to know how you can have such savage, cruel men as disciplined as it is. Because, wait, if you didn't rule, we would maroon you, and nobody wants to be marooned. My favorite pirate story will be about Stad Bonnet. He was a major. He ran into piracy. He didn't know how to sail. He didn't know how to operate a ship. He didn't know anything about maritime. But he had a nagging wife. For a man to leave his nagging wife to go in a life of piracy, that touched my heart.
Pirate Republic, a brewery and a bar, just opened. You would think that piracy here is mere marketing. Well, yes, but not quite, as we are reminded with a bit of literature.
Well, it's a very famous Mark Twain quote. Now and then we had hoped that if we lived and were good, God would permit us to be pirates. We put that up there because we think everybody secretly has some hidden desire to be a pirate at some point in their life. And so I think it's their sense of real democracy on board a pirate ship. And then, of course, their great exploits that have survived the 300 years since they sailed around in our waters. Nassau was the Republic of Pirates in the early 1700s. It's an authentic part of our history, and we're trying to bring it to life in a new way, an interactive way, and it's part of our brand, it's part of our beer names, it's part of our experience and our ambiance, so we do take it seriously.
1, 2, 1, and you pivot. Arr!
When I woke up this morning, clothed in my right mind, with no pain, no ache, I got a little bit of sense to say thank you.
Sunday morning is church time for Reverend Philip McPhee, pastor of Mount Calvary Baptist Cathedral in the middle of Nassau. It's a small community, but a spirited and fervent one. Philip McPhee preaches with passion, just like his father many years ago.
My father built and pastored this church for over 40 years. After he passed, I succeeded him, and I'm proud to have the honor to represent the people of the Bahamas as a spiritual leader in this nation. And my dad laid a strong foundation, and I'm just privileged that I'm able to continue the great tradition of the church.
But the Reverend is also passionate about traditional Bahamian sailing. He knows the local sailors and racers. Among his close friends is one of the Bahamas' highly regarded boat builders.
Gratitude and thanks for what you do.
Well, it's something I like doing.
Yeah.
And then I like doing it. Every island has its own design, and they try to keep that design in their mind, so we try to come close to that design as possible. Like the Ragged Island have their design. These are Ragged Island designs. You have Long Island have their design, Andros have their design, Exuma have their design. You know, so it's up to the island they come from. Well, they are all handmade, mostly with chainsaws and power saws, but it's all handmade. The frames we take out of the woods. We have to refine it until we get it to how we want it. But the lumber, we have to buy them from the hardware. That's the final product.
Philip McPhee owns 2 boats. On important occasions, he hires a captain and a full crew with deep knowledge of these former working boats turned into race boats.
The Bahamian sailing is something very unique. All of our boats are built by wood, built by Bahamians, sailed by Bahamians, rigged by Bahamians. And it's a Bahamian legacy and tradition that we are very proud of. And now we are gearing up to make sure that this great tradition is passed on to our children and grandchildren. We're very thankful to our brothers in the Bahamas who are of another color, our white brothers. When it came to sloop sailing, they never interfered with sloop sailing. They allowed the black man to dominate and to bring sloop sailing to the level where it's at today without any interference of the rich whites of our country. And we're thankful for that, because we were well aware that we could not compete with them because of our financial status, and they never interfered with us. And that's why this great tradition has been preserved, and we give God thanks that we were privileged, even at this hour, to have the poor man to be in sailing and to get the same kind of recognition that the rich man will get when he goes to international sailing as he sailed the sloops in the Bahamas and throughout the islands of our country.
Come on the other side, buddy. We ain't gonna fetch that.
Sailing gives to me the opportunity to see the grandeur, the beauty, the strength of a God who has blessed the Bahamas with beautiful waters and beautiful people. It gives me strength, it gives me sermons, it gives me relaxation, it allows me to partake, to help, to encourage, to educate other Bahamians to have a sense of appreciation of the great grandeur of God's blessing to Bahamians.
Yeah, the junior sailing program at the Nassau Yacht Club started in 2004. And when it first started off, we probably had a handful of kids. And today we go through over 200 kids a year. In our year-round program, which is where these kids are participating, we have 47 youngsters involved with that program. And then when we add in our summer sailing camp, and the greater community really gets involved with that, we have over 102, 105 kids. The kids' ages are 8 to 17. The kids start off in the Opties, and that's where the majority of the kids are. We have 30 Opties here, and for this term, we used 25 of them. We had our Opti Nationals about a month ago, and we had 82 participants from around the Bahamas. We also run a sunfish program, again for beginners who are a little bit too big for the Optimist. Kids in the Optimist and kids in the sunfish program really become competent sailors. They then move into the laser. And we have 15 lasers sailing with us on a pretty regular basis. In addition to that, we just took on 5 international 420s. Our better laser sailors are sailing in the international 420. And on Saturday morning, we'd have the Optimists to go through their elimination, and then Saturday afternoon, and they'll be ready for Sunday morning's finals. And the lasers will start Saturday afternoon, and on Sunday morning, they'll be continuing on with their elimination series, so they'll be sailing in their finals by about midday on Sunday.
I started sailing when I was about 11 years old. My uncle gave me an old Opti, and my dad decided it was a good idea that I should try and go learn how to sail it. So I went to the summer camp here at the Nassau Yacht Club run by the BSA. So that's how I learned how to sail, and I've been sailing lasers, sunfish, and Optis ever since. We sail here all year round. We sail about 2 or 3 times during the week, depending on other activities. But we sail on the weekends as well, morning and afternoon. Usually we'll have the lasers in the morning and I-420s in the afternoon, but I tend to stick more to the laser sailing.
The Exumas are an archipelago of 365 keys and islands, just 35 miles southeast of Nassau. There, you can swim with the sharks. Key sharks are nurse sharks, and adult sharks are commonly 7 to 9 feet long, although they can get as big as 14 feet and weigh between 200 and 300 pounds. Here, at the Compass Key Marina, sharks are used to being fed and enjoy swimming with the visitors.
At the Nassau Yacht Club, one name stands out. It figures on caps, photos and trophies. Sir Durwood Knowles won the first ever Olympic gold medal for the Bahamas. He's a living legend of the star class and more generally of his country.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate. I met Durwood in 1978, and whenever I come and race in Nassau, I've always been guest at his home. Yeah, I've shared a special moment with a very special person.
And when I first started coming here, he was already a living legend. He had won the Star Worlds, and he was the fixture here in Nassau.
Durwood's, you know, an iconic figure representing yachting and sailing of an era probably gone by. He's the only guy alive, I think, who was racing starboats 80 years ago. And he's won everything there is to win in the star class, gold medal, world championship, every continental championship.
Well, I think that for me, what made him special was that he did all this kind of in a vacuum. When I learned how to sail, I had Lowell North and Pete Bennett and Malin Burnham and Carl Eichenlaub and Bill Buchan all to learn from. But Durwood, he didn't have this advantage. So think how special he must have been to rise up to the top level without a lot of help.
But more importantly, that Durwood's also from that area. He's a gentleman, he's honest as the day is long, he's a good man. And so it's just something for us all to celebrate, you know, a guy like that. And I'm very fortunate to have been exposed to something like that. And I'll always remember that, even as the years roll on for me, and maybe someday I'll be 98 years old looking back, and at least I can refer to the 1930s through Durwood.
Durwood Knowles is recognized most all over the world, and in my time. So to interview me here today in 98, I have a good memory, I could tell you a lot of things.
In 1964, Durwood Knowles won the gold medal in the star class at the Tokyo Olympics.
He was talking to me how determined I was to win the gold medal. I didn't give up. Huh? My main crew, Sloan Martin, could not make it. And Cecil Cook was just the ideal weighted and everything, personality. So we went along and we won a gold medal.
In 1988, Sir Durwood took part in his last Olympic Games at the age of 70.
Man, I never sailed in conditions like that in my life. Huge waves and going up and down and blowing. I did all right.
Sir Durwood lives in a beautiful house overlooking the sea. He doesn't come to the yacht club as much as before, but he watches his many friends racing in the bay. "24 hours before the start of the SSL Finals, the sailors are in for a bit of fun. They've been invited by the local Bahamians for a race on their traditional sloops. The sloops uphold a proud tradition derived from old times: wooden hulls, cotton sails, and the famous pry boards, which are shifted across the deck for maximum hiking.
It was really fun. It's much harder than it looks.
Yes, first race, we were laughing, and then we won the race, and then we said, oh, now we have to win. But after we had the problems, the boat was full of water, pump was not working, and we didn't have acceleration.
Third race looked like something.
Yeah, in fact for us the first race was the best.
The best race.
So the learning curve works better for other teams, but we were enjoying it really much, so it was perfect idea. And the guys on the boats were really nice, and they are great sailors and great people, so we really enjoyed it.
First of all, I want to go back. You know, next year or the other, please do it for us because it's unbelievable, and it's good to sail with those people, yeah, the local sailors, because it's completely different. Actually, I like what we did because Fritzko was arranging everything, you know, with the sails and the winds. Johan was steering, I was steering on the last, and we cooperate and we learn every race. So we knew that what we have to do on the tacking. The tacking was the biggest issue, yeah. But we like it. We like it a lot.
At the beginning, everyone was laughing, and then it started to be racing.
Yeah, we're all competitive here, so we always had to win.
So what's really difficult about sailing these boats?
I think to get speed only went after tacking, and I think it's the most difficult thing to get speed.
It started great, was a good start, but we fucked up the first top mark rounding with a bad jibe, so that could be a win, but it ended up with a disaster. But from then on we started improving each race a little bit. Finally Mateusz took the helm and did the best result of the whole regatta. So yeah, we enjoyed it. Interesting boat.
It's a very nice boat, and it was very nice to sail with people from the Bahamas. A very nice guy, and we enjoyed the boat, the people, and stay together racing in this beautiful, fantastic landscape.
Yeah, quite a lot of fun. I mean, it's awesome to sail with those guys. Super cool to meet the locals, and yeah, they have a lot of fun. They just enjoy the sailing, and it was awesome to connect with those.
It's a quick learning curve, but it was pretty fun. It's easy to get stuck in irons, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's a totally different sport.
I really hope we do this next year because that was a fun event. So I want maybe more team shirts and maybe a practice day, but that was awesome.
So we're sitting on the veranda of the National Art Gallery of the Bahamas. The building itself is known locally as the Villa Doyle, and it sits very majestically on the top of the main hill. The building had sat here for a long time just in disrepair, and a lot of people were quite sad about that because it's really a very beautiful building. But in post-Bahamian history, post-independence history, there was also a lot of debate as to whether we should keep these buildings that were a symbol of the colony, or whether they should be restored. So for a long time there was sort of a struggle going on as to whether this building should be maintained, but then it was decided that, also by a lot of artists from the community, that I'm Bahamian, my family came in 1789, and so obviously I have very strong roots here, and you know, there was a general consensus that we had to agree to tell the story of all the Bahamians. And so there was a sort of fight led by a great historian called Dr. Saunders, and she really convinced people to save this building, and she was really very fundamental in this being saved for the National Art Gallery of the Bahamas. The art development in the Bahamas is quite interesting. It is a very, very young nation. So first of all, there's that debate of what's Bahamian. Is it Bahamian if it was made in 1960 when we were still a colony? So really what we do here is we kind of extract the stories of the history. There's a very nice overview exhibition on the ground floor, which we try to keep up, called From Columbus to Junkanoo. And that actually really tells the story of the Bahamas itself as a country, but also tells the story of the development of art. So, of course, in the beginning, there were the Lucayans here. So there was an indigenous population that were mostly, allegedly, completely wiped out by the Spanish. There might have been some survivors, but no one knows, and there's very, very little archaeological remains. So there's a few things in the historical museum, but there's no artifacts to speak of. Interestingly, the exhibition downstairs opens with an artwork by a very young Bahamian artist who poses the question of what would have happened if the Lucayans had stayed, and he's created these masks of a kind of hybrid between a Lucayan Indian and an African, and they're very beautiful. So, so that show really tells the story, and what really happened in very basic terms was artists came down here in the 1800s, people that you'd know like Winslow Homer, like Alfred Bierstadt, very famous painters from the American school, and they were mostly coming as tourists. So the images they created were these sort of touristic images to be like, look how beautiful it is, come down here and have a vacation. And so the first Bahamian artists who really started painting in the 40s and 50s, I'd say, did the same thing. They looked at themselves the way foreigners looked at us, right? So people tend to think Bahamian art is nice landscape painting. But I think what really is Bahamian art is this growth that you see take place where the tradition of oil painting, which is particularly European, becomes melded in the 60s and 70s with this growing consciousness of Africa and of African roots and the African movement. And you start to see different techniques coming in and different kind of wood carving. And this gets sort of amalgamated into a really exciting kind of artwork, which I think is very uniquely Bahamian. And you see that here. And it even has a sound to it, because our greatest art form is Junkanoo, which is our carnival. And you see the colors of the costumes, and you see the movement, and you see, and as I said, you can almost hear the color. And I think that's something that's really Bahamian art that you see through the collection. Well, Montague Foreshore is the painting that you're speaking to of the regatta at Montague Foreshore. It's a very common place to hold the regattas because it's where Paradise Island and the end of New Providence kind of meet, and you get this sort of wind tunnel, so it's always windy there. So it's by the Royal Nassau Sailing Club, and so that's always, very often you see the regattas taking place there when they come to town. And so it's nice to have that painting in the collection, because it's really a part of Bahamian life, that you'll see the beach at Montague, you'll see a lot of Bahamians, because it's an excuse for a big party, right? Everyone goes to like watch the regatta, but really they're there to cook out and have some beer. So, so it's a big part of life still. Maybe not the sailing so much, but the cooking out and the beer.
I would like to finish off this speech asking you for a couple little hallelujahs. I think we can give a hallelujah for the Star Sailors League. And I think we can give a hallelujah for the sloop sailors. And we give a hallelujah for everybody who's been helping us to organize this. Finally, a big hallelujah to you guys. Thank you very much for welcoming us here, and thank you for Mount Calvary Baptist Cathedral for letting us come over here and speak to you guys. Thank you very much.
Higher than Fort Charlotte is the largest fort in the island. It's actually 3 forts in one. So you have Fort Charlotte proper, which is behind us, Fort Stanley, which we're in now, and Fort Darcy, which is over the water. And yes, because of that, it's the largest of the 3 forts, 2 others on the island. The forts were all built with the idea of protecting Nassau. There used to actually be another fort called Fort Nassau, which was on Bay Street, but it was so close to the shore, as with Fort Montague, that what happened was that every time when enemy ships would come in, they would just fire on this fort and destroy it and destroy the town before they could even get ready. Lord Dunmore built Fort Charlotte and Fort Fincastle. He wanted them to be more effective at protecting the town of Nassau. With Fort Charlotte, with Fort Nassau and Fort Montague so close to the shoreline, they could be easily attacked before they even got ready. But with Charlotte and Fincastle, since it was further out, the elevation of the forts being on this ridge, they'd be able to see further out to sea and see the enemies before they even got in range. But the strategic point of the Bahamas is that the Bahamas is sort of like when you're giving directions and you use landmarks instead of street names. So everything at that particular point in time was okay, what you do is when you see the Bahamas, turn left. Or when you see the Bahamas, keep going, and then you'll reach Mexico, right? So that's the Bahamas was a key reference point. And then a lot of traffic used to pass through here, through the Crooked Island Passage, which is over that way. So this was sort of like a hub for sailors that are going from other parts of the world from east to west or from north to south. This would be a way station where they could stop and get supplies, where they could stop and blow off some steam or do whatever they needed to do.
So Diego, up to you to share a bit of your sailing past with us. You sent us photos. Here they are.
You want to know the story? This is my place, Diano Marina, where I was when I grew up, and in the sailing club. My father was the president of the club and the coach. So I started working in the club since I was just a bébé, and at 5 I started sailing with the bigger boats. After the sailing school, we were allowed to use my mother boat is a Europe #1 in Italy, Italy 1. I'm the skipper in this picture. As I told you, any moment was good to spend time on the water. So when I was 8, 9, was still pretty early because there were not small sails yet. This one was the few small sail was like 5 meters square, something like that, and so allow us to sail even if we were really young. This is the Optimist career. This is my first own boat, not a boat from the sailing school. I hated this boat because all the corner around the boat were with a piece of rubber, and the rubber was not stitching every day. I had to repair it with my father after sailing, and it was really a nightmare.
On the next one we see the name of the boat, which
is
Dumbo.
Dumbo is the elephant with the big ear. You know, everybody knows the story. So this boat should have allowed me to fly, of course. When I was 18, I started sailing with the laser, but one step sometimes was on a fin, because I was maybe supposed to step in an Olympic career.
think that's the
And that's the thing again. I don't actually look like the guy is in the picture. That's really many years ago. This is a laser from the 90s, early 90s. It was one of the first years in the Olympic campaign, so I think it's 92, 93. So the story was just beginning. This picture should be around 2000, 2002, something like that. And I remember the photo shooting was in my place. A guy from TNT came to make this super picture, so I had the opportunity the first time to have really professional pictures, and I was so proud to have this kind of shooting to have to show to everybody, to give to newspapers and everything, and really nice moment. This is Sydney Olympic. Sailing the Olympics is the dream of any sportsman. Even better to win a medal. I didn't make it. I was 8 in Sydney, but very close to the medals. I won a race. I was very close to the podium for a while. So the experience was super, and sailing in the Sydney Harbour was really an amazing experience. So that's a good memory too. This is the Athens Olympics, my second Olympic with the laser. All the regatta has been with very light wind. We were really well prepared, but at the end I didn't reach any medal. I finished 13. My dream was to step in the start. I was sailing, I had no idea about runners or anything. I was just sailing like with laser, with holding the main sheet, and we had no idea about how to trim the mast. So we took like 3-4 days to put the mast straight. And the first race we sailed in Naples, 2006, we sailed from 5 to 25 knots with tape on the Stamaster to avoid this problem. I was really a real laser sailor at that moment. After that, we grew up in knowing the boat. This boat was a super boat. It was a Lilia, a 266, and the regatta here is in the works in Miami. My second beginning in 2006 was 2008. After 2 years, I reached silver medal in the works in Miami. Was really could be the end of the career, because stepping in a star, going to the templum of the stars with all the popular American sailors and everything, having such a good result was really a dream come true.
Diego,
C'est
thank
bon?
you very much for your time. Thank you.
Je touche rien, hein, là, si tu veux le prendre comme ça, parce qu'une fois j'ai touché ça, j'ai fait et parti, c'est parti.
The best of the best regatta is a combination of two types of sailing: our native sloop sailing, Bahamian sloops, and our Olympic style sailing, star sailors. We're also incorporating some of our junior sailors who will also be sailing lasers and the uptees. This event is a 4-day event sponsored by the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, also with other government agencies.
This event has become the greatest sailing event in the history of our country. We start off with the boat parade tomorrow. We're going down the streets. Children and families will be lined up to look at our boats and to give their support to this great event. And then following that, Sunday we go to church. Our Prime Minister and other dignitaries of our country will be there, along with members of our community. So it's going to be a great excitement. We're looking forward for a great celebration in church.
You will see that there's a lot of culture activities going on throughout the course of the 4 days. Every night there's a live entertainment. We're displaying all of our traditions and our heritage on those 4 days.
Last year, we introduced the sloop to our foreign partners, our brothers in the SSL. They had a bomb. And so this year we have empowered them with more opportunities to showcase their talents to the world, because on Sunday during the Best of the Best, it will be streamed live to the entire world. So the entire world will see if they are able to beat the Bahamians on their own boats.
These boats were used for transporting on persons and things from island to island. And on off seasons, the sailors then use it for recreation. So that's how the sport of sloop sailing came in. On their off days from fishing and sponging, they took it and said, okay, let's race from Andros to Eleuthera or Exuma. And that is how sloop sailing began. We wish to encourage all persons, all Bahamians, and foreigners alike to come out and to see what we have to offer. This will be Bahamians at their best. You will see our culture, which is sailing, our food, our heritage, and our tradition.
The government of the Bahamas is truly excited to have you in our country. You bring so much to our country by your presence, by just giving to us the opportunity to display our talents to you and for us to witness your talent in a professional way, which adds so much to the great celebration of the best of the best.
Today you're at John Watling's Distillery, which is housed at the 1789 Buena Vista Estate. The Buena Vista Estate, just to put it in perspective, was built when George Washington was President of the United States or at the start of the French Revolution. This place has a glorious history. It's infused with the history of the Bahamas. In this first room, what we do is we retell the story of the Bahamas, starting with Christopher Columbus, who landed on San Salvador Island in 1492. The indigenous population either died from disease or were transferred to work camps over in the Dominican Republic. For the next 200 years, the islands don't have anybody living here until King Charles in 1647, he basically allows a group of British Puritans from Bermuda to come over and to settle the island of Eleuthera. At that time, he also gifts the islands to 6 Lord Proprietors from the Carolinas. During this time, our namesake, John Watling, he was an English buccaneer from the 17th century who had landed on San Salvador Islands and renamed it Watling Islands. So basically, the city that we're in right now is Nassau. The previous city that used to be on this site was called Charlestown. That was burned down by the Spanish in retribution for the pirates that used to reside here. There was the infamous pirate Blackbeard, that he lived out east. You can still see his tower over there. And also female pirates Anne Bonny Mary Read. Areas of this building here, the top part was built during the 1940s, but it's built on top of the foundation of old slave cottages. And outside you'll be able to see some of the other original buildings that exist on the site. Basically, we began restoring the site in 2010. It took us around 14 months in order to complete the restoration. During that time, one day I got a phone call from my business partner and he goes, I found something. And this is what he found. Basically, it's a hand-carved well. It measures 7.4 feet in diameter and it goes down 74 feet. This was actually part of a tunnel system that the British were actually building from Fort Charlotte all the way to Government House. Our rum is aged anywhere from 2 to 5 years, okay, depending on which product we're creating. What you're smelling right now is actually called the angel share. We lose around 5% of the product per year due to evaporation. Just to put it in perspective, in Scotland and in France, you lose around a 0.2 to a 0.5%, but here in the Caribbean, since it's so hot, the aging process is accelerated. Everything's hand-filled, hand-labeled, hand-corked, and each bottle is individually stamped with its own identification number.